चार्ज हो रहा होगा. Hello and a very warm welcome. Thanks for tuning in to News 9 Live. Welcome to our special coverage. A lot is going to happen today, but starting with the top news, because amid Rahul Gandhi's disqualification from the Lok Sabha Secretariat on Wednesday has issued a notification stating that the disqualification of Lakshadweep MP PP Muhammad Faisal has ceased to operate. Now, this is in view of the Kerala High Court suspending his conviction on the 25th of January this year. Notably, the Lok Sabha notification came ahead of today's Supreme Court hearing in the petition filed by the NCP MP challenging the refusal to revoke his disqualification despite the stay on his conviction by the Kerala High Court. That's the latest that's coming at this point in time. Joining me in the studio is my colleague Kartikeya Sharma. Kartikeya, it's quite interesting to see that on one hand you've got a Rahul Gandhi that's fighting for his disqualification, and on the other hand there was this talk about the hastiness with which he was removed from the Lok Sabha, and still the Lakshadweep MP not being reinstated. Now today there was an SC hearing, but ahead of that SC hearing, his disqualification that has been revoked. He has been reinstated. That's coming from the LS Secretariat.
It was a bit of a struggle on part of the Lakshadweep MP, because he almost escaped the dragnet. He took the stay. The assembly election was delayed, but the restoration took time. You see, he had to go to the higher court to get the reprieve. So Lok Sabha Secretariat on its own was not accommodating the Lakshadweep MP. So it was a bit of a struggle on the part of Lakshadweep MP to get inside the sanctum sanctorum of Indian democracy. So I think it was a struggle. But it also goes on to say that somehow the government has behaved in a high-handed way. The way automatically they disqualified Rahul Gandhi, eviction notice has been sent under the rule. So automatically he should have been inducted in Lok Sabha. I think it should have happened on its own. Now, this did not happen on its own. He had to go to the court. He had to make sound and fury about it. So I think somewhere it casts a seed of doubt in people that the rules or the legality can be tweaked to favor powers that be. But I would say that Muhammad Faisal is a lucky man that at least in a short period of time, he has been able to get back his membership of Lok Sabha. It's not a small joke. Not only you don't get to contest elections for 8 years, but you also get debarred, and disqualification, not getting to contest elections. It's like losing a social status in politics. So I think it's very, very tough law. And when this law comes into existence, people mark you out. So, you also fight a stigma. But then politicization of crime or criminalization of politics is something we Indians are dealing with. Yesterday we saw conviction of Atiq Ahmed. I'm just giving you an example. It has nothing to do with the Honorable Member of Parliament. It took 44 years for one person to come out and give a statement against this man. Every witness was bumped off. So crime in politics is a problem, but somehow the fear within the opposition parties is that is it getting weaponized against them? But I would say at least there is a deterrence.
Which is exactly what I was going to come to, Kartikeya, because you spoke about those clouds of doubt, which similar clouds of doubt are now looming above Rahul Gandhi. Now the tussle and the struggle that the Lakshadweep MP has had to go through, do you think the Congress is going to weaponize these struggles as well? Something that should have happened automatically. He is now having to move legal institutions for that.
I would say that one need to really recall 1980s, 5 years before Mandal and exactly 6 years after Mandal. you had political parties which openly accommodated criminals. You know, like for example, Samajwadi Party in early 90s accommodated a lot of people with dubious background. Similar thing happened in Bihar. A lot of people say that it is, it's the resurgence of the OBC politics. I would not use the word OBC, but I would say that was a phase in which like people like DP Yadav, Atiq Ahmed was elected to assembly for 4 times. He even became a member of parliament. And look at Shahabuddin's case also. So we had criminals in the parliament, and it was creating problem for our democracy. Look at the issue of Bellari brothers, though that was corruption. But criminals in parliament, people with criminal cases in parliament, even Vijay Mallya was honorable member of Rajya Sabha. He is a fugitive now. I have covered Vijay Mallya. I have seen Vijay Mallya entering parliament in his Maserati, a 2 crore car, and it would very, he would just stand there in gate number 4. So these were the issues. But yes, sometimes people become, I would say, a casualty of it. But I think it's a good law. It's a tough law. At least we know which people will not be able to come in. But in this case, a lot of people said that it was an overreach in context of Mr. Gandhi. You know, defamation globally is a civil case. It's not a criminal case. So now Mr. Faizan is in. It's a big news of the day, but I think the biggest news is the eviction notice which got served to Rahul Gandhi yesterday evening, and the Karnataka polls which are to be announced today. The big gig of the day, Kabir. The big gig.
Absolutely. So much to talk about. Rivalries between main party stalwarts, Aam Aadmi Party's entry in battleground Karnataka. But before that, that eviction notice and Rahul Gandhi, let's not, steer clear from that as well. Joining us in the studio is also my colleague Brijesh Pandey, Executive Editor, Political Affairs. But before that, let's listen into what Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, who actually targeted the Congress Party and Rahul Gandhi particularly earlier in the day. Let's quickly take a look at that.
ने अहंकार के कारण डिस्क्वालीफाई हुए। उन्होंने ओबीसी समाज का जो अपमान किया, उस अपमान को अगर एक कोर्ट ने कॉग्निजेंस लेके एक फैसला किया, तो आज मिस्टर राहुल गांधी कहते हैं कि वो कोर्ट ही गलत है। मिस्टर राहुल गांधी का ये विचार है कि इस देश पे राज करना उनका अधिकार है, उनका जन्मसिद्ध अधिकार है, ऐसा उनका सोचना है। वो एंटाइटलमेंट की राजनीति करते हैं। उनको लगता है कि एक परिवार में पैदा हो गए तो देश पे राज करना उनका जन्मसिद्ध अधिकार बन जाता है। उनको लगता है कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, कोर्ट, पार्लियामेंट, ये सब क्या व्यवस्था है, वो सब इन सब से अपने आप को ऊपर मानते हैं। इस ऊपर मानने के कारण अपने आप को मिस्टर राहुल गांधी सोचते हैं कि वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से भी ऊपर है। क्या संविधान में बनी हुई व्यवस्थाएं, जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस बने हैं, इस देश की डेमोक्रेसी ने बहुत गहराई से सोच समझ के एक पूरे मेथोडिकल वे में जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस बनाए, मिस्टर राहुल गांधी सोचते हैं कि वो उन इंस्टीट्यूशन से ऊपर है। वो सोचते हैं कि कोई भी कोर्ट उनके अगेंस्ट कोई जजमेंट कैसे दे दिया। उनको लगता है कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में अगर सेक्शन आर्टिकल 102 में डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन का प्रावधान है, उनके ऊपर लागू नहीं होना चाहिए। उनको लगता है कि रिप्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ पीपल्स एक्ट के सेक्शन 8(3) में कोई प्रावधान है, उनके ऊपर लागू नहीं होना चाहिए। सब पे लागू हो, मिस्टर राहुल गांधी पे लागू नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि वो एंटाइटलमेंट की फीलिंग के साथ राजनीति में है, क्योंकि वो ये मानते हैं कि देश पे राज करना उनका जन्मसिद्ध अधिकार है, क्योंकि वो मानते हैं कि सारे के सारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस, सारी की सारी डेमोक्रेटिक व्यवस्था, जितने भी इस देश ने बाबा साहेब अम्बेडकर जी के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के तहत इंस्टीट्यूशंस बनाए, वो सारे के सारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस उनसे नीचे हैं। उनका ये मानना है। साथियों, देश में बहुत ही विकट परिस्थिति बनी है। सारे के सारे भ्रष्टाचारी आज एक साथ एकजुट हो गए, एक मंच पे आ गए हैं, और उनका केवल और केवल एक ही ऑब्जेक्टिव है कि इस देश में जो स्वच्छ सरकार है, इस देश में जो एक नया जोश है, इस देश में जो नया मिजाज है, उसको किस तरह से डिरेल करे, किस तरह से फिनिश करे, किस तरह से डिस्टर्ब करे। जो लोग आज अपनी बात को डेमोक्रेसी के अगेंस्ट प्रूव करना चाहते हैं, जो लोग आज करप्शन के आरोप लगा रहे हैं, उनको याद करना चाहिए किस तरह से यूपीए की सरकार में करप्शन का, भ्रष्टाचार का, इंस्टीट्यूशंस को कमजोर करने का बड़ा षड्यंत्र रचा गया था, इस देश को लूटा गया था। जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस की बात करते हैं वो बताएं कि जब देश के प्रधानमंत्री विदेश का दौरा कर रहे थे, उस दौरान एक ऑर्डिनेंस को ओपन प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में फाड़ने से क्या इंस्टीट्यूशंस बनते हैं? ये बहुत एकदम क्लियरली प्रूव करता है कि मिस्टर राहुल गांधी अपने आप को सारे इंस्टीट्यूशन से ऊपर समझते हैं। जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस की बात कर रहे थे वो ये बताएं कि जब संविधान के अनुसार सरकार को चलाने का, गवर्नेंस का एक मॉडल बना हुआ है, एक व्यवस्था बनी हुई है, तब क्या एक पैरेलल पीएमओ बनाना एनएसी के नाम पे, क्या वो इंस्टीट्यूशंस को प्रोटेक्शन की बात थी? तो साथियों, मैं आपके सामने ये रखना चाहता हूं कि मिस्टर राहुल गांधी अपने अहंकार के कारण डिस्क्वालीफाई हुए हैं। मिस्टर राहुल गांधी ओबीसी समाज को जो अपमानित किया उन्होंने, उसको कोर्ट ने कॉग्निजेंस लेके जो फैसला किया, मिस्टर राहुल गांधी सोचते हैं कि वो इन सब कोर्ट से, संविधान से, पार्लियामेंट से, इन सब से ऊपर है। धन्यवाद।
Well, so the BJP training guns on Rahul Gandhi. Meanwhile, as disqualification of Rahul Gandhi takes center stage of the political debate, Lakshadweep NCP MP Muhammad Faisal, he has been reinstated back into the parliament. That suspension has been revoked. Brijesh, give us a sense of how you're understanding at the weird ways of the secretariat with which it's working. On the one hand, hastiness in disqualifying Rahul Gandhi, and on the other hand, a little bit of a delay in reinstating somebody that should have been reinstated a long time back. And let's not forget, the member of parliament already had to move, several legal institutions to make sure that he gets reinstated in the first place.
Well, I think, the haste and the political fallout, Kabir, is crystal clear in front of everybody, because, such a quick automatic disqualification once the lower court's judgment came out, which held him guilty for 2 years in the criminal contempt case. It speaks volumes about the way the law can be weaponized. I can completely understand what the BJP is saying is because the BJP has planned it completely. We were the one who discussed firsthand when this came out that how this is not going to be an attack on Prime Minister and how this is going to be a fight. BJP will take it to the OBC plank, and this is playing out exactly the way we had discussed when this particular news broke out that he has been held guilty of criminal defamation. What is interesting is that the fact that Congress till now has not approached any higher court to seek a stay on the proceedings. This also shows that the Congress has also thought it through, that they will try to portray Rahul Gandhi as a martyr, Rahul Gandhi as someone who has been done wrongly by the BJP. And this is the path which they have taken as we speak, as how the entire thing is being played out. The BJP is very clear in its thought that it feels that if Rahul Gandhi is leading the pack of united opposition, they do not need to fear that much as various regional satraps fighting on and forming their own coalition minus the Gandhi factor. They're not worried about Rahul Gandhi leading the pack. They are in fact more comfortable about that particular scenario, because till now, from 2014 till 2023 as we speak, 2 months before the Karnataka election, they have been very clear that whenever they took on Rahul Gandhi, they have managed to not only win but win handsomely. And this is the reason they are not at all worried about, because had they been worried about, they would have just stopped short of after disqualifying him. They would not send him a message. He would not have got a notice from the real estate wing which asks him to vacate the bungalow within 1 month. Remember, in Maharashtra, when Eknath Shinde won the symbol, the first thing which he said was, when he came on air after while reacting to this development, was he said, like, I'm not concerned about the Sena Bhavan, I'm not concerned about the money. Because he knew what, if he went after that, the kind of message it will send and how it will make Uddhav Thackeray a martyr which will be unbeatable. This time the BJP feels very, very secure in its belief that if they push Rahul Gandhi or the entire opposition to a scenario where Rahul becomes the key guy, the guy to go to, and if the entire opposition get galvanized behind him, the chances of Modi defeating Rahul Gandhi will be much, much better than the chances of BJP taking out a solidified, united opposition sans Rahul Gandhi.
And Kartikeya, we just heard what Ashwini Vaishnav also was talking about not being above the law. Nobody is above the law. Is it a case of a prestige issue where the ruling dispensation of the day feels like Lakshadweep MP is not above the law, but Rahul Gandhi portrays himself as he's above the law?
No, see, there are two different issues. Mr. Faizal was very clear that he wants to get his membership back. So he went to the court. The election got stayed. EC had to act in motion. Then the narrative was that Lok Sabha Secretariat is not automatically taking cognizance that the matter has been stayed at the High Court. So the gentleman had to go to the Supreme Court. So before the hearing, the Lok Sabha Secretariat automatically allowed his admission into Lok Sabha. So Mr. Faizal's objective was clear, which was to get back to Lok Sabha. Now, in case of Mr. Rahul Gandhi, I think it's an issue of strategy. Now, the issue is whether Mr. Gandhi wants to be a martyr, why is that delay, why hasn't the legal luminaries of Congress approached the court. So, I would say that the issue of Rahul Gandhi lies at the level of strategy, which is that they need to decide whether he should be pushed as a martyr one, or Rahul Gandhi should take legal recourse two, or should they wait for some time, let the politics fester, let it become a glue for the opposition, then all of them can go with signatories and approach the higher court, let Rahul Gandhi be the underdog and a victim and a martyr. So in this context, I would say that the delay is happening. But what that delay has led to is the eviction notice from his house. Now, Mr. Gandhi has also responded, our correspondent from TV9 Bharatvash, who covered the beat, they have reported that Rahul Gandhi's office has written back that he would leave the house as per the guidelines within the time. Now, Mr. Gandhi is saying he would leave the house. It means that he is going into something long drawn. He's not looking, I'm just going by the source-based information part of our network. So the source-based information is, he says, I'm going to leave the house within the stipulated time. It tells me a sense of intent of Mr. Gandhi, which means he wants to turn it into a long battle. It means that the Rahul Gandhi will not mind staying out of Lok Sabha, because he understands when he goes to Lok Sabha, he doesn't get to speak. 52 MP don't count for much. They can always shout down MPs. Opposition is not uniting behind him, and he has tasted success at Bharat Jodo Yatra. I'm just trying to put a couple of things together, and he understood that as a person, not a president of the party, not the parliamentary leader of the Congress party, he created a lot of fervor for the Congress. So he maybe has located his mojo, which is like with the people on street, going out. So my understanding is that he would like himself to be out of this orbit and do things like BJY. That is why this delay is taking place, because sometimes we think that these people are confused. No, it's not confusion, it's deliberation. Sometimes we think these politicians are confused. No, maybe they are taking time. Maybe they are seeing something which we don't see. Maybe they are hedging their bets. They lose their bets. They hedge their bets sometimes wrong. But in this case, I think something is happening, or else that statement would not have been sent to Lok Sabha Secretariat that he would vacate the house. It is a signal, and I'm just catching on to the signal in context of the deliberation that must be taking place.
Also, one thing I would like to also add to what you're saying is also that the fact that in case of Pawan Kheda, how swift the Congress was, reached Supreme Court in a minute, and they got a stay.
I was in that flight.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was in that flight.
And they could have easily done that in the case of Rahul Gandhi, but they have not done it till now.
Brijesh, everything happens in politics on spur of a moment.
Absolutely.
Let me take, I think now I can say these things on record. It took 1 minute for 2 people to get down and sit on the tarmac. It's a crime. You don't do that. It's an offense. I will not use the word crime. It's an offense. You don't sit on the tarmac. Once you are inside the aircraft, you don't get to come out till security takes you out.
Right.
Randeep Singh Surjewala came out in a minute, and he was on the floor of the tarmac. There were 2 leaders of the Congress party who didn't come out of who didn't get up from their seat. Former Union Minister and respected Member of Parliament from Delhi, I will not take his name, he continued to sit there. But rest of the party came out. They were ready to court arrest. So, yes, I completely agree with you, Brijesh, that these decisions can be taken quickly. but not taking a decision means that they want to see the reaction. Who gets galvanized, who doesn't get galvanized. Yesterday, on Sharad Pawar's insistence, Mr. Gandhi had to dial down his tone on Savarkar. So I think within the opposition phase, whether it's the Faizan story which we are doing or it's the Rahul Gandhi story which we are doing, there are a lot of things happening simultaneously. There are a lot of moving wheels.
And very interesting thing, Kabir, if I may get 30 seconds. Very interesting thing is that all of it, you know, the Rahul Gandhi being the leader, the entire narration being pushed around him, all the opposition parties, you know, standing behind him. The most important thing is that election which is going to be announced in another, say, 45 minutes and all, that is going to be the biggest test. That is going to be the litmus test which decides which way the Congress goes. If Congress wins Karnataka big, then trust me, Rahul Gandhi will not even want to go back to parliament. They will use that to ensure that the 6 years pendency case gets drawn. But then they would like to go big as far as this narration of Rahul Gandhi as a martyr is concerned. So all depends on Karnataka.
Absolutely, because BJP is going to fight for its southern bastion, and at the other end, we're going to have to look at if Karnataka can be the right kind of launch pad for Congress as his campaign in the run-up to the 2024 polls as well. It is one of BJP's prized states that is going to poll. Let's not forget, Karnataka is the state where BJP broke the southern jinx. However, with an aggressive Congress, BJP is trying to retain its southern edge. Can Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai beat the anti-incumbency factor and retain Karnataka for the Saffron Party? And when it comes to the Congress, can Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar sink their rivalry and put up a united front? However, both the national parties will have to contend that JDS and its regional agenda is no pushover. Another interesting political entrant is the Aam Aadmi Party, who is trying to make its presence felt in the battle of the giants as well. Some political reactions, let's quickly take a look at those.
कर्नाटक बीजेपी के प्रभारी अरुण सिंह हमारे साथ हैं। सर, कर्नाटक चुनाव की तारीखों का ऐलान होने जा रहा है, क्या तैयारी है बीजेपी की?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बहुत पहले से चुनाव की पूरी तैयारी है। हमने बूथ विजय अभियान भी किया, उसके साथ साथ विजय संकल्प अभियान और विजय संकल्प यात्रा का भी पूरे कर्नाटक में जो सफलतापूर्वक कार्यक्रम हुआ है, हमारी पूरी तैयारी है। संगठन के स्तर पे भी तैयारी है और राजनीतिक रूप से भी तैयारी है, और केंद्र और प्रदेश सरकार की उपलब्धियां वह भी जन जन तक पहुंचाने का काम किया है। अवश्य रूप से भारतीय जनता पार्टी की पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार बनने जा रही है।
लेकिन ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि बीजेपी में कर्नाटक में बड़ी गुटबाजी है।
अगर गुटबाजी देखना हो तो कांग्रेस में देखना हो। सिद्धरमैया और डीके शिवकुमार में जिस प्रकार से गुटबाजी है, एक दूसरे को देखना पसंद नहीं करते। और तीसरा वहाँ के अभी कांग्रेस के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष एक तीसरा गुट बन गया। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक यूनिट, एक मत से केवल और केवल सबने संकल्पित के साथ कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को फिर से वहाँ पे पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार बनानी है और कमल फिर से खिलाना है, यह स्पष्ट है।
तैयारी तो कांग्रेस की कह रही है कि बीजेपी को सत्ता से बाहर करेगी।
पिछले 4 महीने से कांग्रेस कहीं भी जमीनी स्तर पे नहीं है, केवल और केवल आपसी में इधर उधर समझौते में लगे हुए एक दूसरे को पटाने में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जमीनी स्तर पे काम कर रही है, और कर्नाटक में भी जाके बात करेंगे तो भी वो यही कहेंगे कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जो तैयारी है उसके आगे कांग्रेस कहीं भी नहीं टिकती।
Party and government both are ready for elections, and we are waiting for Election Commission to announce the dates, and as per that our future programs will be set. Preparations are already underway, and for last 4 months we had several programs from booth level to Sankalpa Yatre, Vijay Sankalpa Yatre, and lot of response is there. And we are sure to come back to power with thumping majority.
Campaigning strategy give the boost.
Yeah, campaigning. See, we have met several times. We already started it, and further it will be speeded up.
They took their own time for the Prime Minister, Home Minister come to do and give advertisement to all the media with a lot of advertisement. Ever in the history of Indian politics, such money was not been spent for any advertisement, but they have done. But it is their prerogative and their this one. We are
Congress is prepared for this, sir.
Congress is well prepared for it. We have already cleared 124 names, and still almost 50% we have just discussed in length. And I think tomorrow we are having a screening committee. We will take a call on it. This election will be a development-oriented election. This election will be for a corruption-free state, and this election will be a model because the corruption is on the peak, and Modi encouraged corruption and he did not open his mouth. He did not take any action on his party leaders, and he has been promoting himself only for the sake of party. He is compromising a lot of corruption activities. We never expected.
कर्नाटक में ये मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ, ये वहाँ की जनता कर रही है। 40% कमीशन भ्रष्टाचार की कहानी। मुख्यमंत्री को बदल नहीं सकते क्योंकि जोड़ तोड़ करके भ्रष्टाचार ढंग से सरकार बनाई गई है। वहां जिस दिन चुनाव होंगे 40% कमीशन लेने वाली सरकार का पतन तो सुनिश्चित है। हमारे सोनिया जी के नेतृत्व में, राहुल जी के नेतृत्व में, हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे के 52 सालों के राजनीतिक संघर्ष जो स्वयं कर्नाटक से आते हैं, उनके बूते पर, कर्नाटक के कार्यकर्ताओं के बूते पर, कर्नाटक के स्थानीय कांग्रेस के बूते पर हम 2/3 बहुमत के साथ सरकार बनाएंगे। जहां तक चुनाव की तिथि की घोषणा का सवाल है, जब तक न हो जाए उस पर मैं कोई प्रतिक्रिया नहीं व्यक्त करना चाहता। जब हो जाएगी तो हम विधिवत उस पर अपनी प्रतिक्रिया देंगे।
Well, so political reactions coming from across the spectrum. Minutes from now, that particular Election Commission press conference will lay it clear on the table, because the poll bugle for Battleground Karnataka is going to be sounded. Some 5.19 crore voters, out of which more than half are going to be women, some 18 lakh first-time voters as well. Both the parties at stake here, the Congress and the BJP, of course the JDS also in the fray, have this target of 150 seats. What do you think, to the both of you, who's better equipped to reach and attain that particular target, 150 seats?
I think, BJP has created a new campaign model after 2014 where they would give a target like 140 plus, 300 plus, 250 plus. It keeps the morale of the workers high, it keeps the morale of the leaders high. So that's okay in context of what BJP is trying to do. But this election is very, very different for one reason. Last time, for the first time, the BJP issued a separate manifesto for Bengaluru. Then the Congress also came out with a separate manifesto for Bengaluru. Generally, you have in state elections, you don't have two manifestos. But then Bengaluru and obviously in Maharashtra, Mumbai, these are the areas where there's multiple urban small constituencies. There are 48 constituencies. So if you sweep 30 out of 48, it's a big chunk in Karnataka. So greater Bengaluru makes a lot of difference to the fortune of any political party. So that is one. Second thing I'm interested in, what AAP is going to do in Karnataka. The third thing for me is the Voka-Ligga factor. Because Voka-Liggas are spread across southern Karnataka, but they have a presence in northern Karnataka also. BJP has done away with Muslim reservation and distributed the reservation equally to Voka-Ligga and Lingayat. So it was very, very clear for the first time they don't want to be projected as a Lingayat-backed party. They want to spread their base in southern Karnataka, which is Chikmagalur, Old Mysore region. BJP was primarily a party of North Karnataka, and the second base they had was in Udupi, the coastal belt, where primary mobilization from Ram Janambhoomi, Ayodhya took place from the south. I think the stakes are high for Bharatiya Janata Party for one reason, that Karnataka is the only state where they could make a headway in 2007 in the south. After that, no other state. For Congress, it is important because they have no other powerful state. Congress was part of a coalition. They lost it to Bharatiya Janata Party. The same thing had happened in Maharashtra. So it's a snatched away state. So in case they get the state on their own, it is going to create confidence in the cadre of the Congress party that at least they have a chance to fight. Because it's not one election. We are looking at Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Mizoram, and then we have Telangana at the end of this year, because last time around KCR was very smart. Perhaps he understood that there is a Modi wave. So he preponed the assembly elections, because Telangana elections or Andhra elections or Odisha elections used to be with Lok Sabha. He preponed it. and he came back with a good majority. So that election is also there. So it is very important. If they lose Karnataka, they will lose momentum in Telangana, Bharatiya Janata Party.
Rajesh, also, it could be what we're learning from our sources also, it could be a multiple phased election as well, not just a single phase election. How will that impact the chances of all the parties in the fray?
Well, I think, that gives the ruling party a chance to recalibrate their position going based on the kind of voting that has taken place, because, all these political parties, they have their cadre on the ground, and, we all keep glued to the exit polls, but the political parties' exit poll kind of tells them, which way the wind is blowing. So two-phase gives them a breathing space to recalibrate their position, to come up with something new which they feel would allure voters their way.
Vijay, can I ask you a question? We had Prime Minister and we had Yedurappa there in the visual. Though he looks very a political figure given into Prime Minister Modi, but when he rebelled, he took 10% of the vote. What will be the relationship of Yedurappa with BJP in this election? Will he work for his son's accommodation, or can he spring a surprise, Yedurappa?
Well, I think, he'll work for his son's accommodation. If that doesn't happen, then I think the BJP will be on a slightly sticky wicket. Because, usually, from 2013 onwards, you would not see Prime Minister Narendra Modi doing this as to what he is doing right now with Yedurappa, because there was...
Well, Karthikeya, at the same time, Yedurappa, he's certainly not out. Ever since he stepped down, considering those graft allegations as well, it seems like he hasn't hung up his boots or is planning to do anytime soon.
He may not have hung up his boots and all, but if you analyze these visuals, this clearly displays that whether he's hung up his boots or not, he remains a very, very key player.
He's the tallest leader. Yedurappa is one of the tallest leaders in Karnataka. One, you look at the body language. And I think you can give it to the Prime Minister. When Prime Minister needs a thing, he goes for it. Before Uttar Pradesh elections, there were a lot of talks that Yogi Adityanath and Prime Minister are not in same page on talking to. 2 photographs were tweeted as if there was a bonhomie. So these photographs are to give the message that everyone is on the same page. Yedurappa is not of an RSS stock, please understand. Both Yedurappa and Siddaramaiah comes from the old socialist politics of Karnataka. They, once upon a time, they worked closely with Deve Gowda. They quit because Deve Gowda only wanted his son to be the chief minister. So first there was exit of Yedurappa, and then there was exit of Siddaramaiah. They are the old socialist leaders with strong inter-caste backing. They are just not caste leaders. Yedurappa is respected across caste. He's a Lingayat leader, but he has the capacity to bring in long Lingayat vote. So is the case of Siddaramaiah. He represents his caste, but then he has built something called Ahinda in Karnataka, which is extremely backward caste, which is Muslims, which is tribal and scheduled caste. So these two leaders have a capacity to create caste coalition. True. Unlike North Indian leaders, who Charan Singh was a farmer leader, multiple castes operated under him. But every leader after Charan Singh turned into a caste leader. Nitish Kumar represents Kurmi. Chaudhary Charan Singh's son represented the Jat constituency. Mulayam Singh became a Yadav leader. So these two, maybe I wouldn't use the word the last old men of Indian politics, but they represent a different stock of Indian politics, old stock.
So Brijesh, the Yedurappa factor is very much in play when we're looking at Karnataka.
See, I can sum it up in one line that, Yedurappa may not win election for you, may not get you an absolute majority, but he can sure destroy your election campaign and the state for you. That is the reason why Yedurappa is in much in demand. And very rarely in North India we see any particular leader being placated to that level. Though I agree with Karthikeya, when he says that how they go to the brass tacks. If you remember, in Himachal Pradesh, a rebel candidate got a call from none other than Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself. So this shows the level of planning, the level to which they can go to ensure that the party wins a state election. And this is the reason why, you know, all this bonhomie which was displayed with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, along with Yedurappa, you know, giving him that much honor, respect, and sending a message across that, you know, Yedurappa remains the tallest leader of the state of Karnataka, because he knows and understands what a miffed Yedurappa can do to BJP. Now, coming to the first question, which is for which party this state is important. You know, it's very crucial for the BJP to win this state, but it is very crucial plus 100 for the Congress to win this state, because if they don't win the state, it's not that they're going to lose one state. If they don't win the state, the entire build-up to Rahul Gandhi as a martyr gets dented and dented brutally. If they don't win the state, then the start fizzles out. All the talk of Bharat Jodo Yatra being a catalyst, or like, you know, revving up things in favor of Rahul Gandhi, it all gets destroyed. So I think for the Congress, if I may say so, it's a do or die battle. If they win, then you see there'll be spring in the step of Congress cadre. You win a big important political state for the Congress, and more than that, you know, when it comes to Telangana, Congress will be much more better position to aim for, and more importantly, there'll be much more acceptance of Rahul Gandhi leadership post a handsome victory in Karnataka than situation right now. Aam Aadmi Party's entry may queer, may not queer. I don't know how much significance they have.
The Election Commission press conference is going to begin, and we'll have to take a look at what the dates are. Let's cut right across to it.
Election Commissioners, Shri Ajay Bhadu, Mr. R.K. Gupta, and I'm DG Media, Shefali Sharan. Sir, I would request you to kindly make your opening statement, and thereafter the floor would be open for their questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Shefali ji. Honorable Election Commissioner Shri Anup Chand Pandey ji on my right, and Shri Arun Goel ji on my left, senior officers, DCs of the Commission, friends from media present here. First of all, very good morning. We have gathered here to announce the schedule for the Karnataka election and the by-elections. You may recall that after the successful and peaceful conduct of elections in the 3 states of the Northeast, just early this year, it is now time to move to the southern part of the country. What a stark difference in terms of geography, culture, and varied challenges that we have in 2 different sets of states where we are doing the elections. The challenges in Northeast were very different than what we have in Karnataka. But what remains consistent and constant is our commitment to deliver a free, fair, transparent, and inducement-free election. So be it Northeast, South, across the length and breadth of the country, we are committed to do it. And you may recall that the challenges in the recently held elections were more in terms of controlling the violence, handling the tough topography, making the logistical arrangements, making machines move, the electoral machinery move, whereas in Karnataka, the challenges are of different nature, which I will elaborate. Well, you eagerly must be waiting for the schedule straightway, but just give me 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes to tell you the basics profiling. The term of Karnataka Legislative Assembly is till 24th of May 2023. So we have to complete the entire process before that. There are 224 assembly constituencies, of which 36 are reserved for the SCs and 15 are reserved for the STs. Let me just also tell you the electors' profile in the state, because a healthy electoral roll is a prerequisite and a foundation for any election activity and an exercise. Total electors in the states are 5.21 crores, of which male electors are 2.62 and female electors are around 2.59, almost equal. And during the SSR exercise which we completed, the Commission laid special emphasis on the, as I have been repeatedly saying, on the inclusive part of the electoral roll and also the human part of the electoral roll. What does it entail? It means we laid special emphasis on registration of new age voters between 18 to 19 years, women, transgenders, persons with disabilities, and also in Karnataka on the particularly vulnerable tribal groups, who are the disadvantaged groups. If you look at any human development indices, the particularly vulnerable tribal groups are the one who are at the lowest of the ladder. So we said we'll have a special outreach. I'll touch on that in one of the slides. The role-gender ratio in the state stands at 988, which is very healthy. And the copies of the electoral rolls, including the process by which it was prepared, have all been shared with the political parties. And the involvement was at every stage. So friends, senior citizens and PWDs, as we have been putting a special emphasis on this part, and it's important in case of Karnataka because it will happen first time in Karnataka. The total number of 80 plus electors is 12.15 lakhs. So you would see that it's an increase of 32% from the 2018. And they also includes 16,976 proud electors who are 100 plus. We'll be having a special outreach for all of them. The persons with disabilities, as you would see, a sharp increase because of our focus, has increased to 5.55 lakhs. This is an increase of close to 150% over 2018. And you may ask me how it has happened. It's the social justice departments of the states give scholarships to various persons with disabilities. We also collected data from them so that, we can have an outreach. We can go to their houses and have a special outreach to persuade them, to facilitate them to become our voters. And this is the result of that. And through your medium, we would like to welcome them, pay our gratitudes to all the senior citizens and the persons with disabilities, transgenders, to please come and participate with all vigor in the election, and we are having a special attempt for that, which includes that for the first time, this facility for voting from home would be available in Karnataka to the 80 plus voters and also to the persons with disabilities. It has been a very successful and very reassuring and very happy experience for all of us in the Commission. To just report through you, in recently 5 state elections which we have had recently, Himachal, Gujarat, Tripura, Meghalaya and Nagaland, over 73,200 persons with disabilities and 80 plus senior citizens, we have been able to go to their house and take their votes. I mean, for one vote, 3 to 4 persons go. All the political parties are informed, it's videographed so that secrecy is not compromised. But it is worth the effort. It puts a pressure on the administration, on the already strained administration during the elections. But फिर भी इसमें जाना, वोट को लेना घर से सीनियर सिटीजन्स और पीडब्ल्यूडीज का एक बहुत ही सुखद अनुभूति है और इसको हम आने वाले इलेक्शंस में और इसमें लगातार सुदृढ़ करते रहेंगे. So coming to the inclusive elections and connecting with the youth, which is very critical in case of all the elections, but more so in Karnataka and in terms of youth and urban. Coming to the inclusive elections and connecting with the youth, which is very critical in case of all the elections, but more so in Karnataka and in terms of youth and urban. I'll tell you how. So the first time voters in Karnataka, because of our special effort as I just mentioned, has increased from 18 to 19 by 9. We have been able to get more and more girls in the age of 18 to 19 registered in our electoral rolls. So it's far more gender sensitive now. And all young voters who are turning 18 years by 1st of April 2023 will be able to vote in this forthcoming election. So this again, आपके माध्यम से मैं इसको फिर से बताना चाहता हूँ. कमीशन के एफर्ट से 4 क्वालिफाइंग डेट्स का अमेंडमेंट लॉ में हुआ था. कि हर क्वार्टर की फर्स्ट डेट, तो हमने एडवांस में एप्लीकेशन जो लेने का प्रोसेस शुरू किया, उसमें 1 अप्रैल को जो लोग 18 ईयर्स के होने वाले हैं उनकी पिटीशन हमारे पास पहले से आके रखी हैं, और वो भी लोग 41,000 ऐसे हैं जो बिकॉज ऑफ दिस चेंज इन अमेंडमेंट वुड बी एबल टू कास्ट देयर वोट, अदरवाइज दे वुड हैव टू वेट, they would have waited for the next year 1st of January to become eligible. So this is the power of that amendment which we I've just wanted to tell you. And youth participation in the electoral process, as you know, brings in the required energy and rhythm, yielding to a more vibrant and argumentative electoral process, participative electoral process, which is again a very healthy sign for the democracy. And as our National Voters Day theme was, there is nothing like voting. So this is what we are popularizing amongst the youth, and through you also requesting that they, when we have taken so much of effort to make them voters, let them also respond by coming to the polling stations on the date which we'll announce now. Coming to the particularly vulnerable tribal groups, as are again a human face and an inclusive agenda for the electoral rolls. The purity and the inclusiveness and the health of electoral rolls is one of the focus of the Commission, more so this year. So there are 2 PVTGs in Karnataka, Jhenukurba and Koraga tribes. And the total population is 46,852 and 18 plus is 30,507. And you would be happy to know that we have been able to enroll 100%. Primitive, these 2 PVTGs. और इनके लिए 40 एथनिक बूथ भी हम बना रहे हैं, ताकि वो अपने वैल्यू में, अपने तरीके से, they feel happy participating in our elections. Similarly for transgenders, total transgenders in the state as per the records of the department concerned is 42,756, and we have been able to enroll through our outreach in our process 41,312, which is again almost complete. कुछ ऐसे भी लोग हैं जो अपने आप को इलेक्टरल रोल में एज ट्रांसजेंडर मार्क नहीं कराना चाहते. हमारी उनसे अपील है कि अगर ऐसे कुछ लोग छूट गए तो जिस फॉर्म में, जिस सेंसिटिविटीज के साथ वो अपने आप को अटैच मार्क कराना चाहते हैं, हम उसमें एक कदम उनसे आगे बढ़ के उनकी मदद करेंगे और उनको ऐड करेंगे. नाउ आफ्टर वोटर्स, टू गिव यू ए फील एंड ए ओवरव्यू ऑफ द पोलिंग स्टेशंस, there are 58,282 polling stations in the state of Karnataka, of which 20,866 are urban. And I'll tell you what special efforts are required for these urban area per polling stations. Average electors per polling stations comes to 883, and we'll be doing as usual the 50% webcasting, which comes to 29,140. On all these sensitive booths which have been identified, we take 4 or 5 measures. Either there would be a CAPF, or there would be webcasting, or there would be a micro-observer. It's a combination, and cumulatively, through a combination of all of this, we tend to put more vigor and vigil on the sensitive booths. For enhanced voter experience, how do we ensure that voters feel happy, want to come to the booth and take part in the festival of democracy? There would be close to 1,320 polling stations which would be managed exclusively by the women. ये भी उनके हर इलेक्शन में हम कर रहे हैं, उनके एक एम्पावरमेंट का भी पार्ट है. There is a feeling that yes, we can do it, and election exercises in the even remote places, there were booths in the recently held elections which were all managed by the women, including the security personnel. और इसी तरीके से 240 पोलिंग स्टेशंस वुड बी मॉडल पोलिंग स्टेशंस, जिसमें इको फ्रेंडली और ग्रीन बूथ्स उनको बनाएंगे. और ये भी एक नया प्रयास शुरू किया है कि जब यूथ नहीं आते हैं वोटिंग में, तो हम पोलिंग स्टेशंस को भी अपने यूथ जो एम्प्लॉयज हैं उनसे मैनेज करें. तो जो भी यंगेस्ट एम्प्लॉयज़ हैं, जिस डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जो भी अपॉइंटमेंट्स रिसेंट हुए हैं, उन्हीं को ट्रेन करके उनको भी एम्पावर कर रहे हैं। तो इसलिए 224 such booths would be set up, which would be managed by only the youngest possible the employees of the government, and 100 booths would be managed purely by the persons with disability. We have started another attempt from the last 3 elections, which is an ongoing effort, that we want to make now the availability of AMF almost permanent in all these schools. And here in Karnataka, we are progressing quite well. As you would see on the slide, we are almost 98, 97% in terms of all the parameters, which are ramps, toilets, electricity. I'm sure that, and hopefully, in this election, the time is still there, till the elections polling stations are prepared. Whatever 1 or 2% in each category is left, we have emphasized to the state government, for which we have got a quite firm assurance that they will try and convert 100% facilities in all these schools on a permanent basis. And if this happens, which I'm sure, which we are all sure would happen, that's a goal to aspire for the elections coming during the current years, in the later this year, and also the general election. So friends, now coming to the urban apathy. This is one area, as I said, that in Karnataka the areas of concerns would be different. So urban apathy is one, and money power is another, which will come to after this. So in urban apathy, the total voter turnout in the state is 72.4 in 2018. Against this, as you know, the overall country, if you look at the 2019 general elections, तो जो 20 टॉप के कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज हैं जिनमें सबसे कम वोटिंग हुई, उनमें से 9 अर्बन एरिया में, इसके नाम यहाँ दिए हैं, मैं ज़्यादा नहीं पढ़ना चाहता, but they are in the top 20. And if you look at the Karnataka, तो जहाँ 72% वोटिंग है, वहाँ बेंगलोर के साउथ, नॉर्थ, सेंट्रल और बंगलौर में वो वोटिंग काफ़ी कम है. 57, 51, 53, 55, 57 as against 72. And another disturbing trend is that it is reducing even from the earlier election, 2013 election. It was even more in 2013. It is reduced in 2018. So when we went there, we did call a large number of universities, students, and talk to them. And then we also decided that in addition to the awareness activities like the electoral literacy clubs and the voluntary action forums, we'll also do because the Karnataka and Bangalore happens to be the knowledge city and the IT city of the country. So why don't we take advantage of their expertise? So we requested the IT sector, and through you we want to thank that IASC came forward, and they are doing an electhon. Instead of hackathon, we are saying it electhon. For what? They say, we are saying that how to enhance the participation of urban and youth. Can we technologically connect to them more? Can we do outreach in a different way? And how to ensure the registration of new voters more and more? We don't have to work so hard. Is there a problem with our software? Is there a way we can motivate them to do it? How can, from the universities, or from the colleges, schools rather, from the 12th, almost everybody becomes 18. 12 years, 12th class when you pass plus 5 if you add, so mostly 17, 17 and a half and 18. तो आप वोट तो देना शुरू कर रहे हैं, बट आपको एक कमिटमेंट की जरूरत है. तो इस इलेक्थॉन में हमने ये भी रखा है कि डिवाइस ए सॉल्यूशन दैट हाउ कैन इट बूस्ट वोटर टर्नआउट ऑन द इलेक्शन डे. और उसका भी एक मेथड हमने और अपनाया, वो भी आपको मैं अभी आगे बताऊंगा. ये कितनी इंस्टीट्यूट्स हमारे साथ इसमें जुड़ गई हैं. इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ साइंस, large number of startups, large number of IT professionals. So we are thankful to all of them. And 47% have added on working on how to do the registration free. Some are working easily. Some are working with us on how to make the youth turn out on the day of election. So this result we will again share with everybody when it comes, the solutions when they are given, and जो आने वाले इलेक्शन से उसके लिए हम लोग समझते हैं कि ये एक हमें ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी या ऐसी आउटरीच बताएगा जो उनकी समझ में आती है, बिकॉज इट्स ए प्लेस where you have most of the educated youth and the urban areas. As regards the candidates, you are all aware, just to repeat the same thing, the know your candidate and the affidavits, all this are available on through the technology. Knowing the candidate is possible through the Know Your Candidate application. And for political parties, these applications are helping them to file the nominations online and to also apply for the entitlements which they have in terms of passes or in terms of booking the grounds for the election rallies, etc. And it is all strictly, everyone has been instructed to follow first in, first out principle. जिसने पहले अप्लाई किया उसका डिजिटल ट्रेल उसमें रहेगा, ऐसा नहीं कि अप्लाई एक पार्टी ने किया और आपने दूसरी पार्टी को जगह दे दी, नहीं, इट इज ए फेयर एंड लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड विच दे हैव टू एंश्योर. सी विजिल ऐप की काफी प्रचार कर्नाटका के इलेक्शन में किया है, बिकॉज ये वहाँ बहुत रिलेवेंट है, बिकॉज व्हाट न्यू चैलेंज वी फाउंड इन कर्नाटका इज इन एडिशन टू द यूथ एंड अर्बन एपैथी इज द मनी पावर. So this is being popularized a lot, and I'll share with you even before MCC what had happened. MCC will come in force from today, but when we went there, I'll show you, just because of our sincerity on this subject and telling the district officials and enforcement agencies what is the result. I'll show you that. So before coming to that, just to narrate that in recently held elections, total number of polling stations are given here, and there was no repolling. So we want to carry forward this trend: no violence, no repolling, and no और EVM भी बच गई, उनको भी गाली वाली ज़्यादा नहीं पड़ी. So मतलब उसी चीज़ को आगे बढ़ाने हुए हमने वहाँ काफ़ी कोशिश की है कि जितने भी पोलिंग स्टेशंस हैं उनमें आप ऐसे प्रोसेसेस को अपनाएंगे, डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट्स आर ऑन द जॉब, दैट दे मेक द एक्सपीरियंस फॉर द वोटर वेरी गुड, so that they are encouraged to come. And some are working even on applications where if we can tell in advance the queue, so that you can plan your visit to the polling station and avoid standing on the thing. This is also a work in progress. The seizures in these 5 elections, just to tell you the kind of rigor and emphasis जो elections को inducement free कराने में किया जा रहा है. 5 elections जो अभी होके चुके हैं उनमें 18 और 17 में जो इससे पहले हुए थे, 43 करोड़ के अगेंस्ट में 1028 करोड़ का सीजर था. एंड इसमें ड्रग सीजर्स, बिकॉज वी आर सेइंग लिकर, ड्रग, मनी, फ्रीबीज एंड ड्रग इन पर्टिकुलर, बिकॉज वो पूरी की पूरी सोसाइटी को और बच्चों को खराब करने की उनमें क्षमता है. सो all enforcement agencies, we have said that there is a absolute strict vigil you have to have on movement of any kind of material which can induce the elections, and fairly. And I'll show you what has happened. We are strengthening our teams in Karnataka to curb the misuse of money power. From 1,900 in 2018, we are increasing to 2,400. These are the teams which will have the sensitive constituencies, expenditure observers were increasing, assistant observers, flying squads, and all to put extra pressure and make it clear to all political parties and candidates that money power they have to just zero tolerance, which we are showing from our sides. And just to tell you that the state has 19 districts, total 171 interstate checkposts are being operationalized for this purpose, where Excise Department, Commercial Tax Department, Police Department, and even the Forest Department in areas where the forests are there and there are checkposts. They may not be the highways or the state ways, but there are the points of entry. All places there would be a strict vigil. And nudging towards ethical elections, there are exercises which are being done, the awareness which is being done, say for instance, this is by the Commercial Department. And just to tell you, it's another, when we talked about it, in Nagaland, from civil society, there were groups formed in the villages, and villagers came out resisting anybody who was trying to bribe the voters in the villages. I'm repeating it here just to encourage and thank those citizens who have helped us in curbing the menace of money power. And you see, we have directed all the enforcement agencies, which include the state police, state excise, narcotics, coast guards, ED, airport authorities, state level committees, bankers committee. What is their role, just in brief? जितने airports हैं वहाँ और जितने landing airstrips हैं, even choppers, they will all landings will be checked, so that there is no way that they can be used for movement of any kind of what you call the money or something. इसी तरह से जो checkposts or special highways which have been identified, and godowns which are in under the Commercial Taxes Department, warehouses, liquor, all have been mapped, so that there is no increase or a trend of goods coming there. Similarly for freebies, eBay bills are being checked to see in any particular district if there is an increase of the material getting entry to those particular districts. SLBC, we have also requested all the banks, directed them actually, that no movement of the vans which carry cash to fill the ATMs will happen during the late hours, so that they cannot be used. At times, such vans are used for carrying cash. All that has been stopped. In terms of what happened in Karnataka after our last visit, which was, see just some pictures. Even MCC has not come into force. And this is across the parties. Freebies, cash, liquor, all that have been started already having been seized. And it is already crossed almost what was seized during the elections last time. And I want to thank the district administration and enforcement agencies on this, because having by and large tackled the issue of muscle power in the elections, this is now the focus and the time that we handle the money power also. And before MCC comes into being, because हमने उनको यही कहा कि MCC का मुहूर्त क्यों देखना है? आपके पास तो सेक्शंस हैं आईपीसी की. अगर कोई भी ब्राइब के लिए, वोटर्स को इंड्यूस करने के लिए अगर अभी से सामान लेके आ रहा है, उस पर कैंडिडेट का नाम लिखा हुआ है बैग के ऊपर, कुकर के ऊपर रखे हुए हैं ये गोडाउन, इसमें देखिए आप, लिखे हुए हैं, नाम भी लिखे हुए हैं, तो उसको सीज करके उस पर क्रिमिनल केस करने के लिए एमसीसी की जरूरत क्यों है? एंड थैंकफुली ऑल ऑफ देम हैव रिस्पोंडेड, एंड वी आर श्योर दैट दिस विल पीक नाउ. एंड अगेन थ्रू योर मीडियम वी वांट टू से दैट citizens also help us by using C-Vigil more and more, and it is our guarantee that in 100 minutes we will not only reach there, we will also report back saying as to what had happened. So friends, now coming to what you have been waiting for. The schedule for the Karnataka Assembly elections for 2023 would be like this. The Gazette notification would be issued on 13th of April. Last date of making nominations would be 20th of April. Date of scrutiny would be 21st April 2023. After that, the withdrawal of the candidature can be up to 24th of April. The polling will take place on 10th of 5 in single phase, and day of counting would be 13th of May. So this is the schedule for the Karnataka elections. There are also some by-elections which are due in the country in various legislative assemblies and parliamentary constituents. So we are simultaneously announcing the by-elections also. So the by-elections will take place for the assembly in Odisha, Jharsuguda, in UP, in Suar, UPAC 34, 395 Chanabe in UP, Soyong in Meghalaya in 23, and also in the parliamentary constituency number 4 in Jalandhar. So this will fill up all our vacancies till February 2023. So this is the schedule, and I once again, before ending, through the friends from media, I want to appeal to all the voters of Karnataka, young, urban areas, rural area, PBTGs, women, transgender, PWDs, senior citizens, to please come forward and take part in the Festival of Democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We'll now be able to take questions. राइट से शुरू करते हैं, नीरज.
हेलो सर, नीरज हूँ न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया से। कर्नाटक विधानसभा चुनाव की घोषणा आपने कर दी एक चरण में, और कई बाई इलेक्शन की भी घोषणा की है। वायनाड लोकसभा उपचुनाव, वायनाड सीट भी खाली हो गई है। चुनाव आयोग को जानकारी लोकसभा सचिवालय की तरफ से भेज दी गई है। वहां उपचुनाव की घोषणा आज आपने नहीं की है, आने वाले दिनों में करेंगे या कोर्ट की कार्रवाई का इंतजार करेंगे, क्योंकि 30 दिन का वक्त राहुल गांधी को मिला है।
Another question here. आपने ब्रह्म प्रकाश आपने
सर, ब्रह्म प्रकाश दुबे हूँ जी न्यूज़ से। मेरा सवाल ये है कि आमतौर पर वोटिंग के दौरान जो मैंने देखा है कवरेज के दौरान दिक्कत होती है कि लोगों के पास कई बार इलेक्शन आई कार्ड होता है लेकिन वोटिंग लिस्ट से उनका नाम गायब होता है। ऐसे कई इंसिडेंट्स होते हैं। तो इन चुनाव के दौरान उन लोगों के लिए किस तरह से व्यवस्था होगी कि कई लोग कहते हैं कि हमारा नाम कटवा दिया।
And well, that's the latest that we're picking up at this point in time. The dates have been announced by the Election Commission of India.
The opposition parties have come together and they've alleged that they're going to take up the issue of EVM tampering and EVM frauds. What is the response from the Commission on this? Because they're saying that their questions have so far not been answered.
पूनम आपने
नमस्कार, मैं पूनम हूँ अमर उजाला से। सर, मेरा प्रश्न है, आप लोग इतना प्रयास कर रहे हैं लेकिन पिछले चुनाव में भी जो शहरी मतदाता हैं उनकी उदासीनता कम होने का नाम नहीं ले रही है। इस मर्तबा कर्नाटक चुनाव में इसकी पुनरावृत्ति ना हो, इसको लेकर क्या प्रयास किए गए हैं?
पहला प्रश्न लेता हूं मैं, जो इलेक्शन आई कार्ड ना हो तो क्या करेंगे वोटर्स। तो पहली बात तो उनको अभी से वोटर किस बूथ में कौन वोटर्स हैं इसकी लिस्ट अभी से अवेलेबल है। एप्लीकेशन है हमारा, उसमें वो अभी से अपना नाम और पोलिंग स्टेशन चेक कर सकते हैं। तो ये तो पहली बात है। सो इट्स बेटर टू चेक इन एडवांस। और अगर किसी वजह से अभी नाम नहीं है तो वो नाम भी अभी ऐड हो सकता है। वो नाम भी नॉमिनेशन के दिन तक लास्ट डे ऑफ नॉमिनेशन तक अभी भी नाम ऐड हो सकता है, विच इन दिस केस इज 20 अप्रैल। तो 20 अप्रैल तक अभी भी नाम ऐड हो सकता है, उन्हें चेक कर लेना चाहिए, ऐड हो जाना चाहिए, और इसके लिए टेक्नोलॉजिकली हमारे ऐप पर भी व्यवस्था है और ARO के पास भी व्यवस्था है और पोलिंग स्टेशन वाइज लिस्ट पे। तो ये पहली बात है। दूसरी बात, अगर उनके पास बाई चांस इलेक्शन आई कार्ड नहीं है तो उससे कोई परेशानी की जरूरत नहीं है। देयर आर 15 मोर डॉक्यूमेंट्स विच दे कैन ब्रिंग। उसकी लिस्ट पूरी आज मैंने नहीं दिखाई, मैं अभी उसको ट्वीट करा दूंगा, सबके साथ शेयर हो जाएगी। उसमें ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस है, पासपोर्ट है, राशन कार्ड है, बिजली का बिल है, बहुत सारी चीजें हैं। मोरलेस कोई ना कोई चीज उनके पास होगी ही। तो हमारा पूरा प्रयास होगा कि वो बूथ पर आए और आने के बाद उनको वोटिंग करने के लिए अनेबल किया जाए। क्या था बताइए?
इलेक्शन के दौरान कि उनके पास वोटिंग आईडी कार्ड होता है, लेकिन जब उस पोलिंग बूथ पर जाते हैं तो उनका नाम लिस्ट से गायब होता है, तो वोट नहीं कर पाते। ऐसा मैंने कई बार विधानसभा चुनाव या लोकसभा चुनाव में देखा है। तो उनके लिए क्या मैकेनिज्म?
तो उसके लिए मैंने जो पहला आंसर दिया वो है कि अभी से उस एप्लीकेशन जो हमारी है उस पर जाके, वोटर हेल्पलाइन पे जाके अपना नाम और अपना बूथ नंबर अभी से देख लें, और उसमें भी अभी हमारे पास में ये समय उपलब्ध है। और इन एनी केस उनको कहीं ना कहीं बूथ में नाम तो होगा ही। अगर ये लास्ट टाइम से चेंज भी हुआ है किसी वजह से, तो उसका पब्लिकेशन किया गया है। उनके कैंडिडेट के पास भी लिस्ट है, पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के पास भी लिस्ट है, उनके पास भी टेक्नोलॉजिकली देखने की व्यवस्था है। अर्बन अपैथी के बारे में पूनम जी ने पूछा, तो दो तीन बातें हम कहेंगे कि एक तो ये पूरा एजेंडा अर्बन अपैथी का अब कम से कम मेन डिस्कोर्स में आ गया है। अब आपने ये प्रश्न उठाने शुरू किए हैं और इससे भी जागृति धीरे धीरे नीचे आ रही है। हमने भी थोड़ा ज्यादा बोल्ड होकर वो जगहें जहां पर वोटिंग कम होती है और अर्बन एरिया है, उनका नाम और उनकी जगह दिखानी शुरू की है, विद ओनली एन ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ रिक्वेस्टिंग द वोटर्स ऑफ दोज एरियाज टू प्लीज कम फॉरवर्ड। इसके हम समझते हैं परिणाम सामने आएंगे। जैसे आपको एक उदाहरण अभी बताता हूं, कर्नाटका में ही जो RWAs हैं, उन्होंने एक नया अभियान शुरू किया है, कुछ RWAs ने, कि वो अपने यहां एक इसका अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम चलाएं और अपने अपार्टमेंट्स में रहने वाले लोगों को इस तरीके से मोटिवेट करें कि वो उस दिन आ सकें। सो देयर इज ए फार मोर अवेयरनेस, देयर इज ए criticality attached to it now amongst the youth and also amongst the urban areas. In times to come, we are sure we'll also step up our awareness program. We'll have very targeted, focused sweep and other activities. And आप सबकी मदद से आर्टिकल्स आएंगे, आपकी मदद से ये बातें लिखी जाएंगी, तो लोगों को भी बाहर निकलने का पड़ेगा। हाँ, और एक चीज मैं बताना भूल गया, इसके लिए हमने एक काम और किया है इस बार। जो डेट ऑफ पोल है वो वेडनेसडे को रखी है। ये दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, आई फॉरगॉट टू मेंशन दिस। मंडे होती तो फ्राइडे सैटरडे की छुट्टी के साथ मिलती है, ट्यूसडे होता तो एक दिन की छुट्टी लेने से बाहर जा सकते हैं, 4 दिन की मिलती है। अब वेडनेसडे में तो 2 दिन लेनी पड़ेगी, जो जरा मुश्किल है। सो दिस इज व्हाट वी हैव डन इन कर्नाटका टू कीप इट ऑन वेडनेसडे। सो आई एम श्योर दैट अब उतना लोग शायद नहीं सोएंगे, बाहर तो नहीं जा सकते, अब तो आ जाएंगे, मतलब फिर अपील करेंगे उनसे आपके थ्रू। दीक्षा जी ने ईवीएम के बारे में पूछा, बहुत बार इसका जवाब दिया जा चुका है, दोबारा से और इसको आर्ग्यू करना और इसको बताना मैं नहीं चाहता, एक्सेप्ट द पॉइंट दैट लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था में पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज का एक बहुत ही बड़ा योगदान है, एक बहुत बड़ी महत्ता है उनकी। दे वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट स्टेक होल्डर्स। तो उनका विश्वास हर चीज पे होना हो, ये हमारी भी जिम्मेदारी है। तो हमें जब भी जो बात आपने पूछी वो जब भी हमने भी सुना, लेकिन हमें मिला नहीं है कुछ ऐसा, जब भी मिलेगा हम जरूर कोशिश करेंगे कि उनको हर तरीके से कन्विंस करें। पहले भी करते रहे हैं, अभी भी करेंगे। वैसे बाय द वे, जितने भी अभी तो पिछले 5 इलेक्शन में तो ये मुद्दा आया ही नहीं, 100 वोट से भी कम की मार्जिन थी और लोगों ने खुशी से एक्सेप्ट किया, कैंडिडेट्स ने भी विरोध नहीं किया। और करने की गुंजाइश इसमें दो बातें, एक टेक्नोलॉजिकल बात है, एक प्रोसेस ओरिएंटेड बात है। सो टेक्नोलॉजी चलिए एक तरफ बात करते हैं अभी, बट प्रोसेस, मशीन कहाँ जाएगी, एफएलसी किसके सामने होगी, सिंबल लोडिंग कैंडिडेट्स के सामने होगी, पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के सामने होगी, स्टोरेज उनके सामने होगा, कौन सी मशीन का नंबर क्या है उसकी लिस्ट उनको दी जाएगी, ट्रेनिंग में कौन सी मशीन है ये अवेलेबल रहेगा, वेयर हाउस में आप रह सकते हो ये आपकी छूट रहेगी। तो उस प्रोसेस में अच्छा उसका मोकपोल आपके सामने होगा, वो कमीशन आपके सामने होगी। तो हाउ कैन यू इन एन एंटायर सिस्टम प्रोसेस वाइज रिग एवरीबडी, 5 पोलिंग एजेंट हैं, 4-5 पोलिंग ऑफिसर्स हैं, रैंडमाइजेशन है, मॉक पोलिंग है, उसकी पर्ची निकल रही है, चेक हो रही है। सो फिर भी अगर इसमें किसी को भी कोई डाउट है, वो जब भी हमारे पास आएगा, अभी आया नहीं है, हमने खाली जैसे आप ही ने जब लिखा होगा आप लोगों ने तो हमने पढ़ा था, जब भी आएगा जब जरूर कोशिश करेंगे कि सबको कन्विंस करें, ये हमारी जिम्मेदारी है। और पार्टीज बोल रही हैं तो कुछ जरूर सोच समझ के बोल रही होंगी, उनको हम कन्विंस करने की कोशिश करेंगे। वैसे जितने लोग बोल रहे हैं वो सब किसी न किसी चुनाव में यही वाली ईवीएम्स उनके पक्ष में भी रिजल्ट लगातार देती रही हैं। वो भी लिस्ट है पूरी एक, उसको भी कहेंगे तो आप लोगों के साथ शेयर कर देंगे। आफ्टर लास्ट सो मैनी ईयर्स वो कितनी जगह में परिवर्तन होते रहे। सो दैट्स ऑल। एनी अदर क्वेश्चन? मैं उसका लास्ट में जवाब देता हूँ।
Sir, I'm Suresh Bhuswari from Lokmat. Are you going to review the technicality of EVM?
No. It is perfect, sound, proved, challenged in the court. Court's verdicts are there. Everything is challenged. There is no reason to do it. We are convinced. Still, we will help, explain, outreach, whatever is possible. But मैं जैसे एक उसको अगर एक फ्रेज में कहूं तो परिणाम ही प्रमाण है, उससे बड़ा कुछ नहीं है। इन्वर्टेड कॉमर्स, परिणाम ही प्रमाण है। ठीक है।
Hello sir, this is Ajit from Deccan Herald. There is a complaint in Karnataka that money.
So Rajiv Kumar, the Chief Election Commissioner over there, talking about the particular dates that have been announced. 13 May is when the counting of the votes is going to happen, and 10th May is when Karnataka will vote for its next assembly. Joining me in the studio is my colleague Brijesh Pandey. Brijesh, 13th is going to be the counting of the votes, and 10th is when the state goes for elections. But quite interestingly, the Chief Election Commissioner talking about Wednesday being the date of polling, so that people can encourage their relatives as well to come out and vote. Usually it's a Monday or Tuesday. People plan long weekends. So this time that won't be possible, it seems.
Well, absolutely. This was the best and very wittily explained by the CEC, when he says that the reason why they have kept voting on Wednesdays, usually if it is on, say, a Saturday, Sunday or Monday, people take a couple of days leave and then, they can go on for a long weekend. Wednesday kind of eliminates that possibility, and this is the reason why they have kept it on Wednesday. It's a very laudatory effort. I mean, if it works in increasing the voting percentage, because election is the biggest festival of democracy, and more people should come out and vote. There's no excuse, because later on then you cannot say that things are not working the way you want it to, because you have to participate in democracy to ensure that you have a legit voice. And the second part, I think, Kabir, and the most important point is that there is a deliberation, a couple of days, 4-5 days back at Sharad Pawar's house, of all the opposition parties, where a meeting was held where they spoke about EVM and the possibility of rigging EVM. Now, in 2 short replies, the CEC has kind of virtually put paid to those controversy. He has said that if you go by the process of EVMs, there are due security measures which are put in place, and not one person is in charge of all the security. So it's very clear, and every single data is being shared with the ruling party as well as the opposition party. So chances of that happening is not there. And he also went on to say, that in EVM, the same faulty EVMs, the opposition parties have also won elections. And then when a reporter asked him point blank that are you going to talk about, is there any attempt to rethink on the EVM, he said point blank no. And then he went on to say the parinam hi praman hai. He's saying that the result is validating what the election commission is saying. They're saying a lot of people say a lot of things, but till someone comes to them and explain to them as to why they think or whether they have a solid proof of how the EVM is hackable, technology can be maneuvered in a way to vote for one political party or not. All this is hokum, and the election commission is not going to do anything about it. So these are very important, other than the fact, of course, the one thing which we all were waiting with bated breath, whether election in Karnataka is going to be held on 2 days or is going to be held on single date. The date is out. The date is 10th of May, when which 224 assembly seats will go for polls. Kabir.
Well, absolutely. Joining us also on the broadcast are TV9 network colleagues Bhaskar Hegde and Gautam Shankar. Gautam, we were talking about it could have been a multiple phased election, but that's not how it's panned out. It is going to be a single phase elections. And talk us through what Rajiv Kumar was also talking about, a healthy electoral role that is needed for competition. You've got equal number of men and women that can go to votes. Surprisingly, 60,000 plus voters who are above the age of 100 as well. Special outreach program for them. Urban youth is going to be targeted this time around as well. Some important and crucial seats over there as well. And also with us on the broadcast is Bhaskar Hegde, who's joining us. But Gautam, do go on and tell us your viewpoint.
Good morning, Kabir and Brajesh. So first, when you look at the announcements that were made, as you guys pointed out, the most important factor is voter turnout. Now that remains a critical issue in Bengaluru as a city, where you get a lot of vocal citizens complaining about issues. And also last year, if you remember, the city was flooded and there was a huge uproar against the government saying that, okay, they're not doing enough. But when you look at the turnout, it's so pathetic. I'm just looking at the numbers here. We have been year on year going down by 2% in Bengaluru. So we have never gone above the 50% mark, and the lowest numbers remain in Bengaluru North and in the BBMP central regions. So here, as the CEC announced here, it's important that the RWAs play a crucial role. And right now we have our ears on the ground. There are several citizen forums like Whitefield Rising, Million Citizens, Bengaluru Political Action Committee, Mahadevpura groups and everything. The overall sentiment is that to get these people together to vote. Like Brajesh pointed out, Wednesday being the reason. This will test the resolve of the people here. If you think that, okay, you're going to schedule it in the middle of the week and get people to come out, you are underestimating the techies of the city. They will definitely take their 2 days leave and still work that out. And that is one of the crucial aspects. And it's important that they have also tied up with IASC over there to manage the electoral process to get a higher voter turnout in the city. And this could be a crucial factor as well.
Well, let's also, go across to Bhaskar Hegde. Bhaskar, Rajiv Kumar also pointed out exactly what happened and what was needed by the Election Commission when the northeastern states went to poll. There was a lot of violence that had to be countered as well. Are you happy with the kind of, security arrangements that have been made? The 50% of these polling booths are going to be, webcast simultaneously. The kind of things that the Election Commission has now done in terms of its arrangements, do you think that those are sound decisions that the EC has made?
Yeah, Kabir, I think Karnataka is generally a very peaceful state, and I don't think any reason to disbelieve his claim, number one. Because compared to northeastern states and some of the few northern states, Karnataka has a history of holding very peaceful elections, be it two-phase or be it single-phase, number one. Number two, to add to Gautam's point, if you see the history of Bangalore's polling, it has never crossed beyond 50% in the recent past, in the say 2008, 13, 18 or 19 parliament elections. So this is for the first time probably Election Commission might have thought to put it on Wednesday to force people to come back to polling booths and to prevent them from going on long leave. It's a very good tactical move, actually. So, in terms of security and arrangements, I think Karnataka is a very peaceful state, and I don't think any reason to believe that violence will happen. So, that's a very interesting point.
Well, absolutely. So, Brijesh, there is an interesting factor that has come out, and jokes apart, looking at it, with a serious political lens as well. Not a lot of urban people coming out and voting, as Bhaskar and Gautam pointed out. Who then does it go on to help? Political dividends for which party? That the people in urban areas and 48 such constituencies in Bengaluru, Greater Bengaluru alone.
Kabir, it will be difficult for me to say who this is going to help. But yes, what it means is that if you are so immune, or rather say you are so distance away yourself from the political happening in your city, in your state, then I think it takes away the right from you to later on crib about various factors. There is a reason why voting is done. You choose the government, or you try to make a vote for a political party which you think can change the face of the place where you live, can make life easier for you, can take your states to new height. And I think these are the reason why you are asked to vote. Now there's also an option which has been in play for a while now, which is nota. So where you press the nota button to exhibit that that this percentage of voters are not happy with either of the ruling parties, and it sends a very strong message, because all the political parties are in the fray to win elections and to rule. So nobody will take those segment of voters easily. So, but if anybody who doesn't, usually it's a pan-India phenomena. Urban voters are not that inclined to go out and vote. If it is the reason why we picked up this Wednesday thing is that if it is anywhere near Saturday, Sunday, Friday, Thursday, then immediately 3-4 days holidays, and then you just go off to a particular joint. But then honestly speaking, it takes away the right from you to criticize the government, because you didn't exercise your vote when it came when there was a chance to make the difference. And I think it'll be interesting to see. I agree with Gautam, who is saying that we are underestimating the techies of the city, but it'll be very interesting to see if changing it to Wednesday would see, even if 0.5% hike, there will be a huge upswing.
Yeah, Gautam, what's your opinion on the same factor? If the 2018 blueprint is to play out again, and the urban voters are going to be reluctant, and you rightly pointed out that be it potholes to floods, Bengaluru raises its voice like no other metropolitan. And let's not forget the dilapidated buildings, and also the crucial local body polls is also something that people talk about, but they don't necessarily come out and go out and vote. Now, if the same blueprint is to play out, is there a particular party that is going to reap political dividends, or could it help another party, let's say, cut across from the other party? Is there any viewpoint on that?
You have to keep in mind here that in Bangalore, most of the MLAs that have been voted despite the lower vote share are from BJP. So if you have to see it in that perspective, yes, it will just seem like it does favor the BJP having a lower vote share. But Bangalore voters have traditionally not been the like to favor the Congress or the BJP. They have swung both ways. But the main issue that's been happening over the last decade or so is the voter registration, the awareness programs that need to be there. That is the overall issue. People do not come out and get themselves registered. And the poll process also that I have seen over the last 2 elections, there are multiple issues with identifying the poll booths. A lot of citizens come out and they just they want to vote, but a large chunk of the population do not get to vote. So there needs to be clarity, a well rehearsed campaign from the Election Commission to ensure that the poll booths and your voter registrations are in place. And then the secondary factor is obviously the techies and the overall population of the city. If you see, it's been expanding, and it's not been just a Karnataka vote base. We have populations migrating from north, and their resolve to vote, that is also something that's on test as well.
Absolutely. And, Brijesh, if we'll also put up the numbers of the 2018 election result as well, in terms of the vote share that the BJP, garnered, and on the other hand, the Congress, the JDS, what kind of difference are you expecting this time around? Is it going to be a large-scale difference or not? I know we're jumping the gun here, and I'm putting you on the spot here, but what are you expecting?
Well, I think, if I may go by what I've been, my conversation with political party leaders and, people in Karnataka, what I have been able to gather is that Congress seems to be on a stronger wicket as we speak, because the BJP has not been able to set its narrative right. The whole Yedurappa's positioning, the whole infighting which is there within the BJP, it's not as if it's not in Congress, it's there as well. But in BJP, it is a bit more. And more than that, there's the corruption charges, the 40% government, which the Congress has been able to, make it stick to the BJP, and the fact also that, a BJP MLA and crores of cash which was recovered from him barely 15 days ago. So I think if the Congress plays its card well, and the Congress, if the Congress leadership is able to, rein in the factional fight within the party, I think they are on a slightly stronger wicket. They are on a stronger wicket compared to BJP as far as the state of Karnataka is concerned.
And I mean, there is infighting inside the BJP as well. There's a complete reverse drain as well. Proper tall leaders that are jumping ship back to the Congress as well. Now, both these houses are in, need to be in order as well. But the corruption as an issue, you spoke about Virupakshapa getting arrested, and the 40% Sarkara Commission tag that the Congress has been alleging over the Bommai government as well. Do you think corruption is going to be a prime issue this election?
Well, corruption is, if not the prime, then it is definitely going to be an important issue in this particular election. And the Congress has so far been able to get its narrative right. There were cases of, contractors who have given statements and things like that, how this government works only when you pay a certain commission, only the works gets done only. And this is the reason why, the Karnataka government, the BJP government was on a back foot, when it came to taking on the Congress as far as this particular issue is concerned. Apart from that, also the infighting is there. Once you are in the power, then there is a normal anti-incumbency which goes against you. That is also there. And so far, the Congress has not put a wrong foot forward as far as the state of Karnataka is concerned. I think, the BJP has tried its level best, I think, in the messaging coming right at the top from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, when he ensured that the imagery of him talking to Yedurappa, holding his hand, according him all kind of respect, a Prime Minister and the most powerful person in this country can accord in order to assuage the ruffled feathers, if any, in the Lingayat community, that the respect for Yedurappa is not diminished, even if he is not going to be the key player or the chief ministerial candidate. Him being accommodated in the parliamentary board of the party, it was another sign which was sent that that his respect is not going to be trifled with, because BJP understands one thing very, very clearly, that Yedurappa may not get them an absolute majority, but miffed Yedurappa can 100% take away BJP from the mark which they are looking at. And this is the reason why the BJP is trying to play its level best, put there both, and also the imagery which which reaching out to Kempegowda or other tall regional images or the symbol of Karnataka pride. People who have sway over a large swath of population in Karnataka. The reach out, when we saw that, Home Minister Amit Shah visiting, inaugurating those situations there in Karnataka, then Prime Minister coming the next day, Amit Shah again going there. So the deluge of visits is going to only increase. The BJP feels that, they're doing away with this the reservation for Muslims will also cater to or pander to their own key constituency. So BJP is trying its level best to ensure that things go their way. But I think, situation is not going to be that easy. Election is not going to be that easy for the BJP in the state of Karnataka.
Well, this caste reshuffle, it's interesting to point out that some BJP leaders have come out and, complimented the Muslim community, saying they're patient. Why is the Lambani community suddenly protesting? We saw those visuals. We were talking to Bhaskar as well about what was happening in Bagalkot as well. But Gautam, is it the right kind of launch pad for the Congress party? Let's not forget Rahul Gandhi, who's already in trouble for what he said in Kolar in 2019, is going to be visiting Kolar on the 5th of April.
Is it the right kind of launch pad for Congress? It's basically now or never for Congress. The situation that they find themselves in, with the anti-incumbency factor, and we can see the sort of internal politics playing out within the BJP. It's very clear that it's going to be the wind, in a manner of speaking, is with the Congress. But coming back to the point that Brijesh was mentioning about Yediyurappa, see, right now when we talk about the vote share of the state, BJP, ever since it's been forced to reckon with under Yediyurappa, that is since 2008, even with him at the helm, they have never been able to get past the 40% vote share mark, which is crucial to grab power independently in Karnataka. And also keep in mind, under Yediyurappa's rule, the BJP has never come to power by getting the majority by on its own. So that these are telling factors. Yediyurappa has been able to form the government, and his Operation Kamala tactics and few other Lingayat consolidation you can speak about. But right now, with him not being active in the state in electoral politics, will this have a role? Because if I remember right, there have been about 11 Lingayat chief ministers, and right now Baswaraj Bommai has also been selected. But will he be able to turn the tide in favor of the BJP in terms of the vote share to get them past that? Because Congress has always been a step ahead, even on the occasions when they have won or lost the elections. Even in 2018 assembly elections, if you look at that, you will clearly see that Congress has managed to get a higher vote share, about 38 compared to BJP's 36. But overall seat share did not turn out in their favor. So we'll have to look at how this plays out. Getting to that 40% mark will be critical for both the parties.
Absolutely. Gautam Shankar, many thanks for joining with us. Bhaskar, help the viewers here understand how this caste reshuffle is going to, create troubles in the days to come. We already know that the Muslim quota has been, scrapped a little. You've got the left, right, and then 1% for the others as well. Meanwhile, the Lambani community has been, raising their voice as well. And not just in Shivamogga, this is happening up north in Bagalkot as well. In the days to come, do you think the Muslim community could also come into the fray in this caste reshuffle battle, the quota reshuffle battle?
Kabir, it's a very interesting point that you raised. Now, yesterday, the PCC president D.K. Shivkumar made an interesting comment saying that day before that they would scrap the reservation formula suggested by the BJP government. So
if
essentially,
they come to power, if they come to power, that is.
Yeah, if they come to power, yes, if they come to power. So now, what happens? The messaging might be a very difficult proposition for the Congress. I'll tell you how. See, what happens if you say scrap the reservation formula suggested by the BJP government, in the sense you are going to reintroduce 4% reservation for Muslims, number one. And in the process, you are going to cut down the enhanced reservation quantum for Lingayats and Vakaliga. Here is a big catch for Congress. What I think, in the process of assuaging Muslims, if they antagonize both Vakaligas and Lingayats, I think Congress will be in deep trouble. So this messaging of Congress party that they are going to scrap this reservation formula, I think it might work against the big Congress party, because they have to cater to Muslims, because Muslims are basically a very hardcore vote base of Congress party in Karnataka, no doubt. But at the same time, they have to retain Vakaligas, and as well as they have to get as many seats as possible of the Lingayats, if not they have to come to power. If this messaging is true, then they may in deep trouble, because they are sending a positive message to Muslims, and the same message may be read as negative for Vakaligas and Lingayats. From this angle, I think this this particular caste arithmetic might be an interesting tussle between BJP and Congress, because BJP might be reaping benefit from OBC, SC left and Lingayat, whereas Congress has to concentrate on Vakaligas and Kuruvas and Muslims. So then how they're going to extend their vote base and get more seats? It's a very interesting thing.
Absolutely. Such an interesting point, Brijesh, that, Bhaskar is making. D.K. Shivakumar's comment of scrapping the entire, caste reshuffle might not sit well or bear well for the Lingayats and the Vocaligas. But amidst this Lingayat dominance and the Vocaliga factor, we're not really talking about a new entrant into this particular political fray, and that's the Aam Aadmi Party. Arvind Kejriwal makes sure, come election time, he makes sure that the Aam Aadmi Party is a talking point in one of the TV debates. It's an article here, a headline there, a little scuffle with the BJP somewhere in that particular poll-bound state. But he does, somehow get into the party as well.
Well, yes, he joins the party, but I think, if I go by Punjab, where, he was fighting, of course, Punjab was a different scenario because he was taking on Congress directly. If I may point towards the state of Gujarat, he just squared the pitch for the Congress party, and many believe that he's the one who is responsible for ensuring that that the BJP comes up with the most historic mandate of all time as far as the state of Gujarat is concerned. I think Bhaskar would be in a much better position to shed more light on how well placed AAP is, and is AAP in a position to square pitch for the Congress party here, which is we have been discussing since morning, is a make or break election for the Congress party. If they lose this election, I think then the several narratives which people are looking at with bated breath will get punctured forever. And 2024, barring miracles, and you can't hedge your bets on miracles, it's a one-way conclusion as far as 24 is concerned. But it'll be very interesting to see the kind of leadership, local leadership, which the Aam Aadmi Party has been able to get in the state of Karnataka, and whether those local leaders have any following or sway in the state of Karnataka or in any particular dominant caste in Karnataka, so that they can either spring a surprise or square the pitch as far as the Congress party is concerned. I think that is a very important thing to look into, because Gujarat, they have been there for a longer period of time. In Punjab, they have been there for a very long period of time, and Delhi, they have been for a lot longer. So we'll have to see to it that how many important leaders the Aam Aadmi Party has been able to get in its fold, and whether those important political leaders have have considerable say in any of the dominant caste narrative. I think Bhaskar would be best placed to answer this question.
We're also joined by B.S. Arun, senior journalist on the broadcast. Let's take this question to him as well. B.S. Arun, how are you looking at what Brijesh here is talking in the studio? The Aam Aadmi Party being an entrant, we have the Himachal Pradesh example, we've got the Goa example. It is a name elsewhere, but what it does is that it dents the Congress's vote share. Do you think a similar scenario is going to play out here in Karnataka as well?
Very unlikely is my opinion. Aam Aadmi Party is not a big player here in Karnataka. It has not made much headway, nor has it gained any sympathy among the people, unlike in Delhi and Punjab. We have seen the poll results in Gujarat. What happened to them is the proportion of what the campaign, what the publicity they got to the results, had been very, very disproportionate. And unlike that in Karnataka, already there is not much of publicity, number one. Number two, the campaigning also is not on a bigger scale. Recently, the former police commissioner, Bhaskar Rao, who had joined the Aam Aadmi Party just about 3 months ago, quit about 10 days back and joined the BJP. Be that as it may, the very fact that Aam Aadmi Party is not a player who can, who has, and party has not actively been involved here, unlike in Punjab. In Punjab, they had MPs for the second time in 2019. Unlike that, in Karnataka, it had no base. It has no base even now. So I don't think it can make a dent. Even I don't think it will take away the votes of the Congress. I would be surprised if they retain the deposits.
All right, Bhaskar, could you, help put B.S. Arun's points in perspective? What's the scenario like of the Kejriwal-led party in Karnataka? Is it mere representation, or are they really hitting the ground running? What kind of support have they been able to gather?
I agree with what Arun has said. There are two very critical points we have to look into as far as Karnataka is concerned. Number one, caste is deeply entrenched, whether you like it or not. Number one. So Aam Aadmi Party, which still is in a very nascent stage, they have not got into a kind of Karnataka political grammar, which has essentially the caste and various other communal touches, which Aam Aadmi Party hasn't done it. Number one. Number two. So even if, for the sake of argument, Aam Aadmi Party says or got some big leader on board, that doesn't mean that tomorrow that particular community will vote for Aam Aadmi Party. Say, for instance, BJP has many Vakaliga leaders, still they could not get many votes in Vakaliga heartland in South Karnataka, because essentially Vakaligas consider Deve Gowda as their the leader. So similarly, extending this logic, if I can say that if Aam Aadmi Party gets some Lingayat leader or Vakaliga leader or SC leader tomorrow, that doesn't mean that voters will suddenly switch over to Aam Aadmi Party. That's the psyche of Karnataka voters. That's why Aam Aadmi Party, it's very difficult to make any headway or impact in this election. What I would like to add here is, now another player, that is SDPI, a Social Democratic Party of India, which is essentially a Muslim party. They want to make headway in this election. Last election, what they done, they struck a deal with Congress and somehow they supported Congress, and they managed to transfer the votes. We don't know how many seats. SDPI has strong base. It has built strong base in the last 5 years. If at all, there are quite a few issues like, Azan, and there are so many issues in the intervening period that hit Karnataka, the communal issues. If at all SDPI struck a chord with voters, Muslim voters, and build a base, it may take away a small chunk of votes from Congress. But certainly, if SDPI takes away Muslim votes in at least some 15 or 20 constituencies, it may create a kind of damage for Congress and it may benefit BJP. But there is a caveat. The caveat is basically to what extent this SDPI can damage Congress, because Muslims in Karnataka in the last 2 or 3 elections, when they come to a kind of last phase, they think, wasting votes on SDPI or any other party may not help them. It's better to vote for Congress. So that's why Amas, they voted for Congress till now. But in the last 5 years, the communal politics of BJP might have helped SDPI to build a base in some pockets in rural areas and Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. If that happens and SDPI makes a headway, it may damage Congress prospects, at least in 10 or 15 constituencies.
Well, absolutely. So, Brijesh, it seems like Aam Aadmi Party is going to be just be watching it from the sidelines at this point in time, and not really coming into the politics. But taking a look at the actual battles, BJP versus the Congress, infighting inside the BJP and infighting inside the Congress party as well. Focusing on the house of the Congress, there's this DKS versus Siddaramaiah rivalry. How much do you think it's going to dent Congress's chances? Do you think the two tall leaders will be able to see each other eye to eye?
Well, I think, this depends on how the Congress central leadership plays along. I think if they are able to contain the factionalism or keep it to bare minimum, we'll get to know once the final results are, final seats list is out. But it is an important factor. The Congress is not able to win this do or die battle as far as their all narratives is concerned. Bharat Jodo Yatra, whether this attempt by the Congress party to make Rahul Gandhi a martyr by not going to appeal the lower court conviction, or all efforts to take on Modi, this mobilization of opposition parties behind them, if they're not able to win Karnataka, I doubt if there would be any gas left as far as any narrative of Congress party is concerned. And this is the reason this makes this state all the more important as far as the Congress party is concerned. I think the Congress leadership will try to placate both sides, and both sides also see that this is their good shot at getting victory. So I don't think that the factionalism is going to get out of hand as far as the Congress narrative is concerned, as far as the information which is available with me is concerned. But it would be very, very interesting that factionalism for the first time is it's become such a huge issue for both BJP as well as the Congress party, that that your central leaderships are being deployed to ensure that enough firefighting is done right at the start to make sure that it causes the least amount of damage as far as the state of this particular election is concerned.
Right. B.S. Arun, give us a sense of how you're looking into this as well. You've got a reverse drain that's, taking place in the BJP camp, really senior leaders jumping ship back to the Congress party. And on the other hand, you've got a DKS versus Siddaramaiah rivalry that always keeps up springing up here and there as well. And let's not forget, it is a crucial election for the Congress party, given the political scenario across the length and breadth of the nation. Which political party do you think is better equipped to reach their target of 150 votes, like both are saying that they will?
See, until say last week, many were expecting that BJP's performance had not been good. Its government over the last 4 years had not been good, and that's why we have seen Prime Minister Modi as well as Home Minister Amit Shah coming to Karnataka again and again. Modi made 7 trips since January, and we have seen Amit Shah coming almost once in 10 or 15 days. So they are relentlessly campaigning, and it gave a feeling that the BJP leadership itself is not very confident on winning only on the account of the state government's performance. Also, there were many criticisms of corruption, 40% government and all that. And at the same time, Congress showed a united face, very unlike earlier reports of the rift between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar. And Congress also brought out its first list of 100 plus candidates. So this all went to show that Congress was better prepared. But over the last 1 week, what has happened is the BJP government has come out with the new reservation policy. It has, pacified the Lingayats, because Lingayats have got 2% more, and the Panchamsalis, who have been, agitating for the last 2 years, have called off their agitation, thanked the Chief Minister. At the same time, Wakaligas also thanked the Chief Minister, because the 4% reservation that the Muslims had got so far had been scrapped, and that 4% has been equally divided between Lingayats and Wakaligas. So these two powerful, very powerful communities of Karnataka seem to be quite happy with the BJP, especially the Lingayats, because Lingayats is the core voter base of the BJP, especially in northern part of Karnataka, as well as in the central and southern part. But in the southern part, it's the Wakaligas who count more, and Wakaligas have been backing the Janata Dal secular for the last many elections. Also, may remind you that in districts like Mandya and Chikkabalapur, and I think even Kolar, the BJP has not won a single seat in the assembly elections last year. So these all went to show that the BJP may be on the back foot. But then going by the reservation policy, I agree that there are some communities which have opposed it. We have seen throwing of stones at the residence of B.S. Yediyurappa, the BJP veteran leader in Shikaripura, which is its constituency also, as well as some protests by the Muslims in different parts of the state. This may lead to, if this leads to a statewide agitation, then there will be problems for BJP. But as of now, I feel BJP has an advantage with regard to the votes they get on account of the reservation issue. Congress will find it very difficult. They have, they have said that they will overturn this and bring it back if they come to power. But how they will bring it back is a huge question. Because
absolutely, not just a question, it's a $1 million question. How will the Congress party really overturn its debacle, not just in Karnataka, all across the nation as well? And Karnataka is going to be crucially looked at as what the Congress can offer or cannot offer as well. Bhaskar Hegde continues to be with us. Bhaskar, there's the JDS also at play here, which is also a crucial player here. Do you think they're again eyeing the role of being the possible kingmakers here?
Or do we, if I may add to Kabir's question, Bhaskar, I mean, do we see certain sections of Vokalinga shifting in favor of the BJP because they're kind of fed up of being the kingmaker and never be the king community?
Bhaskar, question to you, question for you.
Sorry, there's an audio problem. Can you repeat it? Sorry.
Right, we were now shifting our focus to the JDS. Do you think they're going to be kingmakers or they're fed up being kingmakers? They want to be king themselves this time?
About the community, about the Vokalinga communities, is there the chance of them, certain sections shifting towards the BJP?
I think it may not happen this time for the simple reason Devegowda is still active. He is, of course, he is not very active to go on ground and campaign for the party candidates. But at the same time, what he has done, he is essentially sitting at home and he's doing all the backroom work because of his age and his health issues. He could not do it this time, but he's doing all the strategy work for the party. So now the very interesting major development happened within the family is there the fissures came up within the family. Devegowda's eldest son, Revanna's wife, wants to get a ticket for the assembly election, which the CM aspirant, that is Kumaraswamy, is very, very against, and he's very cut up with Revanna and his wife. This is the first time that we are witnessing a kind of major division within the Janata Dal. That Janata Dal means, I mean, the family, the first family. So if this division within the Janata Dal breaks out, goes deeper into it as we approaches the election, we may think in a different way because it may help Congress also in certain pockets. But if JDS losing the votes for BJP, I don't think so. Because Devegowda will try to ensure that he will try to get many more votes for JDS itself, more than Congress and BJP in the Vokalinga pockets.
Mr. Arun, if I may ask Brijesh this side, if I may ask you one question, how do you see the role of B.S. Bomai? I mean, he is bought in, he's not seen as a very strong leader, all the charges of, 40% cut, 40% government, the imagery of, the BJP MLAs with wads of cash at his place. Do you think he's going to be a liability for the BJP as they enter this election? Or you see, just help our viewers, us as well as our viewers understand, how crucial is Bomai in the scheme of things as far as the BJP is concerned and why?
Essentially, how strong is the anti-incumbency sentiment against the Chief Minister himself?
Yes, as I pointed out earlier, the BJP had been sort of faring badly. And I don't think the party, sort of treated him as a liability. But certainly, not being a big leader like an impactful leader like B.S. Yediyurappa, or even if you take other parties like Congress leaders like Siddaramaiah or Shivkumar or Devegowda or Kumaraswamy, BJP has only one leader, and he is the undisputed leader of the party in Karnataka. That's Yediyurappa. So having removed him, the party failed to zero in on any leader who could match his personality. But they had to bring in Lingayat, and that Lingayat they found in Bomai. And once Bomai took over, lots of problems came up. I think there was a question of the coordination among the ministers, because many were senior to Bomai in the party, who came up from RSS and ABVP, whereas Bomai was an import from Janata Dal and Congress. So there was that sort of a setback for Bomai already. But Bomai tried his best, I must say. that to give programs to the people, welfare programs and developmental works. But then issues like the 40% government, and then off late the huge cash found in the residence of MLA and his son being caught red-handed. Day before yesterday, this MLA also has been arrested. So these will be a certain setback for the party and for Bommai himself. And a very important factor here one should not forget is that BJP has not announced any chief ministerial candidate, although they have a sitting chief minister here. So this goes to show a certain lack of confidence in the leadership of Bommai, and we are not very sure whether even if the party comes back, Bommai would be the automatic choice as the chief minister. So whether it is sort of liability or not, the party is not very confident of projecting Bommai, and that's why so far the party has not announced any chief ministerial candidate. They have not publicly declared it. In fact, in one day when Mr. Modi came here in Shimoga and in Belgaum, where he inaugurated the airport at Shimoga and certain developmental works in Belgaum, I believe that he didn't take the name of Bommai at all in during his address. But then, they have treated him well in the sense, as we see on the TV. They have treated him well during these election-related and official government functions in Karnataka. So, but overall, to say is that the party may find itself in a bit of a problem if they project Bommai.
Absolutely. So BJP not confident about the chief ministerial phase, but what the BJP is certainly confident is that target Rahul Gandhi is going to be on the agenda. Certainly, let's not forget he is going to be in Kolar on the 5th of April. Back in 2019, he was in Kolar when he uttered the Modi surname remark, for which he's been landed in the kind of trouble and controversy that he is in right now. Ashwini Vaishnav, Union Minister, he targeted Rahul Gandhi earlier in the day. Take a look at that as well.
ने अहंकार के कारण डिस्क्वालीफाई हुए। उन्होंने ओबीसी समाज का जो अपमान किया, उस अपमान को अगर एक कोर्ट ने कॉग्निजेंस लेके एक फैसला किया, तो आज मिस्टर राहुल गांधी कहते हैं कि वो कोर्ट ही गलत है। मिस्टर राहुल गांधी का ये विचार है कि इस देश पे राज करना उनका अधिकार है, उनका जन्मसिद्ध अधिकार है, ऐसा उनका सोचना है। वो एंटाइटलमेंट की राजनीति करते हैं। उनको लगता है कि एक परिवार में पैदा हो गए तो देश पे राज करना उनका जन्मसिद्ध अधिकार बन जाता है। उनको लगता है कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, कोर्ट, पार्लियामेंट, ये सब क्या व्यवस्था है, वो सब इन सब से अपने आप को ऊपर मानते हैं। इस ऊपर मानने के कारण अपने आप को मिस्टर राहुल गांधी सोचते हैं कि वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से भी ऊपर है। क्या संविधान में बनी हुई व्यवस्थाएं, जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस बने हैं, इस देश की डेमोक्रेसी ने बहुत गहराई से सोच समझ के एक पूरे मेथोडिकल वे में जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस बनाए, मिस्टर राहुल गांधी सोचते हैं कि वो उन इंस्टीट्यूशन से ऊपर है। वो सोचते हैं कि कोई भी कोर्ट उनके अगेंस्ट कोई जजमेंट कैसे दे दिया। उनको लगता है कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में अगर सेक्शन आर्टिकल 102 में डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन का प्रावधान है, उनके ऊपर लागू नहीं होना चाहिए। उनको लगता है कि रिप्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ पीपल्स एक्ट के सेक्शन 8(3) में कोई प्रावधान है, उनके ऊपर लागू नहीं होना चाहिए। सब पे लागू हो, मिस्टर राहुल गांधी पे लागू नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि वो एंटाइटलमेंट की फीलिंग के साथ राजनीति में है, क्योंकि वो ये मानते हैं कि देश पे राज करना उनका जन्मसिद्ध अधिकार है, क्योंकि वो मानते हैं कि सारे के सारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस, सारी की सारी डेमोक्रेटिक व्यवस्था, जितने भी इस देश ने बाबा साहेब अम्बेडकर जी के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के तहत इंस्टीट्यूशंस बनाए, वो सारे के सारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस उनसे नीचे हैं, उनका ये मानना है। साथियों, देश में बहुत ही विकट परिस्थिति बनी है। सारे के सारे भ्रष्टाचारी आज एक साथ एकजुट हो गए, एक मंच पे आ गए और उनका केवल और केवल एक ही ऑब्जेक्टिव है कि इस देश में जो स्वच्छ सरकार है, इस देश में जो एक नया जोश है, इस देश में जो नया मिजाज है, उसको किस तरह से डिरेल करे, किस तरह से फिनिश करे, किस तरह से डिस्टर्ब करे। जो लोग आज अपनी बात को डेमोक्रेसी के अगेंस्ट प्रूव करना चाहते हैं, जो लोग आज करप्शन के आरोप लगा रहे हैं, उनको याद करना चाहिए किस तरह से यूपीए की सरकार में करप्शन का, भ्रष्टाचार का, इंस्टीट्यूशंस को कमजोर करने का बड़ा षड्यंत्र रचा गया था, इस देश को लूटा गया था। जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस की बात करते हैं वो बताएं कि जब देश के प्रधानमंत्री विदेश का दौरा कर रहे थे, उस दौरान एक ऑर्डिनेंस को ओपन प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में फाड़ने से क्या इंस्टीट्यूशंस बनते हैं? ये बहुत एकदम क्लियरली प्रूव करता है कि मिस्टर राहुल गांधी अपने आप को सारे इंस्टीट्यूशन से ऊपर समझते हैं। जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस की बात कर रहे थे वो ये बताएं कि जब संविधान के अनुसार सरकार को चलाने का, गवर्नेंस का एक मॉडल बना हुआ है, एक व्यवस्था बनी हुई है, तब क्या एक पैरेलल पीएमओ बनाना एनएसी के नाम पे, क्या वो इंस्टीट्यूशंस को प्रोटेक्शन की बात थी? तो साथियों, मैं आपके सामने ये रखना चाहता हूं कि मिस्टर राहुल गांधी अपने अहंकार के कारण डिस्क्वालीफाई हुए हैं। मिस्टर राहुल गांधी ओबीसी समाज को जो अपमानित किया उन्होंने, उसको कोर्ट ने कॉग्निजेंस लेके जो फैसला किया, मिस्टर राहुल गांधी सोचते हैं कि वो इन सब कोर्ट से, संविधान से, पार्लियामेंट से, इन सब से ऊपर है। धन्यवाद।
Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav there having a go at Rahul Gandhi. This is News 9 Live. I am Krishna Kumar. We are continuing to discuss the all-important Karnataka elections 2023, and joining me here in the studio is our Executive Editor Kartikeya Sharma. Kartikeya, you know, at this particular stage it's important to discuss Rahul Gandhi with respect to the Karnataka elections, because Priyanka Gandhi did say that the Karnataka elections will be Rahul Gandhi's and the Congress Party's big test.
Absolutely, very well put. When Rahul Gandhi was disqualified and subsequent meeting took place of the Congress leaders at All India Congress Committee office, which was attended by Sonia Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge. There were two still pictures which came out, two still pictures, and Priyanka was sitting next to Mallikarjun Kharge. Sonia Gandhi was on Mr. Kharge's left side, and then you had Supriya Srinath and other leaders, and then you had Pawan Kumar and other treasurer of the Congress party and other leaders. So not many people could come. And in that meeting, Priyanka said, we need to reply to the government by winning elections in Karnataka. So I would say that it's a big test for one reason. Bharat Jodo Yatra got a good response. If we play out those visuals, Bharat Jodo Yatra got good response in Kerala, it got good response in Karnataka. Second, Bharat Jodo Yatra also meandered through those areas where hijab politics took place. Bharat Jodo Yatra saw participation of Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar when they were really fighting with each other in public on TV cameras. And lastly, I would say that the reason why it is important is, till today, there is not a single state election which we can say that Rahul Gandhi delivered it. Not one. Rahul Gandhi was in charge of Uttar Pradesh in 2012, lost. In 2007, he campaigned heavily against Mulayam Singh. Mayawati won. When he campaigned against Mayawati, Akhilesh Yadav won. In Uttar Pradesh, Priyanka Gandhi lost 2% vote percentage. So in this election, it's going to be the test, whether he's a victim, whether he's a martyr, whether he's a perceived martyr. How do people, you can be martyr in your own head, but do people think you are an underdog? Like Modi turned into an underdog, and an underdog gets a lot of sympathy in politics.
Correct.
Like the phenomena of political widowhood in South Asia. It gets you sympathy. Let's see whether Mr. Gandhi gets that or not in Karnataka.
Especially after what happened with his disqualification. I'm wondering, Kartika, at this stage, how do you think that big development, in the national capital, do you think that will have an impact on the elections in Karnataka at all?
I think it will have an impact, at least in Karnataka. BJP leadership is divided, one. You have Chief Minister like Bombay, who has not been a sort of a star in Karnataka politics. He functions more on the Gujarat model, very silent. Yedurappa has been sidelined. That's another headache. Third issue is that all the senior leaders of BJP are not on the same page. Dattatreya Hosbole, who is the RSS CEO, almost CEO.
General Secretary in charge. He has a different view. BL Santosh is the organizing secretary. He has a different view. Then you have family of Anant Kumar. They have a position. You have Yedurappa. You have Mr. Bombay. So it's a star-studded composition, but not on the same page. That's number one. Secondly, the corruption issue has come up. One state in South India where there are corruption issues against BJP leaders, that is Karnataka. BJP leaders are leaving BJP and joining Congress party, unlike many other states. That's Karnataka. And I think fourth and the foremost, if you look at the shift of Bharatiya Janata's politics, it has become shriller. So I feel, their idea of winning Karnataka will not be through local caste arithmetics or will not be through by going local. I think they'll go back to the UP sort of politics, much more shrill, much more polarizing, because they feel that if they don't do it, they might lose, because Ahinda as a composition is big. Last time Ahinda lost because Vocaligas did not vote for the Congress party. Vocaligas also voted for BJP.
Yeah, I mean, they voted for the JDS heavily because they won 37 of their 38 seats.
Yes, and they voted for JDS. So, that's for some time. But for Mr. Gandhi, because that's what we are discussing, Rahul Gandhi test, it's going to be a big test for Rahul Gandhi, because if Rahul Gandhi is not able to deliver Karnataka, because this has just happened.
Sorry to interject you at this stage. Is this really Rahul Gandhi's responsibility at this stage? Is this, for example, in UP, talking about he was UP chief in charge of that particular election, particular campaign. In this case, is he in that sense in charge of the campaign in Karnataka? Not really.
Rahul Gandhi is not in charge. In fact, Randeep Singh Surjewala is in charge.
Yes.
Priyanka Gandhi was the one who started the campaign.
Right.
So Rahul Gandhi will be a factor. Rahul Gandhi was the one who went to Belagavi. Rahul Gandhi was the one who has attacked Savarkar. Rahul Gandhi is the one who is attacking the Prime Minister. So we have to see how much Rahul Gandhi can defend Congress party in Karnataka.
Fair enough. So he attacked the Prime Minister with the caste remark, and look what that has led to now. Let's talk about his attacks on other things. It's like Mr. Savarkar and the divide and the uproar over his comments on Savarkar. Do you think that will have an impact in the Karnataka elections, so to speak?
I think Rahul Gandhi, if he continues to attack Savarkar, they will lose an alliance partner in Maharashtra 1.
All right.
Secondly, Karnataka is a very diverse state. There is a Bombay Karnataka, there is a Nizam Karnataka, then there is a Mysore Karnataka, and then there is a coastal Karnataka, then there is a central Karnataka. So the population of Marathis in Karnataka exists on the border areas.
Right.
So why do you antagonize them? So
right.
I don't think Savarkar should be used in Karnataka election. I think just to redraw the ideological lines, if you end up losing a state, I think that is a very wrong strategy.
That is catastrophic for Congress party at this stage.
Absolutely. So I don't think Congress party should be doing it. They should not be using Savarkar at all. There are multiple issues which they can actually raise in Karnataka. It's the issue of productivity. It is about tobacco farming. It is about Bengaluru issues. 48 assembly segments come from Greater Bengaluru.
Yes. Where Aam Aadmi Party is contesting.
Where Aam Aadmi Party is contesting. There are so many issues which the Congress party can pick up. They really don't need to turn into an ideological war. You turn an election into ideological war, you give advantage to BJP. I think they should turn it into like a Himachal Pradesh election.
Local issues,
Yes.
the issues of the people, development and all those other things that are actually far more important than the ideological back and forth that we do witness on a daily basis. Kartikeya Sharma, they're putting it into perspective. Kartikeya, we have guests joining us in a very short period of time. Before we go to the guests, if I were to ask you at this stage, some say that it's better that Rahul Gandhi doesn't speak much for the next 1 month until polling day on the 10th of May. For all those students broadcast, the Election Commission has announced the poll dates. Karnataka elections will be held on the 10th of May. That's the polling date, and the counting and the results will be on the 13th of May. So some say that till the 10th of May, if Rahul Gandhi can hold his peace, I think that will do it for the Congress party.
I think Rahul Gandhi should be holding his peace. I think Rahul Gandhi should not be making controversial statements. Karnataka is a state which can be delivered by local leaders. Rahul Gandhi should behave like a glue. Rahul Gandhi should focus on local issues. People vote in Karnataka on local issues. BJP will try to make it into a cultural war. Recall what happened in 2017 when Prime Minister said, you have money to spend on barricading the Kabristan, but no money, you don't spend money on maintaining cremation grounds. And I recall that it was a big rally in eastern Uttar Pradesh, and I was thinking, why did Prime Minister say that? And then I suddenly felt that this is an issue which will touch everyone. It's like last rites.
Right.
It's like last rites. It's like when we talk about toilet, it's not about toilet. It's also about women's dignity.
Right.
So suddenly, you take an election to a different level. So if Congress allows Prime Minister to take this election to a different level, then it will give impetus to Bharatiya Janata Party in Telangana. They lose Karnataka, they have a big problem in Telangana.
Right. I also wanted to ask you, those are visuals of Rahul Gandhi going to the parliament today. That's the latest that we understand, that he has indeed gone to the parliament. And talk to us about what exactly is going on in the Congress camp at this stage. In Delhi, the leaders have been huddled and you've been telling us, juicy details of what went on in those meetings. What is behind all of this now, his, return to the parliament?
I think my understanding is that he must have gone to the parliament to return. And Mr. Karti Chidambaram is there. And though he didn't even stop it, that's the whole issue. Karti Chidambaram, look at this visual. I really have to say this. When you meet your, there are a number of people there. Karti is there.
Right. He just said a hello to Karti before walking in.
He just said a hello. You don't even stand there. You don't even talk. This is what I'm talking about. Mr. These are the issues which impinge on Mr. Gandhi.
Right.
These are the issues.
These are the issues there. Anyways, those are visuals of Rahul Gandhi going to the parliament today. We have a guest now joining us, Professor Chambi Puranik, political analyst, now joining us on this broadcast here on News 9 Live. Chambi Puranik, thank you so much for being with us. Talk to us. The Karnataka election dates have been announced. We are running visuals of Rahul Gandhi going to the parliament today. 10th of May is the elections. 13th of May is the counting and the results. How do you think, the Congress party is shaping up in about a month to go for polling day?
Well, as far as the Congress party is concerned, start with our discussion, having known the dates of election in Karnataka, May 10th. I think, Congress party has a very big challenge in terms of making its presence felt. Because last time Congress was thrown out of power and it was reduced to 80 seats. And we all know that Congress could not retain the position which it had because of the anti-incumbency factor and all that. Now this time, there is a sympathy factor for Congress because Bharat Jodo Yatra, Rahul came and made an impact and contacted lots of people at the grassroots level. And the optics were so good, that people thought this particular individual from the dynasty, for which the Congress has always been loyal. I think, we can deliver goods and all. But up late, the recent developments and his going abroad after Bharat Jodo Yatra, whatever that was done in Bharat Jodo Yatra, he lost it at the local level, that this person is the very democracy which he wants to jodo and bring the people into the active kind of participation in the festival of democracy. The same gentleman spoke that the democracy is in danger and foreign intervention is required. More so, the powerful countries like US and also the European countries which are developed. I think this is a kind of contradiction which has made a setback for Congress in Karnataka, not at the rural or the kind of mass level, but in terms of the public opinion, the perception that what he gained in Bharat Jodo Yatra, perhaps he could have cashed on it, and then he should have restrained from such kind of outburst, and also the kind of allegations that were there, which are in general nature, not any specific, like 40% corruption or commission and all that. These are all issues which definitely the people of Karnataka know during the times of Congress, elections, these things definitely will happen. So therefore, I would say Congress had a good chance of taking amends and telling the people of Karnataka that we have committed mistakes like by dividing the Lingayats from the Hindu Dharma and trying to say that we will give them separate status as minority. These are things which perhaps don't appeal to the people of Karnataka in general, because people of Karnataka are very enlightened. Even they have the caste affiliations of Okaligas and major community Lingayats and all other OBCs and all that. They look for development. They look for delivery. They look for good governance, in which perhaps they could have told the people or appealed to the people, look, this government has not done that. They could have taken issues of development, deliverance, good governance, and also not fulfilling the aspirations of the people, which the mandate itself.
Mr. Puranik.
But there was one thing that I must mention when the previous analyst was speaking so well, so balanced. He gave a little margin for Congress, also saying that Congress has to change its not only body language, but also its commitment.
Sir, that analyst is our executive editor Kartikeya Sharma, who's with us, and he has a question for you. If you can please take the question from him.
Mr. Puranik, my question to you is, how big a challenge Karnataka is for Rahul Gandhi? Because if Congress loses Karnataka, then it will clearly indicate that people don't see him as a victim. Then everything Prime Minister accuses Mr. Gandhi of as an entitled brat will come through. It will affect him throughout his political career. I mean to say that it's easy on part of the journalists to say it's make or break, but I entirely believe that this will turn out to be a make or break election for Mr. Gandhi, because UP broke him as a North Indian politician. When Congress lost UP in 2007, they only had 21 seats. In 2002, Congress had 25 seats in Vidhan Sabha. In 2012, 3 months of electioneering and Congress got 29 seats. It just broke Rahul Gandhi in UP. He never went back campaigning. Can same happen here?
Right. Yeah. I did that. Your prediction or kind of warning. I would take it as a warning to the Congress people if they are listening to our discussion in this channel. It's a very objective and fair analysis that you have made. Taking clue from that, I would say that he had that sympathy factor. But having become a victim of whatever the whole the court decision that has made him to lose his image and position as a member of the parliament and all that, he did not take advantage of this particular situation. That now let us forget that court verdict and also Rahul Gandhi's popularity. They are two different things, because the court case was there from 2019, and it is timed, I mean, unfortunately, before the Karnataka election. But that sympathy factor is not, I think, erased totally. It is always there for Rahul, because he makes an appeal, because Congress depends on very much on the dynasty, that is the Gandhi dynasty for the 5th generation he is representing. That particularity is still there, but it will not bring them to the victory margin. This is the point I am saying. They were having 80 and they were reduced to 69, and now to go back to 115 or 120 is an uphill task, because the very nature of the candidates they have announced, that particular thing has to be taken carefully after the announcement of elections, and also the recent reservation policy that Mr. Bommai government has placed before the people of Karnataka as an assurance to say that we take care of the major communities like Lingayats and Okaligas, and also other OBCs, and also the left within the scheduled caste who are not given that kind of specific treatment. I think these are all very, you can say, very effective kind of messages that BJP has tried to give and all that. But the problem with Karnataka is, be it Rahul Gandhi or Modi's frequent visits, Amit Shah's Chanakya-like strategies, all put together, the problem in Karnataka is there is a fear of hung assembly or fragmented verdict. This is where Mr. Kumaraswamy's the kind of campaign has shown in the recent Pancharatna Yatra. Because this will be, perhaps Mr. Devagowda, because of his age and all that, he will not be in a position to campaign in the next elections. So that's why Kumaraswamy is repeatedly telling, give us one chance, only one chance. He knows that in future it is very difficult for Kumaraswamy and on his own to reach the minimum majority level of the whatever 113, 115 order. But even then, it is not that easy. The Karnataka people are very enlightened. They will not be taken away or swayed by all these emotional appeals and all that. They also go by the kind of whatever good governance that you have given. But one disadvantage for JDS is that the double engine Sarkar, that is BJP in the state and BJP at the center, is still a thing which Karnataka people think seriously, because this may bring more advantages. What is the use of a fragmented mandate where the government is going to be a coalition government, an opportunist government, because nobody has declared coalition before the elections. It's only after the verdict people try to come together. That's why Kumaraswamy has always said, Kumaraswamy has said that after the elections, you people will come to my doors. He also knows that he will not get full majority. So therefore, there is a chance for BJP to get 113 or 115 because they had only 104. Now, by setting up the candidates,
are you saying that's like almost kissing this simple majority mark?
Yeah. You are actually extremely optimistic about BJP's chances of getting the simple majority when there's a threat of a coalition or a fractured mandate. You're optimistic that the BJP can do it. Hold on. We'll hold on to that thought. Professor Champi Puranik, stay with us. We have Mr. Vijay Grover, senior journalist, also joining us on this broadcast. Let's take this across to him. Mr. Vijay Grover, we're talking about the Congress party, Rahul's big test in Karnataka. Kartika Sharma, our executive editor, is also with us in the studio. He's been telling us how the Congress party lost out on Vokaliga votes in the previous Karnataka elections. You saw what happened there, and then the JDS became kingmaker. What do you think is going to happen with the Vokaliga vote and the Congress party this time? Do you think they'll be able to retain it?
Well, see, as far as, clarity of thoughts is concerned, the Lingayats are very clear that, BJP is their best bet and they are sticking on to it. And even the BJP High Command, which had, tried to sideline B.S. Yediyurappa and his family in the last couple of years, realizes the potential and the strength of B.S. Yediyurappa and his clout over the community and has given that significance, importance. And we saw, how Amit Shah during his last visit went for a breakfast meeting with Yediyurappa and his son. So clearly this is something, as far as the Lingayats are concerned, that they know that the safest bet that the community has, if it has to further its, dominant position in the state, will be with Yediyurappa and the BJP. As far as the Vokaligas are concerned, certainly there was a confusion last time around also because we saw H.D. Kumaraswamy trying to fight for the same Vokaliga vote bank, which D.K. Shivkumar is also trying to arrest from it, apart from R. Ashok, who's a senior Vokaliga leader in the BJP. So clearly the Vokaligas did not have clarity, but this time around the community understands that for the last 10 years, in fact, for 13 years to be specific, they have been without being a part of power in the state. And that's what is driving, the Vokaliga community to be coming together. So this time they are, discussions in closed quarters that it should stand with one of the parties very clearly. So it could be either a make or break election, either for H.D. Kumaraswamy or for D.K. Shivkumar, whichever way the community decides to go. So this is very crucial as far as
and consequently to Rahul Gandhi as
well. Well, see, Rahul Gandhi would be not the key factor. I mean, in my reading of this election is the fact that, because every political party today is strategizing on how to keep a certain caste group with it. So that is something where, Rahul Gandhi may not play a key factor, apart from the fact that he could make some impact on the educated voters who feel that, he's being persecuted by the governance for fighting or talking against Adani. So to some section it may think, but that
Vijay,
could be across
I would just like to interrupt
divisions and in the educated.
I would just like to interrupt you. The reason why we are asking this question is because the meeting which took place in AICC, it was Priyanka who said that we need to answer back to Bharatiya Janata Party by winning Karnataka. And now Rahul Gandhi has been disqualified. Yesterday, the message has gone to the Lok Sabha Secretariat that he would vacate the house. So I'm just saying, I'm putting two and two together. I think by saying that he is going to vacate the house, I think Rahul has decided to be in this game for a little long, to play a long game, to be a political victim or to be a political martyr. So which means that he is not immediately rushing to Supreme Court, which he could have. Immediately rush to High Court, which he could have. So,
and the people in Karnataka are all watching all of this.
Yes, and they're watching all of this. So that is why it's Mr. Gandhi's test also. You know how he put, because he's talking about democracy. He can say this is happening, this can happen to you next.
Yeah. See, the fact is also the thing that, Rahul Gandhi may be playing this political card, the victim card, which, we have seen the Congress did not play well in the past. But this time around, how much it cut ice? Because, this time, what we are noticing, as far as, Karnataka is concerned, the Lingayats as a bloc, the Vokaligas as a bloc, the OBC outreach where, all the political parties are trying to make an impact. So clearly it is coming to power. Rahul Gandhi will make a dent in the educated class, people who feel that, maybe he's persecuted for talking against Adani and against the Prime Minister. So that could be certainly a strategy. But the fact is, how much will it make inroads into, the rural areas? Because a majority of the voters are out of the 224 seats, we are talking of about 140, 150 seats in the rural or the semi-rural sections. So those may not actually get, it could get him some sympathy factor in the educated or on the social media. But still, the elections are about 45 days away from today. And how this entire thing pans out, we may look at it from a different perspective today, Rahul, but the fact is 30 days down the line, whether he really vacates or doesn't vacate, or if there's any other action that is taken, could, change the dynamics a bit. But certainly, as far as, an inroad is concerned, he did get Bharat Jodo Yatra, did make some impact. But second time around, will he be able to, actually connect with the people of the state is crucial. Priyanka Gandhi may have made that emotional statement or appeal that we need to give, that kind of a message to the BJP. But the fact is that when it comes to fighting against corruption, you have a leader like D.K. Shivakumar who himself faces so many charges. What is the kind of messaging that you're doing? So this is where, the whole thing gets a little disoriented.
Well, the whole thing gets a little disoriented, fair enough. Let me take this back to Professor Chambi Puranik, who continues to be with us on this broadcast. Professor Chambi Puranik, that's that question about where Rahul Gandhi is in the scheme of things. But Karnataka elections is a lot more than Rahul Gandhi is, is actually the fact of the matter.
Yeah, definitely I agree with Mr. Gover's analysis, because Rahul Gandhi has an impact on the youth. About the new voters are about 10 lakhs. Taking for granted that 8 or 7 lakh voters, youth will prefer Rahul Gandhi, but that may not result in electoral victory also. Now, that's what I am saying. The advantage for BJP is the double engine Sarkar, plus frequent visits of Modi and also Amit Shah, because, and also the kind of preference or treatment, whatever that is renewed respect to Mr. B.S. Yediyurappa, which he is getting, which nobody thought that he would be given this kind of respect and all that. Prime Minister giving the hugging on the platform, the optics and all that, that show that Lingayats could go well with Mr. Yediyurappa, and wherever he is there, perhaps they may prefer like the government of BJP also. That is possible. So all these factors together, whether it will bring them 115 or 116, that is a thing that has to be seen, because the list is not yet announced. Because there is going to be lots of dissidents or rebel candidates, both in Congress as well as in BJP government also. But as far as JDS is concerned, they are pretty sure. Mr. Kumaraswamy is telling only 40 seats we are sure of it, but the remaining we are still managing. And also he says that there are messages to me saying that in case of a hung assembly or fragmented verdict, you please consider our kind of assurance to support and all that. These are all the political games that a party like JDS is well versed in that. And the sympathy factor of Mr. Devegoda appealing to the people, saying that I want to see for one time, for one last time, my son being chief minister, and a regional party given kind of preference by the people of Karnataka.
Right.
All this will certainly have an impact, but whether it will bring this JDS into the ruling, whatever margin that is there, I think it's a very big question. I don't think so. So as Mr. Kumaraswamy has said, from 28 to 40, perhaps his concentration is that. And if that succeeds, perhaps Wakaliga votes will be divided, because in Congress, you know, Shivkumar's prospects, as Mr. Gover said, he himself is facing several cases.
Yes.
And you don't know what happens in
Fair
the
enough.
court of law. If that can happen to Rahul Gandhi, it can as well happen to any other person. So imagine the kind of judicial system that we have. We never can predict all that. But as on today, the double engine effect is still perhaps working. That's how I could sense.
Perhaps May 10th will be the day when that will be measured, and we'll find it out on the 13th of May when Karnataka elections results comes out. Professor Chambi Puranik and Mr. Vijay Grover, please continue to stay with us. We have our correspondent now in conversation with the Congress Party leader Rajiv Shukla. Let's quickly listen to what Rajiv Shukla had to say, and then we'll continue this discussion.
घोषणा हो चुकी है। हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए कांग्रेस के वो नेता है जिनकी प्रभारी रहते कांग्रेस ने हिमाचल जीता था। जी हाँ, राजीव शुक्ला जी। राजीव जी, कितना महत्वपूर्ण है कर्नाटक? कोई कहा जा रहा है कांग्रेस में जो
कर्नाटक हमारे लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। हिमाचल के बाद कर्नाटक के चुनाव है जिसे हम जीतना चाहते हैं। कांग्रेस की बहुत वहाँ पे अच्छी पकड़ है, अच्छा माहौल है। जनता
दिखनाव है कहते डीके शिवकुमार और सिद्धरामैया के बीच।
जनता भाजपा कराना चाहती है, कोई सब चीजें नहीं देख रही। जनता भाजपा कराना चाहती है। जनता त्रस्त, जनता वोट कांग्रेस को देने के लिए बैठी है। और अगर डीके शिवकुमार और उनका झगड़ा होता तो 125 कैंडिडेट घोषणा के पहले हमने कैसे कर दिया? तो कोई झगड़ा नहीं। खड़गे जी के नेतृत्व में वहाँ पे पूरा अध्यक्ष है। कर्नाटक का चुनाव प्रचंड बहुमत से हम जीतेंगे।
एक चीज और चलते चलते सब, जिस तरीके से प्रधानमंत्री ने ठीक पहले कर्नाटक चुनाव के पहले कहा कि सारे जो भ्रष्टाचारी हैं वो एक जगह इकट्ठा हो रहे हैं, तो ये कितना असर डालेगा कर्नाटक?
ये जो मुझे लगता है कि इस तरह के बयान जो मंत्रालय वैष्णो जी ने भी बयान दिया, इस तरह के बयान उचित नहीं है। पूरे विपक्ष को आप भ्रष्ट कहना उचित। डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह भ्रष्ट है, ममता बनर्जी पत्नी भी भ्रष्ट है क्या? इसी तरह से क्या वो भ्रष्ट है नवीन पटनायक? तो बीजेपी से उनका भी मुकाबला रहता है उड़ीसा में। तो सारे विपक्ष भ्रष्ट है। इस तरह का आरोप लगाना गांधी परिवार के खिलाफ कौन सा भ्रष्टाचार साबित होगा? ऐसा कुछ नहीं। तो ये इस तरह का आरोप लगाना
कर्नाटक में सरकार बनेगी,
इससे हाँ विपक्षी एकता जरूर मजबूत होगी।
कर्नाटक में सरकार बना पाएंगे आप?
कर्नाटक में प्रचंड बहुमत की सरकार।
Right, that was Congress Party leader Rajiv Shukla in conversation with our correspondent. We are continuing to discuss the Karnataka elections because the Election Commission of India has announced the polling dates. 10th of May is the polling date for one single phase of elections in Karnataka, and the results will be announced on the 13th when counting takes place. In the meanwhile, we've been discussing the Congress Party and Rahul Gandhi, so far. We're going to shift focus and then talk about the BJP and, of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi did make, there are many ways to describe it, but the timing of it was incredible. It was the opening up of the residential complex outside the BJP, right opposite the BJP headquarters. Prime Minister Modi choosing to use the podium to deliver a very strong message, Kartikeya.
I was surprised when Prime Minister Modi came for the function. I thought it's going to be sort of a benign speech. He's going to talk about expansion of BJP headquarters. Anyway, show and pomp was then. Suddenly, Prime Minister started to say that, which constitution is under stress. We are the one who are protecting the constitution. All the corrupt people have to come together. And then I realized that he has actually used that podium to drum up the support within the party rank and file. Because day in and day out, Rahul Gandhi has been charging the government on the issue of Adani, Ambani, Prime Minister shielding them, or Prime Minister making people rich. And suddenly Prime Minister says, no boss, you people are corrupt, investigative agencies are right, I'm setting the template, and all of you are coming together. And he has taken a leaf out of actually Rajiv Gandhi's Mera Bharat Mahan campaign. As a child in school, I remembered there were plethora of ads, but then Rajiv Gandhi's campaign failed, Krishna. So, you know, there was an ad which I saw in Times of India, and I still remember it, Rajiv Gandhi, like a full page ad, and Rajiv Gandhi this tall in that full page ad. And then you had other leaders, one on the top of other, you know, you had leaders from South India, then on top of it you had L.K. Advani, and then top of it you had some other leader from, you had Devi Lal, and then you had the Mulayam Singh, Lalu Prasad, and on top you had Vishwanath Pratap Singh, like a small guy saying that Bofors. So basically, the message was that all of them are trying to get back at Rajiv Gandhi.
Right.
Prime Minister somehow did the same thing without releasing that ad, and he said all of them on the issue of corruption, because they will get somehow detained, questioned, or exposed by our
what they did was the equivalent of the political ad that you're talking about.
And that is why they are attacking me, so you don't have to be defensive. So the whole thrust of the Prime Minister's speech was, you guys don't be defensive. You attack them, we're going to take them on. So PM has also set the template, and my understanding is, on this template, national leaders will be holding press conference in Karnataka.
Oh, absolutely. Since we are talking so much about it, Kartikeya, let's now take time out at this stage to listen into that speech that Prime Minister Modi delivered at the opening of the residential complex outside the BJP headquarters in India's capital, Delhi. Let's listen into that entire speech, and then we'll continue this discussion.
आज हम सबसे युवा देश है, आत्मविश्वास से भरे हुए देश है। पूरे विश्व में दुनिया के बड़े-बड़े मंचों पर आज अगर किसी का डंका बज रहा है तो नाम है हिंदुस्तान, वो नाम है भारत। ऐसे में देश के भीतर बैठी और देश के बाहर बैठी भारत विरोधी शक्तियों का एकजुट होना स्वाभाविक है। ये शक्तियां किसी भी तरह भारत से विकास का एक कालखंड छीन लेना चाहती है। आज भारत का सामर्थ्य अगर फिर बुलंदी की तरफ जा रहा है तो इसके पीछे हमारी एक मजबूत नींव है। ये नींव हमारी संवैधानिक संस्थाओं की है, हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस की है। इसलिए आज भारत को रोकने के लिए हमारी इस नींव पर चोट की जा रही है, संवैधानिक संस्थाओं पर प्रहार किया जा रहा है, उन्हें बदनाम करने का अभियान छेड़ा जा रहा है। उनकी क्रेडिबिलिटी, उनकी विश्वसनीयता खत्म करने की साजिश की जा रही है। जो लोग भ्रष्टाचार में लिप्त हैं, उन पर जब एजेंसियां कार्रवाई करती हैं तो एजेंसियों पर हमला किया जाता है। जब कोर्ट कोई फैसला सुनाता है तो कोर्ट पर सवाल उठाए जाते हैं, न्यायिक प्रणाली पर हमले होते हैं। आप सब देख रहे हैं, कुछ दलों ने मिलकर भ्रष्टाचारी बचाओ अभियान छेड़ा हुआ है। आज भ्रष्टाचार में लिप्त जितने भी चेहरे हैं, वो सब एक साथ एक मंच पर आ रहे हैं। पूरा देश ये देख रहा है, देश समझ रहा है। साथियों, भ्रष्टाचार ने हमारे देश का बहुत नुकसान किया है। दिमक की तरह देश को खोखला किया है भ्रष्टाचार ने। देश की जनता देख रही है कि पहले की सरकारों ने किस तरह भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ कार्रवाई के नाम पर केवल खानापुरी की थी। लेकिन पिछले 9 साल में भाजपा सरकार ने भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ जो अभियान चलाया, उसने आज भ्रष्टाचार और भ्रष्टाचारियों दोनों की जड़ें हिला दी है। ये इस बात का प्रमाण है कि जब भाजपा आती है तो भ्रष्टाचार भागता है। मैं आपको कुछ आंकड़े बताना चाहता हूं आज। प्रिवेंशन ऑफ मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग एक्ट यानी पीएमएलए के तहत कांग्रेस की सरकार में यानी साल 2004 से 2014 के बीच 5,000 करोड़ रुपए के आसपास की संपत्ति जब्त की गई थी। 5,000 करोड़। इसी एक्ट के तहत पिछले 9 वर्षों में भाजपा सरकार ने 1,10,000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की संपत्ति जब्त की है। इस एक्ट के तहत पहले के मुकाबले 2 गुने से ज्यादा केस रिकॉर्ड किए गए हैं और 15 गुना ज्यादा लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है। हमारे यहां कुछ लोगों ने कांग्रेस शासन के दौरान बैंकों को जमकर के लूटा। बैंकों का करीब 22,000 करोड़ रुपए का नुकसान करके ये लोग विदेश भाग गए। आज भाजपा सरकार ने इन लोगों की करीब करीब 20,000 करोड़ रुपए की संपत्ति जब्त करवा दी है। प्रिवेंशन ऑफ करप्शन एक्ट के तहत पिछले 9 वर्षों में सीबीआई ने लगभग 5,000 केस दर्ज किए हैं। बीजेपी सरकार में भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपों से घिरे हुए सैकड़ों बड़े अधिकारियों को संविधान दिखाया, सरकार के नियम दिखाए और उनको जबरन रिटायर किया गया है, घर भेज दिया गया है और उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई की गई है। साथियों, आजादी के 7 दशकों में पहली बार भ्रष्टाचार पर इस तरह की चोट हो रही है। पूरे देश की जनता आज भ्रष्टाचारियों पर हो रही कार्रवाई से खुश है। आपकी यही जानकारी है ना? मैं जहां जाता हूं लोग यही कहते हैं, मोदी जी रुकना मत। आज हर देशवासी समझता है भ्रष्टाचार रुकेगा तभी देश आगे बढ़ेगा। और जब हम इतना सारा करेंगे तो कुछ लोग तो नाराज होंगे ही होंगे। वो अपना गुस्सा भी निकालेंगे, लेकिन इनके झूठों आरोपों से न देश झुकेगा, न भ्रष्टाचार के विरुद्ध कार्रवाई थमने वाली। साथियों, आपको याद होगा कांग्रेस के नेता कभी कहा करते थे, जनसंघ के जमाने में बड़े बड़े नेता कहते थे जनसंघ को जड़ से उखाड़कर फेंक देंगे। ये उनके बड़े बड़े नेता बोलते थे जी। और आज की कांग्रेस कहती है कि मोदी तेरी कब्र खुदेगी। जनसंघ को मिटाने की, भाजपा को मिटाने की अनेक बार साजिशें हुई। और ये तो वो लोग हैं जिन्होंने मुझे भी जेल में डालने के लिए क्या क्या जाल नहीं बिछाई, लेकिन वो पूरी तरह नाकाम रहे। और हम बचे हैं, हम फले हैं, फूले हैं, तो जनता जनार्दन के आशीर्वाद से, देशवासियों के प्यार से बढ़े। देशवासियों का अपार प्रेम, यही तो हमारी पूंजी है, यही हमें समर्थन देता है, यही हमें शक्ति देता है। देशवासियों के आशीर्वाद से हम आगे बढ़े हैं, बढ़ रहे हैं और बढ़ते ही रहेंगे। हम यहां से आगे बढ़ेंगे, वो भी देशवासियों के विश्वास से बढ़ने वाले हैं। साथियों, भाजपा ये वो पार्टी नहीं है जो अखबारों से, टीवी स्क्रीन की चमक से पैदा हुई हो। ये भाजपा ट्विटर हैंडलों और यूट्यूब के चैनलों से पैदा नहीं हुई है। ये भाजपा अपने कार्यकर्ताओं के त्याग तपस्या से बनी हुई है। भाजपा जमीन पर काम करके आगे बढ़ी है। भाजपा गांव में, खेत खलिहानों में गरीबों के साथ कंधा से कंधा मिलाकर तप करके आगे बढ़ी है। मुझे बहुत सारे लोग कहते हैं, अरे मोदी जी अब सत्ता मिल गई, 2-2 बार प्रधानमंत्री बन गए, अभी भी क्यों इतना दौड़ते रहते हो, क्यों भागते रहते हो? अरे कभी तो मौज करो, आराम करो। लेकिन उन लोगों को पता नहीं है, बीजेपी कार्यकर्ता की नियति आराम करना, बैठना, मौज करना हो नहीं सकती। भाजपा के कार्यकर्ता के लिए देश की आशाएं, लोगों की आकांक्षाएं, उनके सपने ही उसकी ड्राइविंग फोर्स होती है। इसी के लिए भाजपा कार्यकर्ता दिन रात दौड़ता है, भागता है, काम करता है, वो रुकता नहीं है, थकता नहीं है, झुकता भी नहीं है। लेकिन साथियों, हमें याद रखना है, हमारी ये लड़ाई आसान नहीं है। भाजपा को डगर डगर पर भ्रष्टाचार से लड़ना है। भाजपा को डगर डगर पर भाई भतीजावाद से लड़ना है। भाजपा को डगर डगर पर संप्रदायवाद से लड़ना है। भाजपा को डगर डगर पर जातिवाद से लड़ना है। भाजपा को डगर डगर पर भारत विरोधी विदेशी ताकतों और उनके इकोसिस्टम से लड़ना है, क्योंकि यही वो चुनौतियां हैं जिन्होंने देश का बहुत बड़ा नुकसान किया है, बहुत समय तक नुकसान किया है। साथियों, बहुत सौभाग्य से, अनेकों के त्याग तपस्या से हमें आजादी के अमृत काल में राष्ट्र की सेवा करने का, राष्ट्र निर्माण करने का अवसर मिला है। हम भारतीयों ने मिलकर 2047 तक, जब आजादी के 100 साल मनाएंगे, तब तक विकसित भारत का लक्ष्य रखा है। आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव से लेकर आजादी के 100 वर्ष तक देश की इस यात्रा में प्रत्येक भाजपा कार्यकर्ता को जी तोड़ मेहनत करनी ही करनी है। हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं को लंबी पारी के लिए तैयार करना चाहिए। दल को बनाने में जिस तरह अनेक पीढ़ियां खप गई, उसी तरह देश को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हमें भी अपनी पीढ़ियों को खपाना होगा। साथियों, मैं आपको फरवरी 2018 में इसी कार्यालय में कही हुई अपनी एक बात को आज याद दिलाना चाहता हूं। 2018 में इसी भवन का लोकार्पण करते हुए मैंने कहा था कि कार्यालय हमारी कर्मभूमि है, लेकिन भारत की सीमा ही हमारे कार्यों की सीमा है। हमें इस भवन से ऊर्जा लेकर संपूर्ण भारत की सीमा को ही अपना कार्यक्षेत्र बनाना है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है आप सब इसी तपस्या के साथ देश के सपनों को साकार करते रहेंगे। जो सपना हमने पहले देखा था उसे हम आज पूरा होता देख रहे हैं। जो सपना हम आज देख रहे हैं वो भविष्य में पूरा होकर रहेगा।
That was the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi, speaking at the inauguration of the residential complex opposite the BJP headquarters in Delhi, hitting out at the opposition, hitting out at them, saying that all the corrupt in the country are coming together. We have Professor Chambi Puranik, political analyst, continuing to be with us on this broadcast. Professor Chambi Puranik, how would you view that particular speech? Not much was originally expected from that. It was supposed to be a very par for the course kind of a speech, but then it was surprising that he chose to tour into the opposition a night before the Karnataka election dates were announced.
Well, it's a coincidence, no doubt. But, all of us know that Prime Minister is a very motivating speaker. The words he chooses and the link he establishes, the connect, they are all, he's a great orator. There is no doubt about it. But I am very particular about his repeated kind of statement or assertion about fighting against corruption. That means to say the entire BJP government and the party should take on corruption, just as the constitutional agencies have been doing, and also trying to prevent that kind of corruption which was taken for granted or it never reached the level of conviction or seizure and all that. And he's giving details about the seizure of property from few thousands of crores to more than 1 lakh crore kind of property that has been seized from the corrupt people, and also from those people who have borrowed money, looted our public sector banks, and also other whatever government agencies and power that they were enjoying. I think this goes well with the people of India across, because nobody likes corruption. People, by and large, all of us common people, 80 to 90%, they are exposed to this kind of vulnerable situation. Wherever you go in
Professor Chambi Puranik, if I may, some also believe, I'm not saying all, but some also believe that, corruption is a first world problem. Poverty is a second and third world problem. In that sense, would you believe that, that becomes the deciding factor? It's more about the perception of a party being how corrupt the party is, and the fact that the BJP doesn't have the perception of being a corrupt party.
No, BJP itself has not been in power for more than 9 or 10 years. And
it's difficult for them to have been too corrupt, considering they have not been in power.
Yeah, they were not in power. Apart from that, there is a legacy of corruption that has, robbed the people of their aspirations. The people in every election is a festival of democracy. So people expect some better performance of the government that they elect and all that. Not that the government should be used for their personal or family or dynastic rule and all that. I think now in 2023, people have understood, whom to trust, whom not to trust, or whom to reject and all that. So therefore, as you said, the issues of development and poverty and delivery of whatever good programs that have been in his program, the BJP has done it. But The point is, by not ignoring corruption, he wants to impress the people of India that corruption is a cancerous growth. And our party has done really a better performance or done work to erase corruption in the country. That kind of thing, because of a number of agencies there after the corrupt people and all that. Unfortunately, the speed and the kind of taking on the opposition party leaders, I think that's where the Prime Minister has to clarify, or should have been a little cautious, that it should have said even our own party people, we have not spared them. And our own party people also, they are under this kind of anti-corruption movement, or the kind of cases being booked and all that. If those things are given, people will understand that he has a right message there and all that. So the proof of the pudding is in eating. Prime Minister should also emphasize the good governance and also the programs that the BJP government has delivered to the people, especially the digital transfer of money, DBT. It's a remarkable thing which was not there earlier, because there used to be a cut in that also. So that means to say, such evidences of the kind of reforms or improvements, I think you should highlight, or his party people should highlight your Karyakartas, which he has appealed and all that. That goes well with the message.
Professor Chambi Puranik, stay with us. I have my colleague Varghese Abraham also joining us in the studio. Varghese Abraham, how do you view that speech? What a hotbed Karnataka is at this stage. Such a close contest between the ruling BJP and the Congress party, and the Prime Minister, taking on the baton and sounding the poll bugle, so to speak, from Delhi at a time when the current Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai doesn't exactly enjoy the highest of popularity ratings in Karnataka.
Well, it seems to be a strategic effort at the same time, because of course the BJP knows that at the moment it is going to be very difficult when it comes to trying to ensure that they would be able to project the state leadership. So probably it seems to be the strategy that it is the central leadership, and that you are looking at Modi as a factor when you're going ahead and voting, and not at the local leadership. Now, this seems to be the strategy at the moment because of the situation that the state leadership is finding itself in. Interestingly enough, he spoke about corruption, but the state leadership has been fighting corruption allegations for quite some time. So keeping all this in mind, it looks like it seems to be on the part of the central leadership trying to say that this is an election of the central leadership trying to seek validation from the local Karnataka population.
And do you think, from what you understand from the ground, you are from Bengaluru after all, do you think that, it's going to work? I mean, do you think that that's the thing that BJP needs to sort of retain its government in Karnataka?
Well, if you would ask me, they say one day is too long in politics. So anything could happen on the ground. But as of now, on the ground, it looks like on the ground that the efforts are on to actually give a patient hearing to Modi as such. Not the state leadership, but to Prime Minister Modi as such. There is an effort on that part. But it is going to be quite a difficult task on the ground to convince a large population.
Quite a difficult task to convince such a large, and as Professor Chambi Puranik has been telling us, an enlightened population. It's 2023. It's very difficult to make. And also, just one last question, Professor Chambi Puranik, if I were to ask you, the comments that the BJP has made, the moves that the BJP has made, the recent one being the taking away the 4% minority quota to the Muslim community and splitting it between the Lingaites and the Vokkaligas, that kind of polarizing tactics, do you think, that will rub off well with the people of Karnataka?
That is a kind of thing that is done in a great hurry by the Karnataka government. Probably they knew that the election dates would be announced and they will not be in a position to place before the people about the new reservation policy. But that is a grey area which I do feel that as Mr. Madhuswamy, Law Minister, said, that we have not been able to clarify on this particular thing. So that means that the 4% that they are abolished, if they are shifted to the EWS 10% quota, is there a possibility of earmarking for the minorities or the caste from among the Muslims and that benefit? But there is one saving grace or kind of trick they have played is that they are going to establish a new nigama, that is a board, which will take care of the poorest of the poor among Muslims like Ladafs, Pinjaras and many other small groups which are, which have never seen a kind of developmental advantages. So I think that is there. And Mr. Bombay should have done it along with this also, but he lost an opportunity of that also. But the minorities are made to feel that they are being discriminated, and being BJP government, it's well known, they are considered as anti-Muslims and all that. I think that particular thing, I think it's going to make Muslims unhappy. Whether it will result in voting and all that, because BJP will never win with the support of Muslims, because their target group is Hindutva and development. So,
well, except in Gujarat. Except in Gujarat.
Yeah, like that. Perhaps, they have to clarify as they go on in the election campaign and all that. They should see to it that the Muslim people are given more clarity and assurance to the people. But the leaders, the opposition party, that is JDS, which is mainly having Muslims as a strong base, including CM Abraham as chairman, definitely will criticize the BJP government. But as Mr. Judge said, that the overall context in which the people of Karnataka see is the advantages of electing a stable government, and a government which has got power at the center, and the kind of whatever advantages of a double-engine government. Perhaps they may click them to reach from 104 to 115, right. Even two with great difficulty.
You've been saying that since we started talking, Professor Chambi Puranik. You're looking at a 115 for the BJP, despite the fact that, despite the challenges, you are saying that if they get it right, they have a chance to get a simple majority in the elections. And I'm guessing a lot of people in Karnataka will be hoping that it's not a fractured mandate this time around, unlike the 2018 elections. I was there on counting day in Bengaluru on the day, and the madness that resulted in the post-afternoon session when suddenly JDS became the kingmaker. Until I was at the JDS office on counting day last elections, until lunchtime, the JDS office was empty. The news flow from there was empty. And then in an hour's time, the entire picture changed. I mean, let's hope, there's no chaos this time around. And I'm sure that's the hope of many people in Karnataka, that there's a clear mandate for good governance and stable governance. And with that, I'm afraid
one last point, is their permission. Yes, I hope Karnataka will not have the shame or humiliation of going through Operation Kampa or Operation Congress or JDS playing this kind of game. I think Karnataka people are with this.
We don't want resort politics. Definitely, we don't want resort politics in this country. Not in Karnataka, not in Tamil Nadu, not anywhere in the country. We need to find a way to resolve political issues better than in resorts. It doesn't make for good viewing for anybody whatsoever. But I'm afraid we've run out of time on that particular discussion on Modi, the Prime Minister, leading the charge for the BJP as the Karnataka Assembly elections approaches. And I'm going to thank Professor Chambi Puranik for joining us. But we're going to move on with our discussion on the state of Karnataka and the elections that are set for it on the 10th of May. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the announcement from the Election Commission for the day. 10th of May is when it'll be the polling day for Karnataka State Assembly elections. Single phase polling, one day. And then the 13th of May is when the results will be announced. That's counting day. Now, keeping it with Karnataka and the elections, as the battleground is being readied for the elections in Karnataka, there are two kinds of narratives being built to woo voters in Karnataka. And the BJP has been harping on its cultural campaign, so to speak. The Saffron Party has been keeping its focus on issues like hijab, quota for Muslims, and on Tipu Sultan as well. And the Congress Party, on the other hand, has been keeping its focus on social security schemes and promising SOPs along those lines. Whose narrative will win and who the voters will choose is the big question. And to understand that, joining us is Varghese Abraham, who is with us in the studio. Will be joined by our correspondent Muhammad Faisal as well in a bit. But let me begin this discussion by discussing the fact of the matter with Varghese Abraham. Varghese, don't need to remind anybody, all the viewers, you are from Bengaluru. Talk to us, this entire cultural war versus social SOPs that is taking place in Karnataka in the lead up to the elections. What do you think is going to win?
Well, it's going to be quite interesting to see whether these new narratives that have been pushed, whether it'll have an impact on the ground or not, because there are several historical issues that you have also been playing with the BJP, in fact, pushing for the recognition of two Wakaligas, especially saying that they were the ones who actually killed Tipu Sultan. And of course, you have a backlash against it as well, with people, in fact, coming out and saying historians as well as people from various walks of life coming and saying that that isn't the case, while the BJP says that history was written by the victors and therefore the contributions of Rigode and Nanjegowda have not been put across. And this was formulated by C.T. Ravi. Now, why would they come with something like this is because when it comes to the identity of the Vokkaligas, they have for ages together been, especially in South Karnataka, where the Vokkaligas are the dominant caste, they have been a unitary kind of a population who have been cooperating with the Kurubas as well as the Muslim community. So that area where we are looking at possibly polarization being brought in is what we understand. And when that polarization, they're trying to in fact benefit the Vokkaliga leaders within the BJP as such. So it would also help in fracturing the vote base of a lot of Congress leaders in the South. And of course, the other issue has been with regards to the JDS factor, which is also a very South Karnataka party. South Karnataka, when we are talking about the old Mysore region, because most of Karnataka historically has been divided by the Nawab's Hyderabad, the British's Bombay presidency, and then you had parts of it with Madras presidency, and you had the independent Wadiyar Mysore kingdom. So
fascinating, isn't it? And you know, when you talk about that, I just got reminded of the fact that we need to talk about this. Karnataka is a multilingual state. You have Kannada, which is the main state language. You have Tulu, you have Konkani, you have Kodava, which is the Kurgi, language. You have, it's a multilingual state. And as you were rightly pointing out, North Karnataka and South Karnataka are two different ball games altogether. And then, you have other communities, making up other parts of the country. So in that sense, it's very complex, isn't it? Karnataka?
It is a very complex state. In fact, from outside, people would try to say that it might be looking like
one Karnataka, it's one Kannada,
but historical memory of the people as well as their associations have been very different. And that's why you have the Lingayat population mostly dominating the northern districts of the state and bordering Maharashtra as well as bordering Telangana. These are the areas where you find the Lingayat population being quite there. And they are the ones who dominated the entire narrative of Karnataka for quite some time. More than the people from the South Karnataka. And one of the important watershed moments for the community, rather, was when one of their community's leaders, Virendra Patil, who had been the chief minister, was dismissed by the Congress in 1990, making a huge opposition base in Karnataka against the Congress. And that is why you find the Lingayats going into the Jan Sangh or moving into the BJP. And BJP has been playing with that sentiment. Prime Minister Modi has also been speaking about how some of the tall leaders among the Lingayats have been in fact hurt with the Congress decision. And this base, in fact, quite interestingly enough, though population-wise, you can say around 38%, both of them seem to be dominating the Vokkaligas and the Lingayats. But the Lingayats are spread across the northern districts and across constituencies. So they become a huge pressure group.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And that pressure group is creating pressure for the BJP in Karnataka as we speak, because you have so many different Lingayat leaders, tall Lingayat leaders. We have Muhammad Faisal now joining us from Bengaluru. Muhammad Faisal, thank you so much for being this on the broadcast. Now, we had Varghese Abraham tell us, like in the northern Karnataka, you have, the Lingayats spread out, and they have a huge say in the scheme of things, like the way the Vokkaligas do in southern Karnataka. Talk to us about the ground situation, keeping in mind what has happened, in Delhi, Prime Minister Modi leading the charge, attacking corrupt opposition. You have what has happened with Rahul Gandhi being disqualified from the parliament. And now you have the election dates being announced. It's a single phase elections, Muhammad Faisal. Talk to us about what you're picking up from the ground in Bengaluru.
Well, good afternoon, Krishna. Well, the dates of the election has been announced today, but the preparation for this has been going on for the last 6 months. We've seen all the political parties fighting with each other. The rallies have been going on. The Prime Minister alone has visited the state for close to 7 times right now, be it to inaugurate governmental projects. The Congress party has also put out its foot on the ground, and it's been campaigning rigorously with the Prajadayam Yatra, where you can see DK and Siddaramaiah walking around in the northern states of Karnataka, promoting the party. And you've also seen Kumar Swamy along with Deve Gowda, one of the tallest leaders of the state, also on the ground. And the turnout of that political rally was also one of the most significant things that the Karnataka has seen in the last 1 month since the preparation of this election is done. Now with the dates being announced, it all comes down to May 10th and how these parties will fare. Like you said, the state is completely multilingual and it is multidimensional. The north differs from the south, but you'll also need to understand that there is a coastal region also, and the coastal region also thinks completely differently. Keeping in mind it's also a multilingual state, there are a lot of issues that have also begun over here with regards to how the political parties should campaign or should start their campaign. We've already seen BJP announcing how they're going to give quota to the Lingayats and the Vokaligas. They've taken away the 4% reservation of the Muslims. And we've already seen the state boiling over it, where we've seen the Banjarans, the Kodis, the Kurbas coming on the streets, the Muslims protesting in Koppal. Things like that have already begun. Congress, on the other hand, has given their own political promises where they've promised 200 units of electricity, like how Kejriwal had done it in Delhi. They've also said they'll give 2,000 rupees to the ladies in the family. And they've also announced other schemes for farmers and for the students. So all these political parties are charged up. They're all ready for the elections. Now, the date that have been announced is May 10th, which will be the polling date, and it'll be a single phase, like you've said. And May 13th will be the day when the result will come out, and that is the day that we'll be looking out for all the permutations, combinations that have been
13th of May is going to be a red letter day in many ways, for the Congress party and the BJP. The 13th of May is going to be a red letter day for both the parties concerned over here. I want to ask you this, we're discussing how the BJP has gone has been keeping its focus on issues like hijab and quotas and reservation, Tipu Sultan and etc. etc. And the Congress party has been keeping its focus on social security schemes, SOPs, and etc. etc. Talk to us in terms of what are you picking from the people of Karnataka. You've been traveling around Karnataka as well. What seems to be working? What is the sense you're getting from the ground?
Well, yes, the BJP campaign has been around these politically divisive, controversial statements. We've already seen when C.T. Ravi had said that this time the election will be about Tippu versus Savarkar, but it was again flagged off by their own political leader, Yediyurappa, when he said that this will not be the election issue. But we've already seen a lot of attacks that have happened in pubs in the coastal region, and we've also seen Chief Minister Bommaya coming out and saying that whatever happened is wrong, but he will not allow pubs and all the Western culture to spoil the culture of Karnataka. So the BJP has pitched its entire political campaign against the entire cultural wall, where they've said things like hijab, which are backward issues, should be curtailed. They've also gone on to attack the pub culture, and pub culture is something that is very prominent in Bangalore especially, and the urban parts of Karnataka, be it Mangalore and upcoming Shimoga. So you see pub culture coming up, and this is something that the BJP government has voiced its concern. On the other hand, we've seen Congress totally concentrating their campaign on social issues, where they've said they will give 200 units of electricity. They've gone on to say that they will give stocks to the females in the house who are not working. They will come out with schemes for the farmers. They will come out with schemes for the students. So this is what the Congress is concentrating on. On the other hand, you see the BJP concentrating on a little bit of divisive and controversial issue, and which is something that works for the BJP in
fair enough. Vajji, what is the JDS concentrating on? Vajji, what is the JDS concentrating on? We've been discussing only the Congress and the BJP. We keep forgetting that the JDS. What has been JDS's poll pitch this time around, apart from ensuring that all Vokaligas vote for the JDS this time and none of them go to the Congress party?
The most interesting thing that has come up in the entire campaign is the JDS continuously voicing on the importance of education, importance of the entire Mekadatu issue. So the JDS has so far announced this campaign around the Vokaliga community. It has also said that it will make sure that the Vokaligas will be given more importance this time around, keeping in mind that in the last two elections, there have been the Lingayats who've been taking the prominence, and they've also been the only political party that has concentrated on providing education. But apart from JDS, one more other entry that we see this time around is the Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party is also campaigning in the state. They've also come out with their list of 80 candidates so far in the first list, and the second list also will be coming out. And their pitch is also on the same lines, that they will provide education, they will provide medical facilities to the people, how they've done in Delhi. They've also reduced the electricity charges. But one more thing that we need to understand, or we need to look into, is how the campaigning is going on in the coastal region, which is where the SDPI, which is the other political wing, is also working very hard over there, where they are constantly speaking against both the political parties, be it the BJP and the Congress. That is one thing that we need to look out for, because they are making a lot of noise in the coastal regions too.
Right. Mohammad Wajiullah, there, our correspondent, getting us that ground report from Bengaluru. Thank you, Vaji, for joining us with that detailed ground report on what exactly is going on in Karnataka. We also have Professor GVR Shastri, political analyst, now joining us on the broadcast. Professor GVR Shastri, thank you so much for being with us here on News 9. We're discussing the upcoming Karnataka State Assembly elections, because the election dates have been announced. 10th of May, single phase polling. And 13th of May is when the results, the counting and results are. How do you think the ground is shaping up in Karnataka? Because, you know, two diverse poll pitches, BJP harping on issues related to culture, whereas the Congress party focusing on, you know, social SOPs, the JDS focusing on the Vokaliga community and education. The only thing we haven't discussed so far, Professor G.V.R. Shastri, is the fact that they have a new player in Karnataka, and that is the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party is contesting in Bengaluru. You have Brijesh Kallappa and others. You have Aam Aadmi Party also focusing on North Karnataka in the Hubli-Dharwad region. Talk to us about the one political entrant that nobody discusses when it comes to the Karnataka State Assembly elections.
See, well, as far as the South India is concerned, particularly these 5 states, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Andhra, Karnataka, Kerala, you can escape from Kerala, but at least these 4 states are quite dominant of caste politics. Because if you look at the caste domination is so powerful and high. Of course, I understand there are 2 aspects involved. One is that anti-incumbency of the existing government. Another is the leadership role, maybe influence, maybe Prime Minister, maybe Rahul Gandhi, maybe Amit Shah, maybe some DK Shivakumar, and down the line, including Yediyurappa. What is their considerable impact, what they will do in the elections? But end of the day, if you look at the truth, before election of 1 month before elections, that the analysis is something different. By the time the journey completes and during the elections, the situation worst and situation goes different roles. People talk about so many aspects and nothing is concrete. And people are not going to get benefited of anything. It's only political parties who are going to get benefited. So in this scenario, the Karnataka election, what I exactly see that yes, there is a massive anti-incumbency as far as the BJP is concerned. And of course, there is a positivity that Karnataka, because since there is a quite a response with regards to Padyatra of Rahul Gandhi. So these 2 scenarios are emerging, and I feel it's a very tough time for the both parties, and there will be a hung. That's what I'm predicting. Right. I did some analysis.
Right. So, Professor G.V.R. Shastri, you are expecting a fractured mandate in the upcoming Karnataka State Assembly elections. We're just taking a look at all the big faces who are going to be standing for them across party lines. Let me take this across to Basavaraj Itnal, senior journalist, now joining us on this broadcast. Basavaraj, talk to us. You have the Congress and the BJP. It's a litmus test for both of them. BJP could be out of South India if they lose these elections. Congress party needs to win. And then you have the JDS, which is a Karnataka-based party, still fighting for relevance and significance for themselves in the Vokaliga community. And then you have the Aam Aadmi Party now entering the fray. This is going to be quite the contest in Karnataka.
It is. But at the same time, none of the opinion surveys so far have given any clear verdict for any particular party. You know, there had been all the opinion polls have shown hung assembly. You know, have projected an hung assembly this time as well. In that scenario, what will be the post-election drama? That will be very interesting. But again, these opinion surveys had been conducted before the latest announcement of going to Karnataka as regards to the reservation reallocation, cancellation of 2B reservation for Muslims, and the same had been apportioned equally between Okkaliga and Lingayats. And now, somebody had been mentioning about anti-incumbency. Yes, there is a tremendous amount of anti-incumbency, you know, due to all the corruption allegations and communal disturbances, all those things. But the billion-dollar question is how the opposition is going to appropriate anything at all from this anti-incumbency bill, because opposition seems to be, you know, lacking some clarity. They don't have a clear, you know, plan of action. They don't still seem to be having a clear roadmap to elections. So such being the case, whatever, I still see a hung assembly on May 13th.
Are you in fact going ahead and saying that again we are probably looking at the JDS being the entity who is going to decide as to who sits on that CM
Because
seat
that's what
in
happened last
Karnataka?
elections, didn't it? In 2018, that's exactly what happened. Will it happen? Are we going to see a repeat?
If I can comment on that JDS factor, JDS, though purportedly it is a Karnataka regional party, but it is not pan-Karnataka. It is limited, its impact and its performance is limited only to Old Mysore region and Bengaluru area, which comprise of around 70 seats, and among the 70, there will be a equal distribution of tally between Congress, JDS and BJP. Whereas rest of the Karnataka, the North Karnataka or Hyderabad Karnataka, Bombay Karnataka that we call, now it is called Kitturu Karnataka. All these regions are essentially a two-way fight between Congress and BJP. Only in southern part of Karnataka, it is a three-way fight. And the Aam Party has, for the first time, testing waters. It might open an account, or it might just be a player. That's all, so to say.
Right. If I were to ask you, Basavaraj, you know, you're seeing the difference in approach between the Congress and the BJP. The BJP, you know, using issues like hijab and the quota for Muslims, and you're changing the reservation matrix and etc. etc. And then the Congress party promising social SOPs. The big question always is which is likely to win, which is, you know, finding more takers in Karnataka.
You know, this election is always a game of perceptions. It is never a game of performance. If I can go by my experience. So perception is, you know, the popular perception, popular narrative that is being built is that the communal issues like halal, hijab, or reservation, or all these things, they seem to be outweighing the developmental issues. Otherwise, by now, BJP should have been squarely on the mat. You know, what all allegations they had. Most recent had been their own MLA having been arrested by local police. And even that also seems to be not making any impact at all on the streets. You know, on the streets, again, the BJP, you know, they talk about Muslim reservations and Veerashaiva Lingayat, all this kind of caste and religious one-upmanship seem to be, getting the better of Karnataka electorate.
Oh, you're saying that it is finding resonance with the people of Karnataka. That's interesting, isn't it, Varghese?
Well, it is quite interesting because previously it was in fact thought that somewhere the BJP had faltered and the Congress must have been making that kind of an impact. But as Itnal says, it looks like the change in narrative, keeping it corely on issues that the BJP has been harping on, especially with regards to hijab, talking about Tipu Sultan, or talking about the issues about how reservation has been appropriated by Muslims. All these issues seem to be the one that is dominating now. The Congress had tried to, in fact, keep it to development and with regards to its socialist attitude, because we have Siddaramaiah coming from a very socialist background, and in his previous regime, he had, in fact, people from all the groupings in Karnataka represented one way or the other. So he had made that mathematical formula. And you had Yediyurappa also. Yediyurappa can be spoken of as a saffron socialist. Even he used to, in fact, have a lot of doling out a lot of schemes that help the poor in the state.
That's now that you're talking about it, it's actually very characteristic of a lot of politics in South India, isn't it, per se? It's a lot of socialism becomes like the sort of a cornerstone for most leaders, irrespective of which party they belong to.
Well, it is because most of the schemes are targeting specific groups, and they have been looking at that combination. At the end of the day, it's electoral maths. Whether you target them with a specific grouping, whether those small numbers
even socialism and SOPs had to be targeted to the right vote bank to make sure you win elections and you stay in power.
Exactly. So it's been a targeting scheme also that has been put into place. But then, as Itnal has been saying, it is more about the cultural narratives that have been pushed seem to be dominating the electorate right now rather than these issues. So maybe the Congress might be looking quite differently at this, but are they actually looking at what is actually spoken on the ground? Well, that's the question mark.
That's the question mark. Basavaraj, Itnal, if I were to ask you, are you also expecting a hung, assembly, a fractured mandate from the upcoming Karnataka State Assembly elections?
As of now, it looks so. Sensing the sentiments on the streets and also going by what the political parties are doing, there seems to be reasons to believe that there will be a hung assembly. But the bigger question is, if there is a hung assembly, what next? What are going to be the coalition equations? Is it going to be Congress JDS or is it going to be JDS BJP? Because in 1 year from now, we are going to general elections. So does it make any sense at all for BJP to join force with JDS and then face a combined anti-incumbency and sort of accountability for the entire year running up to the general elections? Or let Congress and JDS form government and stay in the opposition and put the government on the defensive and then face the general elections? All that calculations will definitely be made keeping the next elections in mind. Next election, meaning the next general elections to the parliament. So that calculation will play a major role after May 13. And yes, again, even if it's going to be a fractured mandate, as of now, it looks that Congress is going to be the #1 party, and #2 would be BJP, #3 would be JDS. That's what most surveys say, and that's what I also feel as of now. But in next 40-45 days, what magic, who plays, it depends on that.
Well, Basavaraj, just to, in fact, highlight or just to expand that point that you have raised, we have always seen this kind of fractured mandates coming in. Then you have Operation Lotus or you have Operation Hasta in place, and then you have people having their loyalty switched. And there seems to be some kind of an inherent instability when it comes to the government of Karnataka. Very few chief ministers have completed their terms. Even historically, when we see it, what or why is this reason for this instability? Is it because right now, the way the constituencies are designed, it looks like it is inherently making the overall results unstable? Is that the reason? Because it takes quite, as you said, like in South Karnataka, it is a three-way fight. In the north, it's of course only a two-way fight. But then the combinations of all the diversities of Karnataka is playing out. And is that the reason why it is quite unstable? Because most chief ministers seem to have not completed their terms. Very few of them have in fact gone ahead and completed their terms.
One thing off the cuff that comes to my mind is that all the political parties, especially the two national parties, JDS being just a family party, in both this Congress and BJP, the problem is that there are too many leaders, capable of being the chief minister of the state, and they have a considerable clout in the party and among the electorate and among a particular caste, community and caste. So all this, social engineering needs to be balanced over and over again, because if you look at the earlier BJP term, when Yediyurappa was arrested, invariably, they had to bring in another Lingayat. And then when they brought another Lingayat, the other communities started feeling resentful. That's why they had to bring Sadananda Gowda. So this Vakaliga, Lingayat, all these caste equations, you cannot, especially the major communities, no political party can afford to be on the wrong side of them. So they need to balance. You cannot probably they cannot afford one community leader to take the entire five-year term. In Congress also this has happened. In BJP also this has happened. The only thing it doesn't happen in JDS, but JDS also never completed its term.
Right. Fair enough. Basavaraj Itnal, we are discussing the upcoming state assembly elections here on News 9 Live. Please stay with us. We are going to be continuing this discussion, but we're going to change track and discuss another important aspect that we need to keep in mind when it comes to the upcoming 2023 Karnataka state elections. And that is what will happen with the all-important Vakaliga community. Will the Vakaliga community break rank and vote for another party that is not the JDS? Will they stay with the JDS? Will they go to the Congress party? Will they, some of them even go out all the way to the Bharatiya Janata Party, because we've seen the Bharatiya Janata Party, taking away the 4% reservation quota for the Muslims and taking it and splitting it between the Vakaligas and the Veerashaiva Lingayats. So that's the BJP's outreach to the Vakaliga community. So what is going to happen? Because bear in mind, unlike the Lingayat community, which is fully unified in support of the BJP, the Vakaliga community tends to vote, heterogeneously, so to speak, depending upon the candidate and the situation. But they do largely remain with the JDS, because after all, the JDS is a party of the Vakaliga. So what's going to happen when it comes to the 2023 elections? Let's find out over the next half an hour or so. The Election Commission has announced the big date for the state of Karnataka, which is the 10th of May, polling day, and the results will be announced on counting day, which is the 13th of May. Now, one were to look at the caste matrix in Karnataka, the two most powerful communities are undoubtedly the Lingayats and the Vakaligas, who form the key voting segments. The MLAs from these two castes dominate Karnataka politics. 23 of 42 Vakaliga MLAs were from JDS in 2018. Which way will Vakaliga votes swing this time around? Will the Congress party breach the all-important Gowda fortress? That's what we're going to be discussing for the next half an hour or so. We have Basavaraj Itnal, senior journalist, continue to be with us, and we also have my colleague Varghese Abraham with me in the studio. Varghese Abraham, that question is being asked, Varghese, because I think what's happening with the Lingayat community is a foregone conclusion. We're even discussing this because the Vakaligas don't vote homogeneously. They vote for the Congress party. Some even vote for the BJP, while the overwhelming majority is expected to stay with the JDS. Are we going to see a googly this time around?
Well, it's quite difficult to say, because the first thing is about it being a heterogeneous voting electorate. There has not been a single issue on which they have identified other than the issue about Kaveri waters.
Right. And another issue that too much prominence being given to Lingayats.
Lingayats. So these are the two things about it. And being a very South Karnataka community, they are in fact the people who have dominated the social structure. They are the ones who have been in the farming, trading communities as well. So they've also been builders as well. So having multiple roles as a community, they till now, they don't have a single pointed agenda to which they would have voted together as a whole. But now, the BJP has been trying on a polarization level. They have been trying to, in fact, woo a lot of existing Vakaligas from the Congress as well as the JDS. Now, the JDS can be rightly said is built on a Vakaliga base, but it need not be that they are getting the votes of the entire Vakaliga community, because the Congress does have strong Vakaliga leaders as well.
Right.
So it is not easy to break away that. So as a heterogeneous community, how they can be turned into a homogeneous voting electorate is something that has been a challenge for the BJP. Now, the BJP has been trying to, in fact, get into the votes of the JDS, because both the Congress and the BJP has been trying to ensure that they try to, in fact, end the JDS's reign within the South, because that would open up their political prospects
a lot. And that would also open up possibilities where it's not a fractured mandate, it's not a hung assembly. We have more unity in the polity when it comes to voting. At least we have Basavaraj Itnal joining us. We also have Tehseen Poonawala joining us on this broadcast. Tehseen, thank you so much for being with us here on News 9 Live. We're just discussing a very particular aspect of the upcoming state assembly elections in Karnataka, and that is the Vakaliga community. The Vakaliga community Which way will the vote swing? The Congress party right now is hoping that it can swing as many as it can away from the JDS to itself.
So I don't want to get into where the Lingayats would vote, where the Vokaligas would vote, where the Kurba would vote, where the Muslims would vote, where the SC/ST or the other OBCs would vote. Everyone in Karnataka is voting out the BJP government. Everyone. It's unanimous. And I'm saying this, and please record this and play it on 13 May. I will join you. Even if the most honorable Prime Minister, who in my opinion is the biggest mass leader today in our country, spends his entire time, shifts his Prime Minister's office to Karnataka, Karnataka is voting out the BJP. They are not winning Karnataka. People of Karnataka are fed up with the BJP government, and therefore they will give a majority, an absolute majority to the Congress. And I'll tell you why. Because they know that even with the JDS, post-poll the JDS can go anywhere. Therefore, the people of Karnataka have made up their mind. This time it's for the Congress, and Congress's internal survey says that the Congress is getting over 150 seats.
Over 150 seats, Tehseen Poonawalla. That's at this stage is sounding very optimistic, because mainly because the way the voting has been in Karnataka. You remember 2018, I was there in Bengaluru on counting day until about lunchtime. Nobody cared about the JDS because it was all about the BJP with the maximum number of seats, and suddenly things changed. And then you had the Congress and the JDS coming together, and then so much more happened. It's also a state where the chief ministers don't last the entire 5-year term. So much happens in Karnataka, Tehseen. And now, in this particular context, yes, you have an anti-incumbency problem that the BJP is facing. But how do you view what they've been doing in the run-up to the elections with the changes in the reservation matrix, the hijab issue? That's the kind of thing that they've been focusing on.
Yeah, so I'll divide that into two parts. But just the first part of your question, you're absolutely right. Chief ministers in Karnataka don't last the full term except for Siddaramaiah ji. And everybody today misses his governance. Karnataka, whatever the Karnataka has progressed, or the FTA that's come into Karnataka over the last 3 years, all of those agreements, including the Apple agreement, was inked by the Siddaramaiah government. So this government has done nothing. And like you rightly said, because they've done nothing, they need the hijab issue, they need the Hindu-Muslim issue, they need the reservation issue. They want to create divisions between communities. They're going to try for the Vokaliga votes. They're going to try for the Lingayat votes. But please remember, prominent Lingayat seers and prominent Lingayat Mutt said that there was a 40% commission government, that they were asking 30-35% even from Mutts. Now, these are prominent and reputed seers from Karnataka who have said this. So this government has spared nobody in corruption. The one place it's been secular has been in corruption. We've seen their ministers, their MLAs, we've seen crores and crores and crores of rupees come out. People of Karnataka have seen EDs not acted out there. This government, in my opinion, is history and is not coming back. I think the BJP will not even cross 50.
Fair enough. BJP will not cross 50 is the word coming from Tehseen Poonawalla. 150 for the Congress party. Tehseen, you've promised you will be with us on the 13th of May. With me, we will be discussing this on the 13th of May for sure. We're going to record this and archive it and keep it till the 13th of May. But in the meanwhile, I have to ask you this. The Congress party has been focusing on, social SOPs, schemes and programs and etc., etc. The reason why I keep asking, questioning your optimism is that North Karnataka and South Karnataka are two different things. And then you have coastal Karnataka. This is a very complex state. How are you so confident that this state will now come together in unison and give an overwhelming majority to the Congress party?
Overwhelming majority with 150 plus. I'm again repeating it. I'm very clear. It's not overwhelming majority with 120, 125, 150, 150 plus. Because coastal Karnataka, northern Karnataka, southern Karnataka, Bengaluru, Mysore, every place is fed up of the BJP. They just know that this BJP government has not delivered. People are not fools, and the BJP should not think people are fools. You cannot one few weeks before the elections come and say, oh, we are now going to give more reservations out here. People have seen what you've done for 5 years. People want jobs. Now you're giving them a jumla of reservations. It doesn't work that way. People wanted social justice. You gave no social justice. People remember Siddaramaiah's government. There was progress. There was investments that came into Karnataka. There was law and order. There was no Hindu-Muslim tension. More importantly, all the allegations that the BJP made of corruption, not one file could they open. On the contrary, cash is coming out of BJP ministers and MLAs' house. So people are seeing that. People are seeing. Look at Bengaluru in the floods. One shower in Bengaluru drowns completely, and we covered it. You guys covered it the last time, the floods. The IT city had to shut down. Can you imagine anywhere in the world an IT city having to shut down? So people are seeing what the BJP is up to, and they will not bring the BJP back. Even amongst the Lingayat fellow citizens, they're very upset with how Yedurappa ji was treated. Yes, Amit Shah ji is now making this outreach to Yedurappa ji. He was taken in the BJP parliamentary board, which is the highest board. They've gone on to say that, they've now tried to give respect to Yedurappa ji. But people know that you actually removed him. And now because the elections and you aren't winning, you're going back to Yedurappa ji. It's not going to work.
Right, Tehsil my colleague Varghese Abraham is also with us in the studio, and he is from Bengaluru, and he has a question for you. So please go ahead, Varghese.
Well, Tehsil, this question that I have is, historically there is a memory among the Lingayats about an insult. And the insult is removal of, or rather dismissing, Virendra Patil from the Chief Minister's position in 1990. From then onwards, as I was telling my colleague, an opposition stood up against the Congress in Karnataka. When you say you're going 150 plus, if you look at the electoral math of the entire way the voting takes place, it's going to be a 14 to 15% shift that you're looking at. And to get that from hardcore Lingayat areas, especially in the north, where this memory is still alive, by the way, they're very live about this memory. And when you talk about Yedurappa, of course, has gone, the BJP has removed him based on the rules of the party, where a person who's aged above 75 will not hold a position in the party or a political office. So they have, in fact, removed him based on that particular aspect. But still, there have been several leaders, Lingayats who've been accommodated. Lingayats who have actually walked away from the Congress and joined the BJP have been accommodated. So when you say this narrative saying that Yedurappa has been treated bad, there is a whole lot of people who have been accommodated in the BJP and have also been given positions of power. So how do you respond to that? How do you say that that the Congress is confident that it will be able to swing this particular part of the vote, saying that there is disaffection against the BJP only based on Yedurappa's removal from the position that he was holding?
It's not just based on Yedurappa ji's removal from the position which he was hosting. It's the hypocrisy and the manner in which it was done.
First, but this is the same thing that you have done. For example, the same thing, as I started the entire conversation, I said when it comes to Virendra Patil, Rajiv Gandhi in fact removed him from the position of being the chief minister in 1990s. Yes, and that's where you have a huge opposition. The Lingayats became a completely anti-Congress party.
The question is that has that gone away? Do you think that
if you look at it, it's like saying that you've taken Lingayat for granted, saying that they will vote for you this time.
No, I completely agree that in the 1990s, the Lingayat vote shifted away from the Congress, and Yedurappa ji, on his cycle, and I have a lot of respect personally for Yedurappa ji, went about building the BJP, and on the cycle went about campaigning. The Lingayat vote shifted en masse to the BJP. Nobody is denying that. But since 1990, we've come a long way. We've had a Siddaramaiah who's given justice to the state, which included the Lingayats. None of the Lingayats complained when Siddaramaiah ji was chief minister of discrimination towards them. The Mutts got the funds that were required. Today, it is the Mutts and the Seers who've come out and said, look, there is a 30% commission from the government of the BJP from these Mutts and the Seers. That's number one. Number two, if Yedurappa ji was removed as per norms and as per rules, why was he accommodated in the BJP parliamentary committee, the highest body? He was only accommodated and made an exception because the BJP knew that he was not winning there. Look at the statement C.T. Ravi has made against Yedurappa ji. Tickets will not be decided on a dining table. And ultimately, Amit Shah ji had to come for breakfast and sit there. Look at the statements other people have made. So the people of Karnataka have not forgotten what has happened. More importantly, again, I come back to the larger point. It is not about the Lingayats, the Vokaligas, the Kurbas, the Muslims, the SC, ST and other OBCs. It is about the people of Karnataka who united. At 40% commission, at contractors are committing suicide, at money coming out, people know that no investment is happening in Karnataka. Everything has been made an issue. Hijab, Ganpati. You are from Bangalore. You know Ganpati is the most secular festival. Muslims celebrate it. But the BJP even tried to bring in divisions there. People can see through it. At some point,
I'm not talking about the cultural aspects of the narrative that was there. My question was, for example, if you were saying that there was an entire wave as such that was going against the BJP, my question was that have you taken certain communities for granted?
Rahul Gandhi. Yes, Rahul Gandhi has gone to all the Lingayat seats. He's gone to all the mutts. You all guys have covered it. He's
But
gone,
then,
met them. As is Amit Shah ji. I'm not going to
then
deny
you
that.
had Lingayat leaders exiting from your party. They were the first persons to, in fact, exit
yes,
out of
and
your
yet
party
there's
when you
MB
had the
Patil, there's
JDS,
SR
when you
Patil.
had the JDS Congress alliance government that was there. It was the Lingayats who first exited out of your party, who
That's true. And
joined
yet
hands
you
with the
have-
BJP.
And yet, yes, and they were made ministers. And yet today the Congress has MB Patil, SR Patil. The Congress has always had senior Lingayat leaders. The ticket distribution will give justice to every community, including Lingayats. And Lingayats, even in Congress, have held powers of position. Have held powers of position without any corruption, without other Lingayats suffering. Today, our Lingayat fellow citizens are suffering, the Seers and the Mutts are suffering under the BJP. Who's given better governance? Yes, there was a mistake in the 90s. I'm not going to deny it or sit on your channel and say the Congress has not made a mistake. Of course, it's made a mistake. It's learned from that. But the same mistakes, perhaps worse, is being repeated by the BJP.
Is BJP repeating the mistakes of the Congress party in Karnataka is the word coming from Tehseen Poonawalla. Tehseen Poonawalla, just stay with us. We also have Mr. Basavaraj Itnal with us on the broadcast. Let me quickly take this across to him. And now, right now, it looks as if the Congress party is extremely confident on the basis of the fact that the BJP is even touching upon these issues, reservation matrix, etc., because it's not confident of winning on its own count, or winning on the basis of its own performance. That's why you have Prime Minister Modi coming in and lashing out against the opposition a night before the Karnataka election dates are announced. Basavaraj.
No, Tehseen Poonawalla's confidence and optimism is commendable. One should have that. Every political party should have that positive outlook on their abilities. But coming back to this, especially Vakaliga and Vakaliga factory in the south part of Karnataka, in the earlier part of segment you were talking about, that here, why it is strong in south part? Because the community exists only in the southern part of Karnataka. There are no Vakaligas north of Tungabhadra River, north of Davangere. So that's why it is Vakaliga bastion. But even then, all the three parties, Congress, JDS, and BJP, have tall Gowda leaders, tall Vakaliga leaders. We have R. Ashok, likes R. Ashok and Sadanand Gowda and Prabhakar Andlaje in BJP. We have D.K. Shivakumar in Congress. And in JDS, of course, the Gowdas themselves, Kumar Swamy and Deve Gowdas themselves. So that's why this community is going to vote three-way only. It is very difficult to convert a Vakaliga community into one single, vote bank. It is very difficult for that.
Fair enough, but Basavaraj, Tehseen is expecting a shift in the Lingayat vote as well. What are your views on that?
Can I just add one point to it?
Yes, please go ahead, Tehseen.
One point to it.
Hold on.
Just one point so you can answer that.
Please, Tehseen, go ahead.
Just one point so you can answer that.
Yes.
Did Mr. C.T. Ravi say or no that the BJP does not need Lingayat votes? Mr. C.T. Ravi, who shoots off his mouth and perhaps should be sent somewhere where he can get some sort of help, actually said this, that the BJP doesn't require Lingayat votes. There, he's on your screen. Please, how can you insult an entire community this way? And I know
I'll answer that.
So, take cognizance
the
of
point
that.
is,
I'm also sure of that.
yes, while you do admit that the Congress had not been fair as regards to Virendra Patil, not only once, twice. It's not only the famous airport humiliation. In the earlier term also, before Devaraj Aras, Virendra Patil was the chief minister. Then also he was ousted in a very disgraceful manner. And this was second time. Now, coming to C.T. Ravi's statement, not only C.T. Ravi, the entire the bosses of RSS and BJP, they are not very happy as of now to give Lingayats the upper hand. And from that perspective comes C.T. Ravi's statement that we should not take Lingayats very seriously. But even then, my question to Congress is, while you admit that you made a mistake, whatever had been your admissions, what is there in your agenda that a Lingayat vote has to come to you? Only because they're dissatisfied with BJP, they'll come to you.
Tehseen, I think
because
that's a question to you.
historically, the negatives of BJP had never turned positives to Congress. No, even when Yediyurappa was removed, under Lingayat was made chief minister in BJP.
Right.
And even now, the Lingayat chief minister is there. Is Congress going to tell that MD Patil is going to be our chief candidate?
Fair enough, Basavaraj, you asked a question. Let Tehseen answer that question. Fair enough, Basavaraj, just hold on to that thought. You asked a question, Tehseen wants to respond to and answer that. Tehseen, go ahead.
Number of things. As I said before, my fellow panelists came on air. The Congress, of course, made mistakes in the 90s. How can I deny that they didn't make a mistake? But what's happened since then? Since then, arrogance, power has gone into the heads of the BJP. Can you imagine any leader in the country saying, I don't need Lingayat votes? C.T. Ravi actually said that. What action was taken against him? No action was taken against him. I spoke about the corruption, the Seers saying that you all are asking for 30% commission from Seers for giving their funds, which is due to them. Did this corruption happen during Congress time? It did not happen. Now let us come to the next point. You all have insulted Lingayat poets. You all have called Lingayat, you all have insulted Kannadiga poets. That's what the BJP has done. You all are not even ready to discuss Lingayat issues. Even the issue of looking at Lingayat as a separate religion, which is a demand within their sphere, which is happening, you're not even ready to look at it. Who's the one who's insulting the Lingayats? You're not even having a conversation.
Is the Congress party ready to look at it?
The Congress. Siddharamaiah is on record when he was chief minister. He said it is upon the central government to give them. The central government is not even ready to.
Wasn't that aspect? Wasn't that aspect?
Gentlemen, one at a time.
Wasn't that aspect of trying to, in fact, look into the demands of certain sections within the Lingayat community to recognize Lingayatism as a separate religion away from Hinduism, one of the reasons that led to the complete downfall of the Congress? Wasn't that one of the reasons in the last elections?
The ball is in the court of the union government. The state government cannot do it. But if the state government can only take its citizens' demand forward, central government has not even spoken. Even if you want to or you not want to do it, you have to have a negotiation, a discussion. Has the central government spoken about it? They don't even want to discuss it. In fact, the Lingayat poets who've penned anthems of Karnataka, how have they been insulted by BJP leaders? Today, what is the BJP stand on any of these issues? The BJP has continuously humiliated our Lingayat fellow citizens, not just Lingayat fellow citizens. It's insulted and humiliated Karnataka citizens. Let me ask you one question. Let's leave religion out. Why are all Karnataka ministers, union ministers, why do they come and speak not in Kannadiga in parliament? Why do they speak in Hindi?
You mean Kannada?
Why do they speak in Kannada? Sorry.
Kannadiga is the person and Kannada is the language.
I meant why were the Kannadigas speaking Kannada?
Fair enough.
Why don't they speak in Kannada? Why do they speak?
Yeah, but the point is making. Point taken.
Why don't they speak in Kannada? Why do they speak in Hindi?
Good point. Basara Jitnal, you have an answer for that.
Why you speak in Hindi in parliament?
There are many Kannadigas.
Why don't they speak in Kannada? Why don't they speak in English?
Parliament? No, there are many Kannadigas who spoke in
Kannada.
For example, BJ. She was in Rajya Sabha member. She spoke in Kannada. No, there are many people who spoke in Kannada there also. But that does not mean, if every regional leader starts talking in the regional language, then we'll have to hire lots of translators in the parliament secretariat because there are so many languages in this country. That is symbolism.
There are some scheduled languages for the parliament, Basavaraj. They're all scheduled languages. They're all as Indian, equal as possible. Every Indian should be able to speak that language. I'm going to have to differ with you on that.
I'm coming. Just one point. Tessin Puna was saying about this independent religion of Lingayat, which was initiated by Siddharamaiah. But Congress' own report, after the debacle of Congress in the last elections, Congress appointed the internal committee headed by Basavaraj Rai Reddy. He reported in his report, he said that this very factor of government taking up and a separate Lingayat issue worked against their electoral possibilities. They said they openly came and apologized for that. Siddharamaiah said he should not have done. The Vinay Kulkarni came out and said the same thing. Basavaraj Reddy came out and said the same thing. They regretted having done that. Now, if you are counting it as an accomplishment, then I don't know if it's right reading or not.
No, I'm not counting it as an accomplishment. I'm saying you've not even addressed the issue. That's what I'm trying to say. And therefore, you all have no issues. You all don't speak to people. That is the arrogance. People may have demands. It could be right. It could be wrong. You guys don't even address it. At least the Congress addressed it. It may have said it's not right. Where is your report on it? Where is your stand on it? Nothing. You all haven't even spoken to the people. All you all have done is taken commission. That is the problem. Precisely that arrogance is the problem.
And BJP always maintained that they are not in favor of separate religion. BJP and RSS, even last week also, they said that they are not supporting the separate religion issue of Lingayats. Probably to assuage that dissatisfaction, recently this reservation split. taking away from Muslims for 4% and dividing between Vakaliga and Lingayats. That step was taken just a day before the model code of conduct came into force. Maybe that's why the BJP did that. So BJP is very clear about these religious issues. The point is, if the Congress was so convinced about a separate religion issue, separate religion for Lingayats, why can't they stand for that today? Do they have any stand on that today? Will they go to elections saying that we will announce Lingayat a separate religion? Is the party going to announce that in Karnataka from tomorrow?
Well, there is still a month to go for the elections, and Tehseen Poonawalla has promised to be with us on the 13th of May when the final counting happens. A lot will will unfold on that day based on what we've discussed so far. But Tehseen Poonawalla, thank you so much for taking time out and being with us and engaging with us in this extremely interesting debate discussion. That's civil, and we've allowed everybody to have their say. Thank you, Tehseen, for being with us. I'm afraid we're going to wrap this, chit chat up at this stage. Thank you, Basavaraj Itnal, as well for joining us, and thank you, Varghese Abraham, for being with us on this discussion. We're going to continue our coverage of the upcoming Karnataka State Assembly elections for the day. But for now, let's listen to all the political reactions coming in, and we'll see you on the other side.
कांग्रेस पार्टी तो शुरू से कोशिश कर रही है, उनका जो करप्शन है वो करप्शन हाईलाइट करे और जो भी उनके काले करतूत हैं उसको तो हमारे सीएलपी लीडर, पीसीसी प्रेसिडेंट, हमारे सीनियर लीडर्स सभी पार्लियामेंट के अंदर, पार्लियामेंट के बाहर उनको एक्सपोज किया है और प्रजाध्वनि यात्रा भी निकाली है। तो हर जगह जाकर हमारे लोग पहुंचे हैं और बूथ वाइज भी हमारे लोग काम किए हैं। तो हमारे जीतने की संभावना पूरी है। इसीलिए तो मोदी जी अपने पूरे कैबिनेट के कलीग को वहाँ पर लगाया है और खुद ही प्राइम मिनिस्टर, होम मिनिस्टर सभी वहाँ पर दौरे कर रहे हैं। शायद ये पहली बार होगा कर्नाटक के असेंबली के इतिहास में कि इतने लोग वहाँ पर कांग्रेस को घेरे हुए हैं, लेकिन कांग्रेस वहाँ मजबूत है और कांग्रेस जीतेगी और राहुल गांधी जी भी उस एरिया में दौरा करेंगे, प्रियंका जी भी करेंगे और दूसरे हमारे पार्टी के भी जो वरिष्ठ नेता लोग हैं उनको भी मैं रिक्वेस्ट किया हूँ, वो भी करेंगे। तो हम पूरी शिद्दत के साथ लड़ रहे हैं और जीतेंगे जरूर।
BJP is ever ready party with a strong organization right from booth level to the national level, and we have done a lot of abhiyans where the response of the people was tremendous, and both central government and state government, double engine government has done tremendous jobs in terms of infrastructure, in terms of benevolence to the farmers, workers, women, youths and SC, ST and OBCs. Therefore, the entire Karnataka, cutting across all sections of the people, have showed a great deal of support. For last 3 months, I visited more than 120 constituencies, and I am sure that on May 13th, BJP will have a handsome victory, will win a hands-down victory, and will get absolute majority. And we take the responsibility of taking Karnataka forward towards new Karnataka, where there will be place for the people who have abilities, poor people, where capabilities are to be done, women, youths, all these people will have ample opportunities, and we have taken path-breaking decisions as far as social structure is concerned. Therefore, the vote bank of Congress has been now broken down. They are in a tremendous disappointment. Therefore, they are making wild allegations and cheap allegations, but people will not appreciate, people of Karnataka will not appreciate this.
और हमने जो विकास के कार्य, डेवलपमेंट कार्यक्रम करके दिखाए हैं, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि कर्नाटक में फिर से एक बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूर्ण बहुमत से।
चेहरा कौन होगा?
लास्ट टाइम हमारा 5-6 सीट कम आए थे, बाद में हमारा सरकार हमको करना पड़ा, इसलिए मुझे पूरा विश्वास है जो माननीय येडियुरप्पा जी के नेतृत्व में और माननीय बोम्मई जी के नेतृत्व में अभी जो काम हुआ है, ऐतिहासिक काम हुआ है, तो इसलिए मुझे पूरा विश्वास है डबल इंजन सरकार फिर से चुनने के लिए लोग उत्सुक है, क्योंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी का इतिहास भी देखा है, झूठे वादा करना, जो कुछ भी वादा करते हैं वो कभी भी पूरा नहीं करना। जो छत्तीसगढ़ में वादा की थी, राजस्थान में की थी, अभी हिमाचल प्रदेश में वादा की थी, उसमें अभी जो बजट हुआ एक भी उसका एक सेंटेंस भी हिमाचल प्रदेश के बजट में उल्लेख नहीं है। इसलिए कांग्रेस झूठा वादा करते हैं। ये 75 ईयर्स से अराउंड 45-50 ईयर्स कर्नाटक में उन्होंने राज किए हैं और देश में भी किए, ये देखा है। तो इसीलिए अगर विकास होना है तो मोदी जी का नेतृत्व का भारतीय जनता पार्टी को।
So the Vocaliga factor, the Lingayat dominance, the infighting in BJP and Congress, Prime Minister Modi's popularity, JDS's ambitions and Aam Aadmi Party as the new kid on the block. All this makes a deadly mixture. Hello and welcome. You're watching News 9 Live. My name is Pankaj Mishra, and even as we talk about these factors at play ahead of the crucial Karnataka Assembly polls, one must also look at the urban area of Bengaluru. The urban pockets have its own set of problems. Come rainy season, the tech city transforms into a water park. Traffic snarls are common. Potholes and bad roads have claimed many lives. Water bodies in the city of lakes are diminishing. Buildings are in dilapidated conditions, and there is never-ending delay in BBMP local body polls. Along with that comes the issue of blatant corruption, the 40% Sarkar, and the Pay CM campaign by the Congress against Basavaraj Bommai being the recent highlights. But even as public apathy is exposed, here is the crucial point. The voter turnout in Bengaluru seems to be going down. So what's really behind this Bengaluru conundrum? To decode that, I'm joined by my colleague Brijesh Pandey, political editor of News 9. Muhammad Faisal would also be joining us shortly, and Rajshekhar S., senior journalist, will be joining us from Bangalore. Brijesh, let me begin with you first. By the time Muhammad Faisal also joins us. Now, this critical issue of not paying heed or maybe rampant corruption, what in your opinion is robbing Bengaluru, the capital city of Karnataka, and also, I must add, an identity of India abroad? What ails Bengaluru as of now?
Well, I think, the case of Bengaluru is a classic example of, of a place which is an icon in itself, considered to be the IT city of the country, very famous abroad, everybody knows about it. Yet when it comes to common civic amenities, it is found severely lacking. All one can think of, when you think of rain, is truckloads of memes, doing the round as far as social media is concerned, about how it is, if you want to live in Bangalore, you don't need to go to any other places. The swimming pool will be available right on the road, and so on and so forth. And also the fact that, we also saw various social artists, drawing on the road, drawing the pictures of potholes on the road, thereby trying to highlight, as well as the infamous traffic snarls, when you are either going to airport or coming from airport, it is easily, the talk of the town, as the Brit says, whenever they meet, is how's the weather? And I guess, in Bangalore, it would be, how's the traffic? So it is extremely unfortunate that, that governments come, government go. But unfortunately, this particular aspect of the city, which is one of India's most famous city as far as, the whole world is concerned, it doesn't matches up to the international aspiration the city has. It is home to all the top tech giants, all the top, startups, and so on and so forth. People having thousands and thousands of crores of income and things, but somehow the infra of the city is never reflecting the shine which the city has otherwise in the world.
Right, Brajesh, also interestingly, talking about the voting patterns, the voting percentage also, which has been constantly going down right from 2013 to 2018, and now it remains to be seen how Bengaluru especially votes in these Karnataka polls slated for May 10th. Now, many a times the political circle too, the political parties have also come under the scanner, and when it comes to infrastructure development, obviously there are contracts to be awarded. This particular government of Basavaraj Bommai has faced a lot of flack as far as receiving kickbacks is concerned. Do you believe that this also proves to be counterproductive? So where should the government start first? Start fixing the road first, or stop the corruption first in the contract?
Well, I think even if it starts, it's with honest intention, either of the two, it will work. The other side will immediately work itself out. If you start fixing the road and if you're fixing it properly, definitely the corruption aspect of it will be out of the window. The fact is that, one of the key issue which is going against this government is also the issue of corruption. The 40% cut, which, several contractors have said in their utterances has become, it was used as a stoop by the Congress party to hit out at the BJP. And this, I think, the government, if they must fix corruption, and most importantly, if they fix accountability of the babus who are overseeing these contractors and the build of the road, I think 70% of the problem will simply vanish. But we all know how it pans out, when it comes to awarding large contracts, the kind of pulls and pressures that is involved. What the unfortunate aspect of our system is that, no government in the day gets punished for that. So they also realize that as long as they have their caste calculus correct and the narrative going in their favor, they actually don't need to invest as far as these infrastructure things are concerned. And this is the reason why they get away.
Right, Brajesh, stay with us. We are also joined by Muhammad Faisal, Newsline correspondent from Bengaluru. There he is, obviously standing in a very green, lush green, but well-lit background. Muhammad Faisal, you have been born and brought up, as I've been told, in Bengaluru, but you have traveled across the lengths and breadths of the country. Spent some time here in Noida and New Delhi as well. Now you're back in Bengaluru. What infrastructurally changes would you suggest rather to the new dispensation in Karnataka that must be done on priority as far as Bengaluru is concerned, as far as the state's infrastructure is concerned?
Well, the greenery behind me is to point out that Bangalore was once known for its lush gardens, for its greenery, for its park, but today all that has gone down. At one point of time when we were 86% greenery, we've come down to 6 to 7% of greenery. So a lot has changed in the last 15, 20 years. But in the last 10 years, which I've been out and now that I've come back to the city, a lot of things have changed in the city with regards to its infrastructure. A few of the roads have come up in most of the places, like the recently inaugurated Bangalore-Mysore Expressway has cut down the travel time to Mysore from 4 hours to 1 hour approximately. But one thing that hasn't changed, and I don't think will change in the coming years also, is the traffic problem that the Bangalore faces. Keeping in mind that Bangalore was once known as a pensioners' paradise, nobody thought that it would have an IT boom of this magnitude. And because of that IT boom, we've seen the entire country people from different parts of the country coming to Bangalore, and that has overpopulated Bangalore, and Bangalore wasn't built to cater to that population. So traffic is one of the biggest issues Bangalore is going to face, be it today and in the coming days also. Now, this is one of the biggest infrastructure problems that we have. And like Brajesh sir was speaking, corruption is one of the other big problems. Now, this government is known as the 40% government by the opposition, where they've also campaigned a Pay CM campaign, which you've seen. Now, also, we need to find out, if we go to the past, it was Yediyurappa, who was the BJP chief minister, who resigned from his post of the chief minister over corruption charges. So the party also has a history of corruption with them. It's not just today, but it's also in the past that we see that corruption charges were leveled against it, and the chief minister has also resigned. So corruption and development is something that Bangalore badly needs. But that is something, it depends on how the political leaders take it. The campaign that we see that is going on in Karnataka is poles apart. The BJP has different issues, the Congress has different issues, and then you have the other players, which is the JDS,
Right.
AAP, and now we also have the SDPI. So all these people have different issues to cater to. What does Bangalore actually needs is something completely different.
Right. Vajji, stay with us. We'll need you there on the show. But meanwhile, we are joined by senior journalist Rajshekhar S. and also a resident of Bengaluru. Thank you so much for taking time out, Mr. Rajshekhar. Well, as Vajjiullah was mentioning, there are lots of reasons which make Bengaluru a peculiar case. One aspect is the entry of new political parties. Do you believe that politically we need more players there in order to give a facelift to Bengaluru's infrastructure? Because we have seen time and again a lot of factors are working together. There are corruption charges, there are people not going to vote in Bengaluru, and also there is civic apathy. What, in your opinion, as of now, could be the remedy, specifically in the case of Bengaluru?
No, I don't think any addition or deletion of parties existing or removal of parties will solve Bangalore's problems by any measure. As you pointed, it is the will of the people to have that civic sense, to join hands with the government, the party, whichever party is in power, and cooperate and coordinate with them. And only then can we keep our Bangalore clean and green. Otherwise, any number of parties, any number of politicians, corruptions and other things will not make Bangalore clean and a better place to live. Unless we people join and do something, it is impossible. So there is no point blaming just the politicians or the political parties for this. Yes, corruption is an integral part of the system, and we have to find a way to fight that and uproot the system, uproot the corruption from the system. That will take a long time. What immediate requirement is that I appeal to people to come out and vote for whichever party, whichever candidate they like, and unless just complaining and blaming others, it is better they come out and vote. Own Bangalore as their own. It's a pride place you are living here, and people across the globe come and want to settle here because of its salubrious climate and lovely environment, and more than that, the warmth that people from outside receive. So it's time that all of us own Bangalore and take pride in what Bangalore was and make it as it was, instead of just blaming the political parties. So I feel that any number of new additions like Aam Aadmi Party, SDPI, any number of parties is not going to solve Bangalore issues unless the people join hands with the political parties and the government.
Joining hands obviously is crucial. Let me rope in Brijesh once again here, political editor. Brijesh, well, it's not a hidden fact now. Aam Aadmi Party is making foray into Karnataka. They have done well in Delhi, I mean, as far as the repeated elections are concerned, and also Delhi, with its own fair share of population problem, has seen Aam Aadmi Party's vote share growing up. Do you believe that for a city like Bengaluru, which is our focus as of now here, Aam Aadmi Party's entry specifically could woo that young, that dynamic vote bank which is there working in, software industries, also wants a very hi-fi life, if I may say so. Do you think that Aam Aadmi Party could break some ground there?
Well, honestly speaking, I don't see Aam Aadmi Party making a dent as far as the Karnataka election is concerned. Bengaluru also, I don't see them making that much of a dent. They are on a massive expansion spree, and which is absolutely fine. Any political party would want to extend its political footprints to all over the country so that it can get the required political heft. But honestly speaking, I don't see people who are joining Aam Aadmi Party. They don't have that kind of heft as people who had joined Aam Aadmi Party in various other states. They don't have that kind of political backing to kickstart Aam Aadmi Party as far as Karnataka is concerned. But I would definitely like to ask Mr. Rajshekhar one question as to, in all these 32 assembly seats, so in the number of seats which Bengaluru has, is infrastructure a key issue there, or is infrastructure like rest of the country is like a back burner? We talk about it all the time, except when it comes to vote for it.
Yes, infrastructure will be an issue in Bangalore whenever there is election or no election. And you must have noticed in the last few weeks, last couple of months, how the roads have been re-asphalted. It has been tarred and now everything has been beautified and done with an eye on elections, obviously. And that is there. But what happens when we don't go out and vote as a Bangalorean? Our voting percentage is dismal, and that is also mentioned by the Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar this morning. So unless we go out and vote and own our Bengaluru, it is difficult to make infrastructure an issue. So then what happens? Then the money comes in. The people who go and vote for money. That is the blame that everybody is making on political parties. But why don't we go and vote and elect our government and our people who want set an agenda for ourselves in each of the constituencies in Bengaluru? If you set an agenda in your street, that will make an issue for yourself. So similarly, at the assembly level, people have to come together, set an agenda to the MLA candidates, make them to discuss the infrastructure issues instead of just allowing them to indulge in political blame games. Unless we do that, it is difficult to make infrastructure a primary issue in Bangalore or anywhere else. So other issues, political issues and the money issues and the blame games will take the front seat. So this is my understanding, like unless we do, we are not going to get infrastructure on the top.
Right, Vajullah is also there with us. Vaji, now obviously what Rajshekhar is also saying that it's the will and the infrastructure should rather become an issue. Is infrastructure, Bengaluru is infrastructure specifically an election issue or going to be an election issue? And secondly, as the saying goes, everyone wants to go to heaven, yet no one wants to die. Maybe that's why the Election Commission has this time around found a day like Wednesday for the election so that people don't take an extended holiday. How the Bengaluru people are going to respond to that as of now, and whether their participation, do you believe this time around because of Wednesday would increase?
Well, when it comes to Bangalore, we need to understand that most of the population that is there in Bangalore is of outsiders and not Bangaloreans especially. So these outsiders that come from different parts of the country are not actually the voter base of the city. So that is why you see most of these people, most of the time the city has a very bad voter turnout. If you see last year also, that was the case. Now, the Election Commission usually used to do votings on Sunday, keeping in mind that it's a holiday, people would come and vote. And now that they've done it on Wednesday, they will make sure that the offices which are open, the factories, the industries, whatever that is there, the commercial setups, they will make sure that their employees will go to the vote and they will go and vote especially. So that is the idea of the Election Commission, to make sure that Wednesday is the date that have been selected. Now, when it comes to infrastructure, we need to understand one thing, that most parts of the Bangalore, the urban, what Bangalore usually was, and the Bangalore that has seen after the IT boom, that part of Bangalore is built on lakes, which were one of the most important parts of Bangalore city. Now, these the outer city of the city is built on lakes. Now, every time when it rains, the entire city floods. And that is one issue that the citizens face, and that is one issue that points out on how bad the infrastructure planning has been of the city. So this is one of the issues, apart from the other issues that have been voiced out by the people in the state. So the infrastructure is something that is important, but has it been concentrated by the political parties? That is something to be seen, because they all voice out that the infrastructure is bad, but nobody does anything about it. We still continue to see how lakes are encroached, buildings are coming over lakes. So that is one of the biggest issues. How will the upcoming government concentrate on the infrastructure? Yes, it is important that the people of the city also keep in mind that it's their responsibility also. But on an overall level, it is the government who has to make sure that lakes are not encroached, that if infrastructure is built, it's built in those places where people can move around and things don't tear apart, is something that they have to concentrate on.
Right. Rajshekhar, what Vajullah is mentioning is a very valid point. The kind of migration that we see in these tier 1 cities, obviously Delhi and Bangalore and Bombay, they are also not untouched, for that matter Chennai as well. Do you believe that this influx of the migrants, the outsiders as of now to the city, how to accommodate them, where to place them. Do you believe that for any government, though, how best this challenge can be handled?
So, government, I don't think has any much role to do in this. But what the companies, where these people are working, migrants are working, like for example, in IT and BT sector, thousands of people work from other states who are settled here for a long time now. And why is that during elections they go out? They are the residents of Bangalore. They should register and enroll themselves. At least the IT companies, or the other companies must make sure that they enroll in the electoral list and they vote on the day the elections are announced. I mean, the elections will be held. Similarly, there are people in Karnataka who are living in other parts of the state, but they work here and they live here for the rest of their life. But during elections, they would like to go and vote probably in Gulbarga. They would like to go and vote in Kolar, or they would like to go and vote in Coorg. So that attitude has to change. If you are living here, you have to vote here. You have to demand your right for a proper living condition here. Unless if you don't vote and just blame and you go and vote elsewhere, and on the day of voting you take a holiday and go and enjoy yourself somewhere else, then government has little thing to do. I mean, you cannot make people to come and vote. We don't have a compulsory voting here. So probably the government, since it is time that the election commission might think of compulsory voting. Right. Otherwise, you are not going to get your pay, whatever benefits that you're going to get for next 5 years. And similarly, the companies where these people work, the outsiders, must ensure that they vote and show the that proof that they voted with the mark. The next, otherwise, they should be held responsible by cutting their salary or whatever for the day, and take some action. Otherwise, it's you cannot make people to come and stand in the queue and vote unless it is compulsory voting.
Let me rope in Brijesh also. Yeah, Brijesh, how critical an issue is this? Because I'm sure you and I both know, and a lot of us know people who have been living in Bengaluru for quite a long time. They have bought properties there, but when it comes to voting, that day either they are not present or they maybe come to their state to vote. Do you believe that there could be a mechanism where the government or the Aadhaar card system that is connected to the voter I-cards, do you believe that that should also be promoted in order to make them vote where they live now?
I think they should, and that should be, but that isn't the only problem. Majority of the people we have seen, when it comes to urban population, they may articulate their frustration with the infrastructure. I completely agree with Mr. Rajshekhar, as I myself am a big proponent of that. You may keep on talking about how bad the situation is, how bad the infrastructure is, how bad so on and so forth. Yet, when it comes to the most crucial exercise, which is casting your vote based on the promise of a better infrastructure by any political parties, we don't exercise our franchise. And that is a very, very sorry state of affairs. If the political parties are to be blamed, then so are the residents or the people of any particular constituency who do not go out and vote. But the point is that, Pankaj, you have to also understand that if we are so serious about having a good infrastructure, and that makes such a qualitative difference in our life, then we should also be committed for it that way. We cannot just leave everything to politicians. And the fact is that we do not vote for improvement in these kind of infrastructure, and that is the reason why we get, and this is what we get is what we deserve, and this is a very unfortunate part. But I think, caste calculations, religious calculations, and how if X becomes, he becomes the leader of my community, has far more weightage than having a good road, a good infrastructure, good traffic system and all. And that is a very, very unfortunate part. I think the government, the Election Commission came up with a nota exercise, which now allows an individual to say that, I'm not happy with the options which are listed before me. I think very soon we might see some sort of a mechanism where we may embarrass people who talk a lot when it comes to these issues on social media, but when it comes to the most important thing, which is casting your vote to make a difference, they sadly lack that.
Right, Vaji, obviously you have found a friend in Brijesh though, but I'm sure you are going to go out and vote on 10th of May. Well, BBMP specifically has made elaborate plans now. The latest budget also, the multi-crore budget, earmarks crores and crores of rupees for Bengaluru specifically. What are the key areas do you think the BBMP would be trying to work on as far as the infrastructure of Bengaluru is concerned, irrespective of the fact there are elections or not?
See, one of the most important aspects for the BBMP to work right now is on the Raju Kaluways, which essentially means the lakes.
Well, looks like we have some audio issue with Vajullah's link. We'll fix that and get back to him sooner. Rajshekhar ji, I was asking Vajullah the same aspect what Brijesh has echoed, that despite the will of the voters, the government's role, the BBMP's role plays a crucial role. We have seen time and again the budget is also always increased. What key areas do you believe that the BBMP specifically should be focusing on?
BBMP, basic things first. The stormwater drains, we have been hearing about the remodeling of stormwater drains for 3 decades now. I've been hearing, I was writing when I was a camp reporter, that has not happened. There is a report Stoops, I think, when I was covering about almost 25, 30 years back, and that has not been implemented. So then encroachment has to be stopped to ensure that the water flows smoothly. And the stormwater drains are meant only for the rainwater to flow. We are letting everything into the stormwater drains. We're letting sewage, we're letting everything into the stormwater. We're throwing every waste into the stormwater drain. So this is how the things have changed. It has to be changed. That is one. Encroachment and storm drainage system, roads. These are the 3 things that they should ensure. Once these 3 things are ensured, then that other things will fall in line. And the traffic, unfortunately, we don't have traffic under the BBMP or the civic body. So whether we should have a single agency to deal with the city infrastructure, including the traffic, that has to be finalized. And other thing is that we need an integrated plan. We come out with CDP every once in 5-10 years, but we hardly implement it. If you look at the CDPs in the last 35-40 years, only around 25-30% of the CDP is implemented. So when you cannot implement, when you don't have the political will and the administrative will to implement the CDP that you prepare by yourself after consulting various stakeholders, so how can you expect the city infrastructure to improve? How can you expect, because of petty political interests, like probably to safeguard their voter base or whatever, politicians don't implement the CDPs. They don't widen the roads. They don't maintain the roads properly. They allow encroachments, and they are part of the encroachments many times. So these are things that we should control. Encroachment and implementation of CDP, I think, is the primary concerns that needs to be addressed in Bangalore to ensure that there is no flooding, traffic rules, or whatever other things are there.
Right. Rajshekhar, thank you so much for speaking with us. Thanks, Vaji, also, and thank you, Brijesh, for talking to us on this key issue of the infrastructure of Bengaluru. And as we were just listening to Mr. Rajshekhar, I just Googled Bengaluru Lake. If you want to see what's happening to that lake, which normally we used to make headlines, just take a look at it. Either the lake has diminished, or the froth has diminished, or maybe the public, the civic apathy is so much so present there that as of now, once again, it is not making news for good reasons, rather it's making news for all the wrong reasons. Bengaluru Lake is what you need to take a look at. We would be listening into now some of the reactions that have come right after the announcement of the assembly poll dates for Karnataka.
कांग्रेस पार्टी तो शुरू से कोशिश कर रही है, उनका जो करप्शन है वो करप्शन हाईलाइट करे, और जो भी उनके काले करतूत है उसको तो हमारे सीएलपी लीडर, पीसीसी प्रेसिडेंट, हमारे सीनियर लीडर्स सभी पार्लियामेंट के अंदर, पार्लियामेंट के बाहर उनको एक्सपोज किया है, और प्रजाध्वनि यात्रा भी निकाली है। तो हर जगह जाकर हमारे लोग पहुंचे हैं, और बूथ वाइज भी हमारे लोग काम किए हैं। तो हमारी जीतने की संभावना पूरी है। इसीलिए तो मोदी जी अपने पूरे कैबिनेट के कलीग को वहाँ पर लगाया है, और खुद ही प्राइम मिनिस्टर, होम मिनिस्टर सभी वहाँ पर दौरे कर रहे हैं। शायद ये पहली बार होगा कर्नाटक के असेंबली के इतिहास में कि इतने लोग वहाँ पर कांग्रेस को घेरे हुए हैं, लेकिन कांग्रेस वहाँ मजबूत है और कांग्रेस जीतेगी। और राहुल गांधी जी भी उस एरिया में दौरा करेंगे, प्रियंका जी भी करेंगे और दूसरे हमारे पार्टी के भी जो वरिष्ठ नेता लोग हैं उनको भी मैं रिक्वेस्ट किया हूँ, वो भी करेंगे। तो हम पूरी शिद्दत के साथ लड़ रहे हैं और जीतेंगे जरूर।
BJP is ever ready party with a strong organization right from booth level to the national level, and we have done a lot of abhiyans where the response of the people was tremendous, and both central government and state government, double engine government has done tremendous jobs in terms of infrastructure, in terms of benevolence to the farmers, workers, women, youths and SC, ST and OBCs. Therefore, the entire Karnataka, cutting across all sections of the people, have showed a great deal of support. For last 3 months, I visited more than 120 constituencies, and I am sure that on May 13th, BJP will have a handsome victory, will win a hands-down victory, and will get absolute majority. And we take the responsibility of taking Karnataka forward towards new Karnataka, where there will be place for the people who have abilities, poor people, where capabilities are to be done, women, youths, all these people will have ample opportunities, and we have taken path-breaking decisions as far as social structure is concerned. Therefore, the vote bank of Congress has been now broken down. They are in a tremendous disappointment. Therefore, they are making wild allegations and cheap allegations, but people will not appreciate, people of Karnataka will not appreciate this.
प्रधानमंत्री जी डिजिटल इंडिया की बात करते हैं, हमारे इलेक्शन कमीशन के लोग डिजिटल इंडिया की बात करते हैं, हर चुनाव में वो कहते हैं भाई हम नई टेक्नोलॉजी ला रहे हैं, नई 4 स्टेट के अंदर मोर देन 6% वोट मिला। 2 स्टेट्स में हमारी गवर्नमेंट है, गुजरात में हमें असेंबली में 5 सीटें मिली, 14% वोट शेयर आया, गोवा में हमारा 6% से ज़्यादा वोट शेयर है और 2 असेंबली में है। क्या रिव्यू कर रहे हैं आप? मतलब ये तो क्लास 10 के बच्चे को बिठा दो तो वो भी बता देगा भाई 4 स्टेट में मोर देन 6% है, नेशनल पार्टी बन गया। आल पार्टी मीटिंग हुआ था कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन क्लब में, इलेक्शन कमीशन के सामने मैंने खुद बोला कि भाई इसमें आपको क्या प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है, क्यों नहीं आपने अभी तक हमें नेशनल पार्टी का दर्जा दिया? तो कहने लगे बस बिल्कुल करने जा रहे हैं, और ये बात हो गई करीब 2-3 महीने के। तो मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा, कर्नाटका का चुनाव आपने अनाउंस कर दिया, एक पार्टी जो नेशनल पार्टी बन चुकी है सारे नियमों के आधार पर, उसको आपने राष्ट्रीय पार्टी का दर्जा दिए बगैर कर्नाटक का चुनाव डिक्लेयर कैसे कर दिया? ये तो अन्याय है हमारी पार्टी के साथ, घोर अन्याय है। कर्नाटक में चुनाव आम आदमी पार्टी को राष्ट्रीय दर्जा दिए बगैर कैसे हो सकता है? ये बिल्कुल गलत है और चुनाव आयोग को तत्काल इस पे फैसला लेना चाहिए और तुरंत हमारा जो राष्ट्रीय पार्टी का दर्जा पेंडिंग है उनके पास, कोई हम उनसे एहसान नहीं कर रहे हैं करने को, हम कह रहे हैं आपके पास जो पेंडिंग है उसको तुरंत आप फैसला लीजिए और कर्नाटक के चुनाव में जो भी एक नेशनल पार्टी का स्टेटस और फैसिलिटीज जो आम आदमी पार्टी को मिलनी चाहिए वो हमें प्रोवाइड कीजिए।
Oh, hello and welcome once again. My name is Pankaj Mishra, and now the New Delhi has become the host as of now for the meeting for the National Security Advisors of the SCO member nations. And today, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval addressed the gathering. Remember, India is the host, and in the month of July this year, it would be hosting the SCO conference, and that is something where India would also put its point across as far as the safety and security of the region is concerned. Hosting a meeting of the National Security Advisors and top officials of the member countries in the national capital, the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval said that members of the group should respect territorial integrity and not seek unilateral military superiority in adjacent regions. This was an apparent swipe at China's actions in the region. Doval also emphasized the need for regional connectivity, but said such initiatives should be consultative and transparent and respect the sovereignty of all the countries. To discuss what the fine print of the speech made by National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, I am joined by my colleague Aditya Raj Kaul here in the studio. Aditya, well, talking about the sentiments that are there as of now in the run-up to the SCO summit in July, the commentary that we have not just heard from India but also from the member countries, once again it points out towards a very oblique references are being made to China when it comes to territorial integrity, when it comes to expansionist tendencies. Do you believe that despite being a member, China still faces a lot of heat there?
See, firstly, Shanghai Cooperation Organization is a very significant intergovernmental body consisting of 8 members. And there are 2 significant meetings that are going to happen, in the run-up to the summit later this year in summer. First is happening today, which is the National Security Advisors meeting of the 8 countries. We now know that India and Pakistan also attended the SCO meeting of the National Security Advisors being held in New Delhi, but virtually. The Russian National Security Advisors Secretariat Secretary Nikolov was also there present. Apart from that, we know that the defense ministers meeting of the SCO countries will be taking place in April this year. And we know for a fact that, why SCO is significant and important.
Right.
SCO consists of about 42% of the global population, the SCO countries. We also have the SCO holding about 25% of the global GDP. So it is paramount that the security concerns need to be discussed. And coming to your question about China, Ajit Doval made 2 significant points. One, on the territorial integrity, clearly a dig at China and what's been happening both at the eastern Ladakh and in Arunachal Pradesh and the neighboring areas across the line of actual control. Right. The Chinese hegemony and the Chinese incursions have increased over the last many years. So this was a message to China. And secondly, about condemning terrorism in all its manifestations. This has been a stand that India has taken for last several years, and it is key and important and paramount for all 8 SCO nations to come together, which also includes Russia, China, India and Pakistan, apart from 4 other countries. So we will see a charter coming out of this meeting, but National Security Advisor Ajit Doval importantly mentioning that territorial integrity is of importance, and you need to have respect for integrity and mutual respect among these nations to take the security forward. 2 other issues that were also discussed in this meeting. One was the concerns of security developments in Afghanistan after Taliban takeover, because there's been a rise of Daesh and the ISIS. And apart from that, other radical and terror organizations, including Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and other splinter Islamist radical groups globally, and the challenge of the terrorism and radicalizations globally. He mentioned about the UN 1267 committee and other committees and other global norms on terrorism that need to be respected, and there needs to be more mutual cooperation and strategic partnership among these 8 SCO nations to take this challenge forward.
Right. Also, with respect to terrorism, obviously Pakistan, we have seen time and again being questioned and called out on several international fronts, but recently we also saw how the FATF rankings once again was lenient on Pakistan. So Aditya, in this regard, do you believe that these regional cooperations could be, in the times to come, be helpful in putting pressure on the international community in order to call out those nations supporting or emanating terrorism from?
Pankaj, India has been at the forefront of taking the challenge of terrorism head on. We have been victim of Pakistan's terrorism for more than 3 decades now, and India has been campaigning at the United Nations Security Council also to have a global unified definition of terrorism. There's a comprehensive convention that's been pending since the mid-90s at the United Nations, where India has been campaigning very strongly that terrorism is not a challenge only in South Asia or in a particular region, but this is a global menace. And US has suffered it, Europe has suffered it, and South Asia has been bearing the brunt for a long time. I would like to just read what National Security Advisor Ajit Doval mentioned on terrorism. He said, terrorism in all its forms and manifestations and its financing are among the most serious threats to international peace and security. Any act of terrorism, regardless of its motivation, is unjustifiable, and it is important, therefore, for all the countries to fulfill obligations enshrined in relevant counter-terrorism cooperation protocols, including the United Nations Security Council resolutions 1267, 1373, and successor resolutions for the purpose of identifying and implementing sanctions against the global terrorist entities. So, this is the line with the Charter of the SCO to combat terrorism, separatism, and extremism in all its manifestations. So, this entire definition of good terror and bad terror is something that India is challenging. India is saying terrorism is terrorism in all its forms, in all its manifestations. It needs to be condemned. It cannot be justified in any way. And SCO is one important intergovernmental multilateral body where these 8 nations need to come together. We know that Pakistan is also a member of the SCO, and it has been, been given a long rope on terrorism. No multilateral body has really challenged Pakistan. Yes, FATF had put Pakistan in the grey list, and for last more than 4 years, Pakistan did suffer economically. And today, we see the condition of Pakistan economically completely, shattered. Politically as well, there's been entire bandwagon of campaign and collision happening. And of course, security-wise, there is a large threat of TTP and other splinter Islamist radical groups. So, in the SCO meeting of the National Security Advisors in New Delhi, the message is very clear that India stands against terrorism and expects all the other nations to join this global campaign against terror and other radical ideologies.
Right, Aditya. And now Prime Minister Modi too is expected to address the gathering shortly. But before that, let's listen to what Ajit Doval had to say earlier in the day.
It is my privilege to extend to all of you a very warm welcome to India for the 18th meeting of Secretaries of Security Council of SCO member states. I thank you for accepting my invitation to this meeting, as it provides us an opportunity to discuss matters which require cooperation and coordination amongst us. Your participation in this meeting will enrich our discussions and prepare the ground for a successful summit in a few months' time. Excellencies, global security landscape is faced with several challenges on account of developments in recent years. The SCO region is also affected by the impact of these challenges. It is my view, however, that the goals and vision of SCO as enshrined in its charter can show us the path forward. The charter calls upon member states to have mutual respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity of states, and inviolability of state borders, non-use of force or threat of its use in international relations, and seeking no unilateral military superiority in areas. The SCO Charter also exhorts us to maintain and develop relations with other states and international organizations, and to cooperate in the prevention of international conflicts and in their peaceful settlement. Excellencies, to my mind, if we follow these unexceptionable principles, we can make a significant contribution to our regional security and indeed global security. India's foreign policy is based on these very principles and reflects our commitment to the Charter of the SCO. Excellencies, terrorism in all its forms and manifestations and its financing are amongst the most serious threats to international peace and security. Any act of terrorism, regardless of its motivation, is unjustifiable. It is important, therefore, for all countries to fulfill the obligations enshrined and the relevant counter-terrorism cooperation protocols, including UN Security Council resolutions 1267, 1373, and successor resolutions for the purpose of identifying and implementing sanctions against global terrorist entities. This is in line with the Charter of the SCO to combat terrorism, separatism, and extremism in all their manifestations. Excellencies, connectivity remains a key priority for India. We stand ready to cooperate on investing in and building connectivity in the region, while expanding connectivity. It is also important to ensure that such initiatives are consultative, transparent, and participatory, and respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries. Our approach is in sync with the Charter of the SCO for comprehensive and balanced economic growth, for integration into the global economy, and improvement of transit capabilities. India is also committed to fulfilling our obligations under the International North-South Transport Corridor and for the inclusion of the Chabahar port within the framework of INSTC.
Well, there we heard NSA Doval speaking at the SCO conference. Aditya, talking about gatherings like an SCO or for that matter Quad, India has not just focused on the strategic aspect of it, but also has spoken in terms of economic growth, in terms of connectivity, and that's what has been the cornerstone also. When we talk about Afghanistan, it's not just all about the strategic importance, but also the connectivity, the economic growth of that particular region. How do you see, as of now, India doing a balancing job here, and how the perception as far as the world bodies is concerned, where does India stand in that regard?
Well, connectivity is certainly a major concern, and India has been again raising this for last several years. Be it at the heart of Asia that used to happen on Afghanistan, or SCO, or at the United Nations and at the European Union as well. You correctly mentioned Afghanistan as one of the key areas where there was a robust trade that was underway between India and Afghanistan. Of course, Taliban's takeover has hit a major roadblock, but even before that, Pakistan had blocked the road trade and road transportation between India and Afghanistan, and that was a major concern. On the other hand, we've seen China also raising the bandwagon of the BRI and the CPEC and using the debt kind of crisis for the countries in connection with this connectivity. Taking advantage of the connectivity, we saw what happened in Sri Lanka, we are seeing what's happening in Pakistan, and of course in Maldives as well. So China's debt, controversial debt crisis for these countries is a major concern also, but there are concerns also with Pakistan not allowing connectivity for India to the larger portion of Afghanistan and Central Asia, which once opens will be a major boost not only for India but for entire South Asia. But perhaps under the patronage and support of China, Pakistan has been delaying this.
Right, Aditya, Prime Minister Modi is speaking at an event. Let's listen in.
There are also many historical references to republic states in ancient India where the rulers were not hereditary. India is indeed the mother of democracy. Excellency, democracy is not just a structure. It is also a spirit. It is based on the belief that the needs and aspirations of every human being are equally important. That is why in India, our guiding philosophy is Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, meaning striving together for inclusive growth. Whether it is our effort to fight climate change through lifestyle changes, to conserve water through distributed storage or provide clean cooking fuel to everyone. Every initiative is powered by the collective efforts of the citizens of India. During COVID-19, India's response was people-driven. It is they who made it possible to administer over 2 billion doses of made-in-India vaccine. Our Vaccine Maitri initiative shared millions of vaccines with the world. This was also guided by the democratic spirit of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. Excellency, there is much to say about the virtues of democracy, but let me say just this. India, despite the many global challenges, is the fastest growing major economy today. This itself is the best advertisement for democracy in the world. This itself says that democracy can deliver. Thank you, President Yoon, for chairing this session, and thank you to all the distinguished leaders for your presence. Thank you very much.
No, I think finally Modi ji's got tired of coming to Karnataka, and the Modi magic doesn't seem to be working, and they've finally decided to announce the elections in Karnataka. So we are well prepared. 124 candidates have already been announced, and probably in the next couple of days now the 100 candidates, the remaining 100 candidates list will be announced.
How hopeful is the Congress party?
We are winning this election. People of Karnataka are fed up of the 40% government. People of Karnataka are fed up of the BJP playing the caste politics. They're fed up of the caste cauldron being churned to suit only for the elections. Unemployment is at its highest. The cash for job scams have been hit. You know how it is in Karnataka. MLA के घर में तो 8-8 करोड़ मिल रहे हैं आजकल. So people are fed up. This time it's going to be Congress all the way. चेहरे बहुत है ना अभी. खरगे साहब है, AICC अध्यक्ष है, राहुल जी है, सोनिया जी है, प्रियंका गांधी जी है, DK शिव कुमार जी है, सिद्धरामैया जी है, आवाम है. मुख्यमंत्री के चेहरे की बात तो अभी डिस्कशन में नहीं ना. It's not relevant now. Already last time when Kharge Sahab was in Karnataka, he's been very specific. He wants 150 seats delivered from his home state. Rahul ji has been very clear in all his public speeches. He wants 150 seats delivered from Karnataka. First, winning is important. CM will be decided later by the High Command.
You have set the goal for 150 seats?
Absolutely. You have any doubts in that?
Well, we are happy that the date is fixed for the Festival of Democracy, and we welcome the date. And one of the most interesting thing is it is single-phase election. We welcome that too. And the gap between the polling and the counting is also less. We welcome it. And only apprehensions we have, the Election Commission or the people who are in the election process, they should be impartial, because in the recent past we have witnessed where the ruling dispensation using some of the institutions to browbeat the opposition, like ED, CBI and IT, and even the EVMs. All these issues should be addressed properly by the Election Commission. We are ahead of Bharatiya Janata Party. You know, we have started our election exercise. It's already 3 years now. We started after Mr. D.K. Shivakumar took over as a new president, and after Mr. Siddaramaiah got appointed, re-elected as the CLP. The process has started, and continuously we have been working. It's already now 6 months we have doing this exercise of selecting the candidates. We started in September, October, and now we are in the final stage. Only 100 seats have been left. Almost in the 100 seat, the screening committee had cleared almost over 30, 34. Remaining, I think tomorrow there is a screening committee. We will finalize everything.
हाँ, हम पहली बार कर्नाटक के अंदर चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि हमें हमारा अच्छा रिजल्ट होना चाहिए।
ಮೇ 10ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಏನು ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಘೋಷಣೆ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಬಹಳ ಹಿಂದೆನೇ ಈ ಕೋಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಂಡಕ್ಟ್ ತರಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇಬ್ಬರೂ ಸೇರಿ ಎಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಧಿಕಾರವನ್ನು ದುರುಪಯೋಗ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯನೋ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಕೊನೆಗೂ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಅವರು ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟು ಇವತ್ತು ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಆದರೂ ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷದಿಂದ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಶುಭ ದಿನ, ಶುಭ ಮುಹೂರ್ತ, ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಂದೇಶವನ್ನು ಕೊಡುವಂತ ದಿನ. ನಾವು ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ.
कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत काम किया है. बूथ विजय अभियान, विजय संकल्प अभियान, विजय संकल्प यात्रा, कर्नाटक के कोने कोने में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता गए हैं और केंद्र की जो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार की उपलब्धियां हैं वह जन जन तक पहुंचाने का काम किया है. बोमई जी के नेतृत्व में जो काम हुआ वह भी जनता तक पहुंचाने का काम किया है और व्यापक जन समर्थन भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में है. बीजेपी फिर से प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ कर्नाटक में सरकार पुनः बनाने वाली है. देखिए, यह शुरू से स्पष्ट है. हमारे आदरणीय गृह मंत्री जी ने मंडिया में भी इस बात को बोला कि जेडीएस के खिलाफ भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जम करके प्रचंड रूप से उनके खिलाफ बिल्कुल आवाज उठानी चाहिए, क्योंकि जेडीएस के माध्यम से कभी भी कर्नाटक का भला नहीं हुआ और जेडीएस की सरकार तो कहीं दूर दूर तक बन नहीं रही है. भारतीय जनता पार्टी बिल्कुल जेडीएस के खिलाफ उनके क्षेत्र में पूरी ताकत के साथ चुनाव लड़ रही है. भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ सरकार बनाएगी और 150 सीट हम आएंगे.
So all the reactions are coming in on the announcement of the dates for Karnataka elections. Remember, May 10th is when the state's 224 seats go to polls, and May 13th, 3 days after the voting, the results will be out. Now let's once again bring you the press conference that was done earlier in the day by the Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar, where he elaborated on all the preparations, the methodologies, and the vital statistics related to the elections in Karnataka.
Honorable Election Commissioner Shri Anup Chand Pandey ji on my right and Shri Arun Goel ji on my left, senior officers, DCs of the Commission, friends from media present here. First of all, very good morning. We have gathered here to announce the schedule for the Karnataka election and the by-elections. You may recall that after the successful and peaceful conduct of elections in the 3 states of the Northeast, just early this year, it is now time to move to the southern part of the country. What a stark difference in terms of geography, culture, and varied challenges that we have in 2 different sets of states where we are doing the elections. The challenges in Northeast were very different than what we have in Karnataka. But what remains consistent and constant is our commitment to deliver a free, fair, transparent, and inducement-free election. So be it Northeast, South, across the length and breadth of the country, we are committed to do it. And you may recall that the challenges in the recently held elections were more in terms of controlling the violence, handling the tough topography, making the logistical arrangements, making machines move, the electoral machinery move. Whereas in Karnataka, the challenges are of different nature, which I will elaborate. Well,
you eagerly must be waiting for the schedule straightway, but just give me 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes to tell you the basics profiling. The term of Karnataka Legislative Assembly is till 24th of May 2023. So we have to complete the entire process before that. There are 224 assembly constituencies, of which 36 are reserved for the SCs and 15 are reserved for the STs. Let me just also tell you the electors' profile in the state, because the electoral roll is a prerequisite and a foundation for any election activity and an exercise. Total electors in the states are 5.21 crores, of which male electors are 2.62 and female electors are around 2.59, almost equal. And during the SSR exercise which we completed, the Commission laid special emphasis on the, as I have been repeatedly saying, on the inclusive part of the electoral roll and also the human part of the electoral roll. What does it entail? It means we laid special emphasis on registration of new age voters between 18 to 19 years, women, transgenders, persons with disabilities, and also in Karnataka on the particularly vulnerable tribal groups, who are the disadvantaged groups. If you look at any human development indices, the particularly vulnerable tribal groups are the one who are at the lowest of the ladder. So we said we'll have a special outreach. I'll touch on that in one of the slides. The role-gender ratio in the state stands at 988, which is very healthy. And the copies of the electoral rolls, including the process by which it was prepared, have all been shared with the political parties. And the involvement was at every stage. So friends, senior citizens and PWDs, as we have been putting a special emphasis on this part, and it's important in case of Karnataka because it will happen first time in Karnataka. The total number of 80 plus electors is 12.15 lakhs. So you would see that it's an increase of 32% from the 2018, and they also includes 16,976 proud electors who are 100 plus. We'll be having a special outreach for all of them. The persons with disabilities, as you would see, a sharp increase because of our focus, has increased to 5.55 lakhs. This is an increase of close to 150% over 2018. And you may ask me how it has happened. It's the social justice departments of the states give scholarships to various persons with disabilities. We also collected data from them so that, we can have an outreach. We can go to their houses and have a special outreach to persuade them, to facilitate them to become our voters. And this is the result of that. And through your medium, we would like to welcome them, pay our gratitudes to all the senior citizens and the persons with disabilities, transgenders, to please come and participate in with all vigor in the election, and we are having a special attempt for that, which includes that for the first time, this facility for voting from home would be available in Karnataka to the 80 plus voters and also to the persons with disabilities. It has been a very successful and very reassuring and very happy experience for all of us in the Commission. To just report through you, in recently 5 state elections which we have had recently, Himachal, Gujarat, Tripura, Meghalaya and Nagaland, over 73,200 persons with disabilities and 80 plus senior citizens, we have been able to go to their house and take their votes. I mean, for one vote, 3 to 4 persons go. All the political parties are informed, it's videographed so that secrecy is not compromised. But it is worth the effort. It puts a pressure on the administration, on the already strained administration during the elections. But फिर भी इसमें जाना, वोट को लेना घर से सीनियर सिटीजन्स और PWDs का एक बहुत ही सुखद अनुभूति है और इसको हम आने वाले इलेक्शंस में और इसमें लगातार सुदृढ़ करते रहेंगे. So, coming to the inclusive elections and connecting with the youth, which is very critical in case of all the elections, but more so in Karnataka and in terms of youth and urban. I'll tell you how. So, the first time voters in Karnataka, because of our special effort, as I just mentioned, has increased from 18 to 19 by 9.17 lakhs. And the young electors gender ratio, which was low at 720, has increased to 820. It's a jump of 100%. So means we have been able to get more and more girls in the age of 18 to 19 registered in our electoral rolls. So it's far more gender sensitive now. And all young voters who are turning 18 years by 1st of April 2023 will be able to vote in this forthcoming election. So this again, आपके माध्यम से मैं इसको फिर से बताना चाहता हूँ. कमीशन के एफर्ट से 4 क्वालिफाइंग डेट्स का अमेंडमेंट लॉ में हुआ था कि हर क्वार्टर की फर्स्ट डेट. तो हमने एडवांस में एप्लीकेशन जो लेने का प्रोसेस शुरू किया, उसमें 1 अप्रैल को जो लोग 18 इयर्स के होने वाले हैं उनकी पिटीशन हमारे पास पहले से आके रखी हैं, और वो भी लोग 41,000 ऐसे हैं जो बिकॉज ऑफ दिस चेंज इन अमेंडमेंट वुड बी एबल टू कास्ट देयर वोट. अदरवाइज दे वुड हैव टू वेट, they would have waited for the next year 1st of January to become eligible. So this is the power of that amendment which we I've just wanted to tell you. And youth participation in the electoral process, as you know, brings in the required energy and rhythm, yielding to a more vibrant and argumentative electoral process, participative electoral process, which is again a very healthy sign for the democracy. And as our National Voters Day theme was, there is nothing like voting. So this is what we are popularizing amongst the youth, and through you also requesting that when we have taken so much of effort to make them voters, let them also respond by coming to the polling stations on the date which we'll announce now. Coming to the particularly vulnerable tribal groups, as are again a human face and an inclusive agenda for the electoral rolls. The purity and the inclusiveness and the health of electoral rolls is one of the focus of the Commission, more so this year. So there are 2 PVTGs in Karnataka, Jhenukurba and Koraga tribes. And the total population is 46,852 and 18 plus is 30,507. And you would be happy to know that we have been able to enroll 100%. Primitive, these 2 PVTGs. और इनके लिए 40 एथनिक बूथ भी हम बना रहे हैं ताकि वो अपने वैल्यू में अपने तरीके से they feel happy participating in our elections. Similarly for transgenders, total transgenders in the state as per the records of the department concerned is 42,756, and we have been able to enroll through our outreach in our process 41,312, which is again almost complete. कुछ ऐसे भी लोग हैं जो अपने आप को इलेक्टरल रोल में एज ट्रांसजेंडर मार्क नहीं कराना चाहते. हमारी उनसे अपील है कि अगर ऐसे कुछ लोग छूट गए तो जिस फॉर्म में जिस सेंसिटिविटीज के साथ वो अपने आप को अटैच मार्क कराना चाहते हैं, हम उसमें एक कदम उनसे आगे बढ़ के उनकी मदद करेंगे और उनको ऐड करेंगे. नाउ आफ्टर वोटर्स टू गिव यू ए फील एंड ए ओवरव्यू ऑफ द polling stations. There are 58,282 polling stations in the state of Karnataka, of which 20,866 are urban. And I'll tell you what special efforts are required for these urban area polling stations. Average electors per polling stations comes to 883, and we'll be doing as usual the 50% webcasting, which comes to 29,140. On all these sensitive booths which have been identified, we take 4-5 measures. Either they would be a CAPF, or there would be webcasting, or there would be a micro-observer. It's a combination, and cumulatively, through a combination of all of this, we tend to put more vigor and vigil on the sensitive booths. For enhanced voter experience, how do we ensure that voters feel happy, want to come to the booth and take part in the festival of democracy? There would be close to 1,320 polling stations which would be managed exclusively by the women. ये भी उनके हर इलेक्शन में हम कर रहे हैं, उनके एक एम्पावरमेंट का भी पार्ट है. There is a feeling that yes, we can do it, and election exercises in the even remote places, there were booths in the recently held elections which were all managed by the women, including the security personnel. और इसी तरीके से 240 पोलिंग स्टेशंस would be मॉडल पोलिंग स्टेशंस जिसमें इको फ्रेंडली और ग्रीन बूथ्स उनको बनाएंगे. और ये भी एक नया प्रयास शुरू किया है कि जब यूथ नहीं आते हैं वोटिंग में, तो हम पोलिंग स्टेशंस को भी अपनी यूथ जो एम्प्लॉयज हैं उनसे मैनेज करें. तो जो भी यंगेस्ट एम्प्लॉयज हैं, जिस डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जो भी अपॉइंटमेंट्स रिसेंट हुए हैं, उन्हीं को ट्रेन करके उनको भी एम्पावर कर रहे हैं. तो इसलिए 224 such booths would be set up, which would be managed by only the youngest possible the employees of the government, and 100 booths would be managed purely by the persons with disability. We have started another attempt from the last 3 elections, which is an ongoing effort, that we want to make now the availability of AMF almost permanent in all these schools. And here in Karnataka, we are progressing quite well. As you would see on the slide, we are almost 98, 97% in terms of all the parameters, which are ramps, toilets, electricity. I'm sure that, and hopefully, in this election, the time is still there, till the elections polling stations are prepared. Whatever 1 or 2% in each category is left, we have emphasized to the state government, for which we have got a quite firm assurance that they will try and convert 100% facilities in all these schools on a permanent basis. And if this happens, which I'm sure, which we are all sure would happen, that's a goal to aspire for the elections coming during the current years, in the later this year, and also the general election. So friends, now coming to the urban apathy. This is one area, as I said, that in Karnataka the areas of concerns would be different. So urban apathy is one, and money power is another, which will come to after this. So in urban apathy, the total voter turnout in the state is 72.4 in 2018. Against this, as you know, the overall country, if you look at the 2019 general elections, तो जो 20 टॉप के कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज हैं जिनमें सबसे कम वोटिंग हुई, उनमें से 9 अर्बन एरिया में. इसके नाम यहाँ दिए हैं, मैं ज़्यादा नहीं पढ़ना चाहता, but they are in the top 20. And if you look at the Karnataka, तो जहाँ 72% वोटिंग है, वहाँ बेंगलोर के साउथ, नॉर्थ, सेंट्रल और बंगलौर में वो वोटिंग काफ़ी कम है. 57, 51, 53, 55, 57 as against 72. And another disturbing trend is that it is reducing even from the earlier election, 2013 election. It was even more in 2013. It is reduced in 2018. So when we went there, we did call a large number of universities, students, and talk to them. And then we also decided that in addition to the awareness activities like the electoral literacy clubs and the voluntary action forums, we'll also do because the Karnataka and Bangalore happens to be the knowledge city and the IT city of the country. So why don't we take advantage of their expertise? So we requested the IT sector, and through you we want to thank that IASC came forward and they are doing an electhon. Instead of hackathon, we are saying it electhon. For what? They say, we are saying that how to enhance the participation of urban and youth. Can we technologically connect to them more? Can we do outreach in a different way? And how to ensure the registration of new voters more and more? We don't have to work so hard. Is there a problem with our software? Is there a way we can motivate them to do it? How can, from the universities, or from the colleges, schools rather, from the 12th, almost everybody becomes 18. 12 years, 12th class when you pass plus 5 if you add, so mostly 17, 17 and a half and 18. तो आप वोट तो देना शुरू कर रहे हैं, बट आपको एक कमिटमेंट की जरूरत है. तो इस इलेक्ट्रॉन में हमने ये भी रखा है कि डिवाइस ए सॉल्यूशन दैट हाउ कैन इट बूस्ट वोटर टर्नआउट ऑन द इलेक्शन डे. और उसका भी एक मेथड हमने और अपनाया, वो भी आपको मैं अभी आगे बताऊंगा. ये कितने इंस्टीट्यूट्स हमारे साथ इसमें जुड़ गई हैं? इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ साइंस, large number of startups, large number of IT professionals. So we are thankful to all of them. And 47% have added on working on how to do the registration free. Some are working easily. Some are working with us on how to make the youth turn out on the day of election. So this result we will again share with everybody when it comes, the solutions when they are given, and जो आने वाले इलेक्शन से उसके लिए हम लोग समझते हैं कि ये एक हमें ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी या ऐसी आउटरीच बताएगा जो उनकी समझ में आती है, बिकॉज इट्स ए प्लेस where you have most of the educated youth and the urban areas. As regards the candidates, you are all aware, just to repeat the same thing, the know your candidate and the affidavits, all this are available on through the technology. Knowing the candidate is possible through the Know Your Candidate application. And for political parties, these applications are helping them to file the nominations online and to also apply for the entitlements which they have in terms of passes or in terms of booking the grounds for the election rallies, etc. And it is all strictly, everyone has been instructed to follow first in, first out principle. जिसने पहले अप्लाई किया उसका डिजिटल ट्रेल उसमें रहेगा. ऐसा नहीं कि अप्लाई एक पार्टी ने किया और आपने दूसरी पार्टी को जगह दे दी. नहीं, इट इज ए फेयर एंड लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड विच दे हैव टू एंश्योर. सी विजिल ऐप की काफी प्रचार कर्नाटका के इलेक्शन में किया है, बिकॉज ये वहाँ बहुत रिलेवेंट है. बिकॉज what new challenge we found in Karnataka is, in addition to the youth and urban apathy, is the money power. So this is being popularized a lot, and I'll share with you, even before MCC, what had happened. MCC will come in force from today. But when we went there, I'll show you, just because of our sincerity on this subject and telling the district officials and enforcement agencies what is the result. I'll show you that. So before coming to that, just to narrate that in recently held elections, total number of polling stations are given here, and there was no repolling. So we want to carry forward this trend. No violence, no repolling, and no और ईवीएम भी बच गई, उनको भी गाली वाली ज़्यादा नहीं पड़ी. सो मतलब उसी चीज़ को आगे बढ़ाने हुए हमने वहाँ काफ़ी कोशिश की है कि जितने भी पोलिंग स्टेशंस हैं उनमें आप ऐसे प्रोसेसेस को अपनाएंगे, डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट्स आर ऑन द जॉब, that they make the experience for the voter very good, so that they are encouraged to come. And some are working even on applications where, if we can tell in advance the queue, so that you can plan your visit to the polling station and avoid standing on the thing. This is also a work in progress. The seizures in these 5 elections, just to tell you the kind of rigor and emphasis जो elections को inducement free कराने में किया जा रहा है, 5 elections जो अभी होके चुके हैं, उनमें 18 और 17 में जो इससे पहले हुए थे, 43 करोड़ के अगेंस्ट में 1028 करोड़ का सीजर था. एंड इसमें ड्रग सीजर्स, बिकॉज वी आर सेइंग लिकर, ड्रग, मनी, फ्रीबीज एंड ड्रग इन पर्टिकुलर, बिकॉज वो पूरी की पूरी सोसाइटी को और बच्चों को खराब करने की उनमें क्षमता है. सो all enforcement agencies, we have said that there is a absolute strict vigil you have to have on movement of any kind of material which can induce the elections, and fairly. And I'll show you what has happened. We are strengthening our teams in Karnataka to curb the misuse of money power. From 1,900 in 2018, we are increasing to 2,400. These are the teams which will have the sensitive constituencies, expenditure observers we are increasing, assistant observers, flying squads, and all to put extra pressure and make it clear to all political parties and candidates that money power, they have to just zero tolerance, which we are showing from our sides. And just to tell you that the state has 19 districts. Total 171 interstate checkposts are being operationalized for this purpose, where Excise Department, Commercial Tax Department, Police Department, and even the Forest Department in areas where the forests are there and there are checkposts. They may not be the highways or the state ways, but there are the points of entry. All places there would be a strict vigil. And nudging towards ethical elections, there are exercises which are being done, the awareness which is being done, say for instance, this is by the Commercial Department. And just to tell you, it's another, when we talked about it, in Nagaland, from civil society, there were groups formed in the villages, and villagers came out resisting anybody who was trying to bribe the voters in the villages. I'm repeating it here just to encourage and thank those citizens who have helped us in curbing the menace of money power. And you see, we have directed all the enforcement agencies, which include the state police, state excise, narcotics, coast guards, ED, airport authority, state level committees, bankers committee. What is their role, just in brief? जितने airports हैं वहाँ और जितने landing air strips हैं, even choppers, they will all landings will be checked, so that there is no way that they can be used for movement of any kind of what you call the money or something. इसी तरह से जो checkposts or special highways which have been identified, and godowns which are in under the Commercial Taxes Department, warehouses, liquor, all have been mapped, so that there is no increase or a trend of goods coming there. Similarly for freebies, eBay bills are being checked to see in any particular district if there is an increase of the material getting entry to those particular districts. SLBC, we have also requested all the banks, directed them actually, that no movement of the vans which carry cash to fill the ATMs will happen during the late hours, so that they cannot be used. At times, such vans are used for carrying cash. All that has been stopped. In terms of what happened in Karnataka after our last visit, which was, see just some pictures. Even MCC has not come into force. And this is across the parties. Freebies, cash, liquor, all that have been started already having been seized. And it is already crossed almost what was seized during the elections last time. And I want to thank the district administration and enforcement agencies on this, because having by and large tackled the issue of muscle power in the elections, this is now the focus and the time that we handle the money power also. And before MCC comes into being, because हमने उनको यही कहा कि MCC का मुहूर्त क्यों देखना है, आपके पास तो सेक्शंस हैं आईपीसी की, अगर कोई भी ब्राइब के लिए वोटर्स को इंड्यूस करने के लिए अगर अभी से सामान लेके आ रहा है, उस पे कैंडिडेट का नाम लिखा हुआ है बैग के ऊपर, कुकर के ऊपर रखे हुए हैं ये गोडाउन, इसमें देखिए आप लिखे हुए हैं, नाम भी लिखे हुए हैं, तो उसको सीज करके उस पर क्रिमिनल केस करने के लिए एमसीसी की जरूरत क्यों है? एंड थैंकफुली ऑल ऑफ देम हैव रिस्पोंडेड एंड वी आर श्योर दैट दिस विल पीक नाउ. And again, through your medium, we want to say that citizens also help us by using C-Vigil more and more, and it is our guarantee that in 100 minutes we will not only reach there, we will also report back saying as to what had happened. So friends, now coming to what you have been waiting for, the schedule for the Karnataka Assembly elections for 2023 would be like this. The Gazette notification would be issued on 13th of April. Last date of making nominations would be 20th of April. Date of scrutiny would be 21st April 2023. After that, the withdrawal of the candidature can be up to 24th of April. The polling will take place on 10th of 5 in single phase, and day of counting would be 13th of May. So this is the schedule for the Karnataka elections. There are also some by-elections which are due in the country in various legislative assemblies and parliamentary constituents. So we are simultaneously announcing the by-elections also. So the by-elections will take place for the assembly in Odisha, Jharsuguda, in UP, in Suar, UPAC 34, 395 Chanabe in UP, Soyong in Meghalaya in 23, and also in the parliamentary constituency number 4 in Jalandhar. So this will fill up all our vacancies till February 2023. So this is the schedule, and I once again, before ending, through the friends from media, I want to appeal to all the voters of Karnataka, young, urban areas, rural area, PBTGs, women, transgender, PWDs, senior citizens, to please come forward and take part in the Festival of Democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We'll now be able to take questions. Right से शुरू करते हैं. नीरज.
हेलो सर, नीरज हूँ न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया से. कर्नाटक विधानसभा चुनाव की घोषणा आपने कर दी एक चरण में, और कई बाई इलेक्शन की भी घोषणा की है. वायनाड लोकसभा उपचुनाव, वायनाड सीट भी खाली हो गई है. चुनाव आयोग को जानकारी लोकसभा सचिवालय की तरफ से भेज दी गई है. वहां उपचुनाव की घोषणा आज आपने नहीं की है. आने वाले दिनों में करेंगे या कोर्ट की कार्रवाई का इंतजार करेंगे, क्योंकि 30 दिन का वक्त राहुल गांधी को मिला है.
Another question here. आपने ब्रह्म प्रकाश आपने.
सर, ब्रह्म प्रकाश दुबे हूँ जी न्यूज़ से. मेरा सवाल यह है कि आमतौर पर वोटिंग के दौरान जो मैंने देखा है कवरेज के दौरान दिक्कत होती है कि लोगों के पास कई बार इलेक्शन आई कार्ड होता है लेकिन वोटिंग लिस्ट से उनका नाम गायब होता है. ऐसे कई इंसिडेंट्स होते हैं. तो इन चुनाव के दौरान उन लोगों के लिए किस तरह से व्यवस्था होगी कि कई लोग कहते हैं कि हमारा नाम कटवा दिया. हेलो,
Hi, sir. Deeksha Bhardwaj from Hindustan Times. Sir, my question is regarding EVM, since you mentioned the opposition parties have come together and they've alleged that they're going to take up the issue of EVM tampering and EVM frauds. What is the response from the Commission on this? Because they're saying that their questions have so far not been answered.
पूनम आपने नमस्कार, मैं पूनम हूँ अमर उजाला से। सर, मेरा प्रश्न है, आप लोग इतना प्रयास कर रहे हैं लेकिन पिछले चुनाव में भी जो शहरी मतदाता हैं उनकी उदासीनता कम होने का नाम नहीं ले रही है। इस मर्तबा कर्नाटक चुनाव में इसकी पुनरावृत्ति न हो, इसको लेकर क्या प्रयास किए गए हैं?
पहला प्रश्न लेता हूं मैं, जो इलेक्शन आई कार्ड ना हो तो क्या करेंगे वोटर्स। तो पहली बात तो उनको अभी से वोटर किस बूथ में कौन वोटर्स हैं इसकी लिस्ट अभी से अवेलेबल है। एप्लीकेशन है हमारा, उसमें वो अभी से अपना नाम और पोलिंग स्टेशन चेक कर सकते हैं। तो ये तो पहली बात है। सो इट्स बेटर टू चेक इन एडवांस। और अगर किसी वजह से अभी नाम नहीं है तो वो नाम भी अभी ऐड हो सकता है। वो नाम भी नॉमिनेशन के दिन तक, लास्ट डे ऑफ नॉमिनेशन तक अभी भी नाम ऐड हो सकता है, विच इन दिस केस इज 20 अप्रैल। तो 20 अप्रैल तक अभी भी नाम ऐड हो सकता है। उन्हें चेक कर लेना चाहिए, ऐड हो जाना चाहिए। और इसके लिए टेक्नोलॉजिकली हमारे ऐप पर भी व्यवस्था है और एआरओ के पास भी व्यवस्था है और पोलिंग स्टेशन वाइज लिस्ट है। तो ये पहली बात है। दूसरी बात, अगर उनके पास बाई चांस इलेक्शन आई कार्ड नहीं है तो उससे कोई परेशानी की जरूरत नहीं है। देयर आर 15 मोर डॉक्यूमेंट्स विच दे कैन ब्रिंग। उसकी लिस्ट पूरी आज मैंने नहीं दिखाई, मैं अभी उसको ट्वीट करा दूंगा, सबके साथ शेयर हो जाएगी। उसमें ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस है, पासपोर्ट है, राशन कार्ड है, बिजली का बिल है, बहुत सारी चीजें हैं। मोरलेस कोई ना कोई चीज उनके पास होगी ही। तो हमारा पूरा प्रयास होगा कि वो बूथ पर आए और आने के बाद उनको वोटिंग करने के लिए अनेबल किया जाए। क्या था बताइए।
इलेक्शन के दौरान कि उनके पास वोटिंग आईडी कार्ड होता है, लेकिन जब उस पोलिंग बूथ पर जाते हैं तो उनका नाम लिस्ट से गायब होता है, तो वोट नहीं कर पाते। ऐसा मैंने कई बार विधानसभा चुनाव या लोकसभा चुनाव में देखा है। तो उनके लिए क्या मैकेनिज्म?
तो उसके लिए मैंने जो पहला आंसर दिया वो है कि अभी से उस एप्लीकेशन जो हमारी है उस पर जाके, वोटर हेल्पलाइन पे जाके अपना नाम और अपना बूथ नंबर अभी से देख लें। और उसमें भी अभी हमारे पास में ये समय उपलब्ध है। और इन एनी केस उनको कहीं ना कहीं बूथ में नाम तो होगा ही। अगर ये लास्ट टाइम से चेंज भी हुआ है किसी वजह से तो उसका पब्लिकेशन किया गया है। उनके कैंडिडेट के पास भी लिस्ट है, पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के पास भी लिस्ट है, उनके पास भी टेक्नोलॉजिकली देखने की व्यवस्था है। अर्बन अपैथी के बारे में पूनम जी ने पूछा, तो 2-3 बातें हम कहेंगे कि एक तो ये पूरा एजेंडा अर्बन अपैथी का अब कम से कम मेन डिस्कोर्स में आ गया है। अब आपने ये प्रश्न उठाने शुरू किए हैं और इससे भी जागृति धीरे धीरे नीचे आ रही है। हमने भी थोड़ा ज्यादा बोल्ड होकर वो जगहें जहां पर वोटिंग कम होती है और अर्बन एरिया है उनका नाम और उनकी जगह दिखानी शुरू की है, विद ओनली एन ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ रिक्वेस्टिंग द वोटर्स ऑफ दोज एरियाज टू प्लीज कम फॉरवर्ड।
Mr. Modi is speaking at an event. Let's listen in.
There are also many historical references to republic states in ancient India where the rulers were not hereditary. India is indeed the mother of democracy. Excellency, democracy is not just a structure. It is also a spirit. It is based on the belief that the needs and aspirations of every human being are equally important. That is why in India, our guiding philosophy is Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, meaning striving together for inclusive growth. Whether it is our effort to fight climate change through lifestyle changes, to conserve water, to distributed storage, or provide clean cooking fuel to everyone. Every initiative is powered by the collective efforts of the citizens of India. During COVID-19, India's response was people-driven. It is they who made it possible to administer over 2 billion doses of made-in-India vaccine. Our Vaccine Maitri initiative shared millions of vaccines with the world. This was also guided by the democratic spirit of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. Excellencies, there is much to say about the virtues of democracy, but let me say just this. India, despite the many global challenges, is the fastest growing major economy today. This itself is the best advertisement for democracy in the world. This itself says that democracy can deliver. Thank you, President Yoon, for chairing this session, and thank you to all the distinguished leaders for your presence. Thank you very much.
It is my privilege to extend to all of you a very warm welcome to India for the 18th meeting of Secretaries of Security Council of SCO member states. I thank you for accepting my invitation to this meeting, as it provides us an opportunity to discuss matters which require cooperation and coordination amongst us. Your participation in this meeting will enrich our discussions and prepare the ground for a successful summit in a few months' time. Excellencies, global security landscape is faced with several challenges on account of developments in recent years. The SCO region is also affected by the impact of these challenges. It is my view, however, that the goals and vision of SCO as enshrined in its charter can show us the path forward. The charter calls upon member states to have mutual respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity of states, and inviolability of state borders, non-use of force or threat of its use in international relations, and seeking no unilateral military superiority in areas. The SCO Charter also exhorts us to maintain and develop relations with other states and international organizations, and to cooperate in the prevention of international conflicts and in their peaceful settlement. Excellencies, to my mind, if we follow these unexceptionable principles, we can make a significant contribution to our regional security and indeed global security. India's foreign policy is based on these very principles and reflects our commitment to the Charter of the SCO. Excellencies, terrorism in all its forms and manifestations and its financing are amongst the most serious threats to international peace and security. Any act of terrorism, regardless of its motivation, is unjustifiable. It is important, therefore, for all countries to fulfill the obligations enshrined in the relevant counter-terrorism cooperation protocols, including UN Security Council resolutions 1267, 1373, and successor resolutions for the purpose of identifying and implementing sanctions against global terrorist entities. This is in line with the Charter of the SCO to combat terrorism, separatism, and extremism in all their manifestations. Excellencies, connectivity remains a key priority for India. We stand ready to cooperate on investing in and building connectivity in the region, while expanding connectivity. It is also important to ensure that such initiatives are consultative, transparent, and participatory, and respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries. Our approach is in sync with the Charter of the SCO for comprehensive and balanced economic growth, for integration into the global economy, and improvement of transit capabilities. India is also committed to fulfilling our obligations under the International North-South Transport Corridor and for the inclusion of the Chabahar port within the framework of INSTC. Though India became a member of the SCO only in June 2017, our relations with the SCO countries go back to several centuries.
Keeping it with Karnataka and the elections, as the battleground is being readied for the elections in Karnataka, there are two kinds of narratives being built to woo voters in Karnataka, and the BJP has been harping on its cultural campaign, so to speak. The Saffron Party has been keeping its focus on issues like hijab, quota for Muslims, and on Tipu Sultan as well. And the Congress Party, on the other hand, has been keeping its focus on social security schemes and promising SOPs along those lines. Whose narrative will win and who the voters will choose is the big question. And to understand that, joining us is Verghese Abraham, who is with us in the studio. Will be joined by our correspondent Muhammad Faisal as well in a bit. But let me begin this discussion by discussing the fact of the matter with Verghese Abraham. Verghese, don't need to remind anybody, all the viewers, you are from Bengaluru. Talk to us, this entire cultural war versus social SOPs that is taking place in Karnataka in the lead up to the elections. What do you think is going to win?
Well, it's going to be quite interesting to see whether these new narratives that have been pushed, whether it'll have an impact on the ground or not, because there are several historical issues that you have also been playing with the BJP, in fact, pushing for the recognition of two Wakaligas, especially saying that they were the ones who actually killed Tipu Sultan. And of course, you have a backlash against it as well, with people, in fact, coming out and saying, historians as well as people from various walks of life coming and saying that that isn't the case, while the BJP says that history was written by the victors and therefore the contributions of Rigode and Nanjegowda have not been put across. And this was formulated by C.T. Ravi. Now, why would they come with something like this is because when it comes to the identity of the Wakaligas, they have for ages together been, especially in South Karnataka, where the Wakaligas are the dominant caste, they have been a unitary kind of a population who have been cooperating with the Kurubas as well as the Muslim community. So that area where we are looking at possibly polarization being brought in is what we understand. And when that polarization, they're trying to in fact benefit the Wakaliga leaders within the BJP as such. So it would also help in fracturing the vote base of a lot of Congress leaders in the South. And of course, the other issue has been with regards to the JDS factor, which is also a very South Karnataka party. South Karnataka, when we are talking about the old Mysore region, because most of Karnataka historically has been divided by the Nawab's Hyderabad, the British's Bombay presidency, and then you had parts of it with Madras presidency. and you had the independent Mysore kingdom. So
fascinating, isn't it? And you know, when you talk about that, I just got reminded of the fact that, you know, we need to talk about this. Karnataka is a multilingual state.
It is.
You have Kannada, which is the main state language. You have Tulu, you have Konkani, you have Kodava, which is the Kurgi, language. You know, it's a multilingual state, and as you were rightly pointing out, North Karnataka and South Karnataka are two different ball games altogether. And then, you know, you have other communities, you know, making up other parts of the country. So in that sense, it's very complex, isn't it? Karnataka?
It is a very complex state. In fact, from outside, people would try to say that it might be looking like
one Karnataka. It's one Karnataka.
But historical memory of the people as well as their associations have been very different. And that's why you have the Lingayat population mostly dominating the northern districts of the state and bordering Maharashtra as well as bordering Telangana. These are the areas where you find the Lingayat population being quite there. And they are the ones who dominated the entire narrative of Karnataka for quite some time. More than the people from the South Karnataka. And one of the important watershed moments for the community, rather, was when one of their community's leaders, Virendra Patil, who had been the chief minister, was dismissed by the Congress in 1990, making a huge opposition base in Karnataka against the Congress. And that is why you find the Lingayats going into the Jansangh or moving into the BJP. And BJP has been playing with that sentiment. Prime Minister Modi has also been speaking about how some of the tall leaders among the Lingayats have been, in fact, hurt with the Congress decision. And this base, in fact, quite interestingly enough, though population-wise, you can say around 38%, both of them seem to be dominating, the Vokaligas and the Lingayats. Right. But the Lingayats are spread across the northern districts and across constituencies. So they become a huge pressure group.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And that pressure group is creating pressure for the BJP in Karnataka as we speak, because you have so many different Lingayat leaders, tall Lingayat leaders. We have Muhammad Faisal now joining us from Bengaluru. Muhammad Faisal, thank you so much for being this on the broadcast. Now, we had Varghese Abraham tell us, you know, like in the northern Karnataka, you have, you know, the Lingayats spread out, and they have a huge say in the scheme of things, like the way the Vokaligas do in southern Karnataka. Talk to us about the ground situation, keeping in mind what has happened, you know, in Delhi, you know, Prime Minister Modi leading the charge, attacking corrupt opposition. You have what has happened with Rahul Gandhi being disqualified from the parliament. And now you have the election dates being announced. It's a single phase elections, Muhammad Faisal. Talk to us about what you're picking up from the ground in Bengaluru.
Well, good afternoon, Krishna. Well, the dates of the election has been announced today, but the preparation for this has been going on for the last 6 months. We've seen all the political parties fighting with each other. The rallies have been going on. The Prime Minister alone has visited the state for close to 7 times right now, be it to inaugurate governmental projects. The Congress party has also put out its foot on the ground, and it's been campaigning rigorously with the Prajadayam Yatra, where you can see DK and Siddaramaiah walking around in the northern states of Karnataka promoting the party. And you've also seen Kumaraswamy along with Deve Gowda, one of the tallest leaders of the state, also on the ground. And the turnout of that political rally was also one of the most significant things that the Karnataka has seen in the last 1 month since the preparation of this election is done. Now with the dates being announced, it all comes down to May 10th and how these parties will fare. Like you said, the state is completely multilingual and it is multidimensional. The north differs from the south, but you'll also need to understand that there is a coastal region also, and the coastal region also thinks completely differently. Keeping in mind it's also a multilingual state, there are a lot of issues that have also begun over here with regards to how the political parties should campaign or should start their campaign. We've already seen BJP announcing how they're going to give quota to the Lingayats and the Vokaligas. They've taken away the 4% reservation of the Muslims. And we've already seen the state boiling over it, where we've seen the Banjarans, the Kodis, the Kurbas coming on the streets, the Muslims protesting in Koppal. Things like that have already begun. Congress, on the other hand, has given their own political promises where they promised 200 units of electricity, like how Kejriwal had done it in Delhi. They've also said they'll give 2,000 rupees to the ladies in the family, and they've also announced other schemes for farmers and for the students. So all these political parties are charged up. They are all ready for the elections. Now the date that have been announced is May 10th, which will be the polling date, and it will be a single phase, like you've said. And May 13th will be the day when the result will come out, and that is the day that we'll be looking out for all the permutations, combinations that have been
13th of May is going to be a red letter day in many ways, for the Congress party and the BJP. The 13th of May is going to be a red letter day for both the parties concerned over here. I want to ask you this, we're discussing how the BJP has gone has been keeping its focus on issues like hijab and quotas and reservation, Tipu Sultan and etc. etc. And the Congress party has been keeping its focus on social security schemes, SOPs, and etc. etc. Talk to us in terms of what you're picking from the people of Karnataka. You've been traveling around Karnataka as well. What seems to be working? What is the sense you're getting from the ground?
Well, yes, the BJP campaign has been around these politically divisive, controversial statements. We've already seen when C.T. Ravi had said that this time the election will be about Tipu versus Savarkar, but it was again flagged off by their own political leader, Yediyurappa, when he said that this will not be the election issue. But we've already seen a lot of attacks that have happened in pubs in the coastal region, and we've also seen Chief Minister Bommaya coming out and saying that whatever happened is wrong, but he will not allow pubs and all the Western culture to spoil the culture of Karnataka. So the BJP has pitched its entire political campaign against the entire cultural wall, where they've said things like hijab, which are backward issues, should be curtailed. They've also gone on to attack the pub culture, and pub culture is something that is very prominent in Bangalore especially, and the urban parts of Karnataka, be it Mangalore and upcoming Shimoga. So you see pub culture coming up, and this is something that the BJP government has voiced its concern. On the other hand, we've seen Congress totally concentrating their campaign on social issues, where they've said they will give 200 units of electricity. They've gone on to say that they will give stocks to the females in the house who are not working. They will come out with schemes for the farmers. They will come out with schemes for the students. So this is what the Congress is concentrating on. On the other hand, you see the BJP concentrating on a little bit of divisive and controversial issue, and which is something that works for the BJP in
fair enough. Vajji, what is the JDS concentrating on? Vajji, what is the JDS concentrating on? We've been discussing only the Congress and the BJP. We keep forgetting that the JDS. What has been JDS's poll pitch this time around, apart from ensuring that all Vocaligas vote for the JDS this time and none of them go to the Congress party?
The most interesting thing that has come up in the entire campaign is the JDS continuously voicing on the importance of education, importance of the entire Mekadatu issue. So the JDS has so far announced this campaign around the Vocaliga community. It has also said that it will make sure that the Vocaligas will be given more importance this time around, keeping in mind that in the last two elections there have been the Lingayats who've been taking the prominence, and they've also been the only political party that has concentrated on providing education. But apart from JDS, one more other entry that we see this time around is the Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party is also campaigning in the state. They've also come out with their list of 80 candidates so far in the first list, and the second list also will be coming out. And their pitch is also on the same lines, that they will provide education, they will provide medical facilities to the people, how they've done in Delhi. They've also reduced the electricity charges. But one more thing that we need to understand, or we need to look into, is how the campaigning is going on in the coastal region, which is where the SDPI, which is the other political wing, is also working very hard over there, where they are constantly speaking against both the political parties, be it the BJP and the Congress. That is one thing that we need to look out for, because they are making a lot of noise in the coastal regions too.
Right. Mohammad Wajiullah, there, our correspondent, getting us that ground report from Bengaluru. Thank you, Vaji, for joining us with that detailed ground report on what exactly is going on in Karnataka. We also have Professor GVR Shastri political analyst now joining us on the broadcast. Professor G.V.R. Shastri, thank you so much for being with us here on News 9. We're discussing the upcoming Karnataka State Assembly elections because the election dates have been announced. 10th of May, single phase polling, and 13th of May is when the results, the counting and results are. How do you think the ground is shaping up in Karnataka? Because, you know, two diverse poll pitches, BJP harping on issues related to culture, whereas the Congress party focusing on social SOPs, the JDS focusing on the Vokaliga community and education. The only thing we haven't discussed so far, Professor G.V.R. Shastri, is the fact that they have a new player in Karnataka, and that is the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party is contesting in Bengaluru. You have Brijesh Kallappa and others. You have Aam Aadmi Party also focusing on North Karnataka in the Hubli-Dharwad region. Talk to us about the one political entrant that nobody discusses when it comes to the Karnataka State Assembly elections.
See, well, as far as the South India is concerned, particularly these 5 states, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Andhra, Karnataka, Kerala. You can escape from Kerala, but at least these 4 states are quite dominant of caste politics. Because if you look at the caste domination is so powerful and high. Of course, I understand there are 2 aspects involved. One is that anti-incumbency of the existing government. Another is the leadership role, maybe influence, maybe Prime Minister, maybe Rahul Gandhi, maybe Amit Shah, maybe some D.K. Shivakumar and down the line, including Yediyurappa. What is their considerable impact, what they will do in the elections. But end of the day, if you look at the truth, before election of 1 month before elections, that the analysis is something different. By the time the journey completes and during the elections, the situation worse and situation goes different roles. People talk about so many aspects and nothing is concrete. And people are not going to get benefited of anything. It's only political parties who are going to get benefited. So in this scenario, the Karnataka election, what I exactly see that yes, there is a massive anti-incumbency as far as the BJP is concerned. And of course, there is a positivity that Karnataka, because since there is a quite a response with regards to Padayatra of Rahul Gandhi. So these 2 scenarios are emerging, and I feel it's a very tough time for the both parties, and there will be a hung. That's what I'm predicting. Right. I did some analysis.
Right. So, Professor G.V.R. Shastri, you are expecting a fractured mandate in the upcoming Karnataka State Assembly elections. We're just taking a look at all the big faces who are going to be standing for them across party lines. Let me take this across to Basavaraj Itnal, senior journalist, now joining us on this broadcast. Basavaraj, talk to us. You have the Congress and the BJP. It's a litmus test for both of them. BJP could be out of South India if they lose these elections. Congress party needs to win. And then you have the JDS, which is a Karnataka-based party, still fighting for relevance and significance for themselves in the Vokaliga community. And then you have the Aam Aadmi Party now entering the fray. This is going to be quite the contest in Karnataka.
It is. But at the same time, none of the opinion surveys so far have given any clear verdict for any particular party. There had been all the opinion polls have shown a hung assembly, have projected an hung assembly this time as well. In that scenario, what will be the post-election drama? That will be very interesting. But again, these opinion surveys had been conducted before the latest announcement of government of Karnataka as regards to the reservation reallocation. Cancellation of 2B reservation for Muslims, and the same has been apportioned equally between Vokaliga and Lingayats. And now, somebody had been mentioning about anti-incumbency. Yes, there is a tremendous amount of anti-incumbency, due to all the corruption allegations and communal disturbances, all those things. But the billion-dollar question is how the opposition is going to appropriate anything at all from this anti-incumbency wave. Because opposition seems to be, lacking some clarity. They don't have a clear, plan of action. They don't still seem to be having a clear roadmap to elections. So, such being the case, whatever, I still see a hung assembly on May 13th.
Hello and good afternoon. You're watching Business Plus. India's merchandise imports are expected to grow by 16% to $710 billion this fiscal. A report by an economic think tank has said this is due to a jump in inbound shipments of crude oil, coal, diamonds, chemicals and electronics. The Global Trade Research Initiative also said that the Indian economy will be moderately impacted by weak global demand and recession in large economies. 6 product categories account for a total of 82% of India's total merchandise imports. It is said that the estimated value of petroleum imports is around $210 US, and this includes crude oil, LNG and LPG. The report also added that India's crude imports grew by 53% over the last fiscal as India bought crude from diversified countries. The top suppliers are Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Russia, UAE, USA. It is notable that imports from Russia increased over 850% over the last year. Srinath Sridharan is going to be joining us very, very shortly. With me in the studio is my colleague Rakesh. Rakesh, coming to you first, take us through and rather talk to us about the import-export coming in and the trends that we can witness from India at this point in time.
Hi Srinath, hi Shweta. I think the overall picture is, to my mind, I don't know about this independent report, so I respect it, but we're doing fairly well on the current account deficit, because there are independent estimates saying that we'll have a record, 1.9% of the total GDP, which is a very satisfying figure. That apart, on the overall trade balance scenario, I think we are going to hit record exports this year. And the other interesting feature about exports for this year is, that's the fiscal ending 31st March, is that we have a very healthy growth in our service exports. So India essentially has been known as a merchandise exports destination, but when it comes to service exports, which is our strength otherwise in our overall economy, our GDP share from services is always on the rise, and that's been a very strong story of Indian economy over the last few decades. So if it's now, that is translating into exports as a key destination in terms of contributing to the Indian GDP growth. And the minister, Piyush Goyal, the Commerce and Industry Ministry, has gone on record saying that we're going to have a record number of total exports this year. And why I'm bringing in exports, so that we come to the overall picture of the trade balance. And led by both merchandise, that experienced a little fall this month, that's the month of February, and the service exports. Okay. And the ministry is on record to say that we'll hit 1 trillion by the end of 27-28 fiscal. So that's encouraging. And on the import front, these are interesting numbers that you have just showed. We were under the impression that the large demand had sort of say suppressed post-COVID, and we were looking at a contained import scenario. These numbers, to my mind, which I've just now seen, suggest otherwise. So see, Indian economy, if it grows, and the target is, we're looking at 7 to 8%, and in the next decade, touching the record or the magical 10% number, a double-digit growth number. For that, imports are a necessity. So are exports. So I don't think we should be unduly alarmed by rising imports. Okay. And so long as it's matched by rising exports.
Okay. So long the imports are matched by rising exports. Srinath Sridharan, independent markets commentator, is also with us at this point in time. Srinath, how do you read the rising import figures? It's not black and white, as Rakesh was pointing out.
Yeah, I mean, it's not black and white, but it's fine to have shades of gray. I mean, if you look at the numbers over the last 5 years and month on month, it has been going up and down, but the gap between the import and export, today we have been balancing it far better than what we did, say, about 2 years ago. For a rising population, if you look at, let's say, anything on smart automation, we are going to continue importing silicon, semiconductor chips, be it our mobile phones or cars or anything else. So that's a big number in terms of volume as well as value, and which is why there's a big push to PLI to increase semiconductor manufacturing in India. Then if you look at crude oil and oil, most of our currently, but for the renewable space, the rest of the entire power generation is still using fossil fuel. So some of these bills will continue increasing. If I look at this number, I probably would assume this number would be slightly higher in May and June with the summer peak capacity for power consumption expected. the good news is in the pharma export space. Our pharma export numbers have been increasing. If you look at services exports, as Rakesh said, have been increasing. Yes, there are some concerns of late on the services exports, considering that there has been a slowdown in the Western economies. How will it pan out? But again, India is a far stronger destination for giving those service exports. So not worried about from the imports. It's a short-term operation, if you want to call it.
Srinath, of late we've been looking at the, service exports really making a big, statement. Are you optimistic about that statement, or it's an overreading of the ground situation?
So it's going to be slightly worrisome from two short-term macro indicators. One is the US dollar to rupee number, because that has a volatility on the services contracts. Two, the Indian companies, let's say if you look at our IT majors, they are now fighting for the big $1 billion contracts or $500 million contracts. They're not interested in $50 and $100 million contracts. And those decisions could get delayed in the Western economies with slowdown that we anticipate. Which is why it could put pricing pressure for them in the short term. And if you look at the numbers, one good thing, if you look at the US numbers, is the unemployment rate is not worrisome. Despite the tech layoffs, it's just hardly 2% of the total US economy. So that's not worrisome. So there is still some optimism left for the Indian services economy.
The clusters that have been identified, apart from the IT, which is a known plus for us, is education, tourism, and allied services, which is in itself a huge bucket. So does it really make sense to look at with a lot of optimism in these three buckets, or again these are early signs which we need to harness as we go along?
So I think Indian tourism, very, very short number, small number. Education, very, very small number. In fact, I'm more concerned about the outflow of Indian students going abroad, continuing to go abroad for higher education. That's a big, big value. We spend about $10 billion annually in sending our kids abroad. That has not come down at all. Short term, I don't see any correction possible, for the simple fact that we've just launched the new education policy. Give it a couple of years for it to stabilize. We might find ourselves being very bullish, saying that the foreign universities are going to come to India and set up shop. But hang on, nobody goes to a university just for learning academics, or it's the entire feeling and experience. So how would you feel that if you were to attend a Harvard University outskirts of Manesar versus actual Harvard University? So I think some of those short-term optimism will have to be balanced with long-term numbers. So I don't see education or tourism turning the needle for the next couple of years. Tourism as an agenda is well started the last couple of years from policy perspective, but from execution point of view, it is still a nightmare and still expensive to travel within India. I mean, which is why you find Indian tourists traveling to Dubai and Singapore far cheaper, quicker than to travel within the country. You still have challenges like in the smaller towns and let's say even tier 2 towns, the access to simple infrastructure like clean toilets. I mean, we might talk about Swachh Bharat. Where are the clean toilets for let's say all of us to use in public infrastructure? So some amount of way to cover before we can say tourism will give us big numbers. And medical tourism, as one expected, has not turned the numbers at all. If you look at balance sheet of, let's say our hospital chains, listed hospital chains, if medical tourism really picked up, we should be seeing drastic number growth in the last couple of years, and it has not. So that's again a little worrisome from long-term point of view. What is it that we can do to reinvent numbers and increase actual outflow?
Okay. Srinath, I want to come in at this point in time, talk specifically about crude import. It's rising, diversifying. What do you make of China's role? You know, a lot of people are saying one person's loss is another person's gain. Would you agree with that analogy?
So I think China has built a strategy of anybody's enemy. If he's my enemy, I will make him a friend, right? I mean, so a completely different way. If you look at Russia, it's a very, very quandary that India is in. Russia has been traditionally close to India, and bulk of our imports, crude and oil, and including precious graphite and others for semiconductors, will continue rising. Is the bill going to increase? Yes, I think we will continue increasing our bill. Look at the simple numbers. We are buying planes, we are increasing number of vehicles on the road. We have not gone green completely. It will take a couple of years to go green. So something has to fuel all of these, and it is going to be actually crude, and it is going to be oil. So I don't see these numbers coming down in the short term, but again, shouldn't be worried. If I were to compare it as a per capita crude bill, I think we are far, far better off than most of the other countries. Look at Germany as a comparison. They've had to have swallow humble pride and say go back to Russia to get power their heaters all through winter. India that way has been very, very open about how it wants to deal with Russia and China, and I think we have balanced our very, very tightrope walk. Will continue doing.
Okay, Rakesh, there's been an increase and a manifold increase, 850% as we can see on our screen, imports from Russia at this point in time. What does it say about our relationship with Russia and how does it go from here on?
Well, I think it's interesting. I'm happy for India that, we have diversified our import portfolio in terms of crude. And we have done it probably at a competitive and advantageous price to India. And we also made a political statement. So in this case, geoeconomics and geopolitics have gone hand in hand. I agree with Srinath that, we should not worry too much about our import bill rising on account of energy consumption. India is yet at a very low energy consumption at the per capita level. And if the economy grows, we'll need more power. We'll need more power at the level of the manufacturing, at the level of industry, and also at the level of individual consumption as citizens. So we must have a very, very healthy perspective in terms of when we import, at what price do we import? And are we vulnerable with one particular country? I think the Russia-Ukraine crisis has been a boon for India in terms of, our ability to look at Russia completely differently and thus also do a reset in relationships. Okay. There's an adjunct issue to it which we must explore right now, Shweta, is that when Modi came into power in 2014, he had made a very strong statement in terms of policy enunciation saying that we are looking at building 50% of energy requirement at the domestic level. 9 years down the line, great intent, but I again feel that we've not been able to truly live up to that vision that the Prime Minister has. If we are able to mitigate that 50% import by increasing domestic capability, not just in crude oil, but also in metals and minerals. Okay. Because when we say for energy, we import huge level of coal, a higher grade of coal, though we produce large amounts of coal, but that's at a huge cost. So if we move to renewables, as Srinath said, which is well on target, hopefully, then we'll also cut down on that. Domestic production, negotiated price globally in terms of buying the crude, because we are one of the largest buyers, so we should change the game and be in a buyer market, and then, accordingly, we'll have a better day ahead. But let's not worry too much about the import bill rising.
Okay, not to worry too much about the trade bill, but I want to specifically come to China at this point in time. Srinath, stay with us because there's an important story coming with respect to trade deficit with China, which has now touched $71.56 billion in the first 10 months of financial year 22 and 23. In the previous financial year, remember, the deficit was about $73.31 billion. Do note that these numbers are for the full financial year, so we don't know the entire picture, but we know that it's currently at about 71.56 for the first 10 months. Now, this according to data shared by Commerce Ministry in Lok Sabha in response to a query on trade deficit with China, which many believe that has been increasing, but the Minister of State and Commerce, Anupriya Patel, said that the trade deficit with China has in fact decreased progressively every year from 2017-18 to 20 and 21. However, remember, it increased in 21-22 compared to 22-21. She added, there is, an anomaly on whether our relationship with China and the trade deficit have got to a role to play with one another, Rakesh. But, an important question there, has the trade deficit been decreasing? Because that is the popular demand, but that necessarily does not augur well for the economy.
Well, I think, there are two ways of looking at it. We have a problem with China, which is well stated. But I have always maintained, I don't know rightly or wrongly, and many supporters of that view, that we should delink the border dispute, which is the political dispute, and the economic challenges. The latest IMF report says that India and China, going forward in the financial year beginning April, two of them will be 50% drivers of the global economy. Because global economy in the rest of the world is all facing possibly recessionary trends or is in a stagnated manner. So if India and China are going to drive global economy, there is a logical reason for us to work together in the economic framework. I am not too optimistic like one school of thought that, in Chindia, which coined the term Chindia under Mr. Jairam Ramesh, who was, a senior minister in the UPA environment. But I think there's a lot of merit in examining having economic relationship with China independent of the political relationship. It's a difficult task, but we'll have to navigate that. See, India and China have both the external pressures from US and the West use India and China as countervailing pressure against each other. But there is great room to reimagine or at least explore what we used to call the Asian century. In that context, rising deficit, year on year or falling deficit should not worry us too much. What we must look at that despite the border dispute, India has sustained its imports from China. When we talk about rising exports, like Srinath said, pharma, the APIs are coming from China, chips are coming from China. So how can you build India as the manufacturing base of the world without those imports coming from China? At least in the short to medium term, to my mind, we can't wish that away. So if we can't wish that away, why don't we coexist and explore relationships where we've done the symbolic banning of TikTok and few other Chinese, companies in India. But when it comes to trade, we'll have to do the, relationship as it exists today because, we need each other.
Okay. Srinath, border dispute is different from economic imperative. That is what Rakesh is saying. For most of the goods imported from China are capital goods, intermediate goods, raw materials that are necessary for meeting demands of a fast expanding, economy like India. Actually,
Shweta, just before Srinath comes in, I'll just, I had an opportunity to meet Shyam Saran the day before yesterday, at a summit. Okay. And Shyam Saran, as we know all, was, foreign secretary and principal. He was the national security advisor to Manmohan Singh for a long period of time and worked very closely with the Chinese establishment in improving relationships. I think there is consensus today in this country, even with, a UPA nominee like Shyam Saran, a bright foreign policy, mind, that we have to look at China and not shut our eyes. We have to pursue the border dispute to our satisfaction but keep the economic interests and economic relationships intact. So that is the level of endorsement coming from that bright mind. Okay. Srinath, please go ahead.
So I think I agree with Rakesh here. I mean, politically we might have all the differences. Ideologically, it probably makes for good print cover and television sound bites. But the fact is, economically, we are dependent in a lot of ways, interconnected with countries like China. API, classic example, semiconductors, raw materials for our manufacturing. China has a very, very dominant role in global manufacturing. What they did to the US, right? The US over the last 25, 30 years has been completely dependent on China for, right from probably toilet rolls to semiconductors. And I hope that India doesn't get to that state. But our PLI and manufacturing impetus, while the policies are great, it is not really transformed into those large manufacturing bases coming and setting up shop in India. We thought COVID, we would see regional supply chains emerge and India could be a destination for a lot of those players out of China, and that has not happened as well. And mind you, this is despite the fact that China, people have concerns about intellectual property rights, about foreigners' rights. But one thing they've done it well over the last 30 years, the predominant role of SMEs and MSMEs in their large GDP. That's something, a lesson for India. We've completely missed the boat. Once in a while, we will have great grandiose sounding announcements that we have turned the needle for MSME and SME. But yet, guess what? There are over 7.5 to 10 lakh crores of MSME payments that are predominantly from the government entities. That's always overdue. So things like this, we'll have to turn the needle. How do we build a robust SME and MSME over the years? It won't happen overnight. Credit access is still a challenge. Two, manufacturing, a large global manufacturing base does not exist in India. Look at the passenger car sales, for example. It is 10 to 18x of comparative brands. If you take, let's say, a Hyundai or a Kia or a Mercedes or a Volkswagen, that's the amount of level of consumption that China does, and the manufacturing as well. We don't do that yet. So short term, we might take pride saying we have turned the needle, things that people are interested in talking to India. But on the ground, if you look comparative manufacturing prowess, we will have to prove ourselves a long way.
Okay. Let me play out some numbers here just to put this into perspective, because it also often snowballs into a political affair. The trade deficit with China in 2004 and 5 was approximately $1.48 billion, increased to $36 billion in 13-14, which is approximately 2,346% rise. Against this massive increase, the trade deficit with China has since increased by about 102%, which is currently pegged at $73.31 billion, dollars in 21-22 from $36 billion in 13 and 14, the financial year 2013 and 14. So essentially an argument there from the ruling government that look, we've done enough, we've kept the imports at bay, and we are doing what we can, and it will take time, Rakesh, for India to build its own manufacturing capacities?
Absolutely. I mean, as I said, for a moment, we need a considered and a concerted policy vis-a-vis dealing with China on the economic matters. These numbers either way should not come as a stumbling block. Government of India, along with other relevant stakeholders, has to start telling and messaging the rest of the ecosystem that we cannot shut our eyes in regard to relationship with China when it comes to economy. I mean, we simply can't switch them off, as I said, and I repeat. It makes sense to see where we collaborate. I talked about the Asian century. I talked about how the world is looking at India and China. Of course we compete. Of course we must compete on every project. We're looking at Foxconn coming to India. We have iPhone phones, being manufactured in India, again with some raw material inputs coming from China. But hopefully soon, a completely 100% India-built product going abroad. And, we have that example in Maruti, one of the key exporters from India. It's all India-built capability. But it's taken so many years to build that capability. Let's remember that, the push in this country all these years has not been towards building a large manufacturing base. It is now, in the last few years, post-liberalization, that we've done it in bouts of massive pushes. And now the PLI scheme is a good example. Again, it has its own shortcomings because it's not all inclusive as of now. And I agree with Srinath that when you have to do catching up with China, we have to perk up in a very big way the SME economy, because that's where they did well. Okay. I do believe that we made some mistakes in the beginning. For instance, when we opened up the automobile sector post-liberalization, China, by and large, just before that had opened up its own economy to global players. But what they did is that they said, if you want to invest in India, you will have to invest in the SMEs with Chinese companies. We did that in a limited way, not in the same way that China did. So China encouraged right away, the process of building its small enterprises and then scaling them up as the economy grew.
Okay. Srinath, for the benefit of our viewers, what are the broad categories in which there is a large gap between domestic supply and demand?
So definitely on APIs, API formulations, there's a huge demand. Electronics, again, huge demand. Raw materials for most of our consumer electronics and comes from China. If we can turn the needle for these three, essentially, this is the large value of import bill. I think we'll be able to manage it. These three would constitute, I think, about 33% of our total bill.
Okay. Rakesh, where do you see the trade relationship panning forward from here?
I think, we need to, obviously, for public consumption here and in China, for the domestic constituency, the political constituency, with elections coming and heat on the current government in India, that it has ceded space to China. In that context, I think the political relationships, the border dispute would obviously take center stage. But post the election fever, I think we must start rebuilding publicly. Privately, the government can still work on building the economic blocks without losing sight of the national interest when it comes to the security matters. And as I said, I'm a strong votary of looking at China, in two diametrically opposite directions. For the political issue, take them head on, which we have done, and intensify that peace. But when it comes to economics, the whole world wants us to look at each other and be more proactive. Okay,
interesting take coming in there. Look in diametrically opposite directions when it comes to politics and policy issues. Srinath, your take.
So I think until we achieve self-sufficiency in most of these matters, it is fine to absolutely collaborate with China. Look at the example of the US or the UK. They might have hated Russia. They still buy oil through different sources from them. So that is simple because of their domestic pressures, right? They will have to keep the engines running domestically. And that's something a learning for us. Until we achieve self-sufficiency in most of these, how do we work with China? How do we resolve nationalism very differently from economic affairs? I think politically, as Rakesh says, nationalism as a jingoism will work, but economics matters because we have to survive every single day.
Okay, Rakesh, Srinath, thanks very much, gentlemen, for joining us on that very important story. We will, of course, keep tracking developments with respect to trade deficit with China and the overall economic scenario there. Shifting focus for now, the Securities and Exchange Board of India is meeting today to discuss a number of issues ranging from approval of new ESG framework to a more efficient and effective trade settlement mechanism for retail investors. Far-reaching proposals, including a categorical elimination of permanent board membership, the markets regulator has copped a lot of flack post Adani Hindenburg fiasco, and there have been calls for more proactive measures, especially in the backdrop of a volatile global financial climate. Srinath continues to be with us at this point in time. Srinath, I want to begin by asking you, what are the expectations from the SEBI board meet?
So I think multiple aspects are present in today's SEBI's board meet. One is, will they make any statement around the Adani report? Because they're through the halfway mark in terms of the timeline given by the Supreme Court, 2 months to submit that report to the committee. Two is the long pending issue of permanency of board seats. I think they will come out with something to say to that effect, which will force all those permanent board members to go back to the shareholders for ratification at least every 5 years. And that will be a good one on the ESG front. But again, on ESG, there's also anticipation, will SEBI come out with ESG rating framework? The worry is, while we had BRSR coming up, on the ESG front, we don't have a framework that could dovetail into the global framework of at least few countries. That's under expectation. Last but not the least, there has been conversations around tightening the AIF regulations in terms of the conduct and the fit and proper of a manager of an AIF, and I anticipate them to come with that. The last wish list probably is, will they allow private equity funds to become sponsors of mutual fund? I mean, if you look at insurance sector, IRDA recently announced that private equity funds can actually start or kickstart their own substantial stake or promote insurance entities. Similarly, for mutual funds, will they be able to do it? The larger question, and which the market would anticipate, is if SEBI also does it, IRDA also does it, will RBI formally say that, I mean, while there are some banks which are owned by PEs, but they came under a distressed scenario, will it open up, let's say, the entire financial services, especially banking, to private equity funds? And that could, so SEBI's tone and language about how they word this introduction for private equity could lay the way there. I mean, these are the things that I expect from SEBI, but while rest of all these are board items, I don't think Adani issue will be a board item, so they may choose not to make a public comment on that. It might be well discussed within the board.
I was about to come to that. The board meeting will finish, we are given to understand, in a couple of minutes from now, and we will cut to the live press conference. But I want to come to you, Rakesh, at this point in time. We are told that Adani may not be bought up. SEBI has been able to tackle the issue so far. Do you think it has kept Adani at bay, the entire Adani route?
I don't think Adani will come out publicly, in specifics, because there is a probe already with Supreme Court and SEBI announced. So I don't think they'll prejudge their own investigation, and I think there's a term to it, and it will only come once the term is over and there is a stipulated framework. But what will happen, to my mind, is that they might make generic, noises about overall corporate governance being in place, the architecture being well inclined towards investor protection. All those, broad, semantics and symbolic messages could probably come at the press conference. I would be surprised if there's a specific reference to Adani, because the probe would be underway, the investigation is still on, but maybe in response to a pointed question from the media at the press conference, if that's permitted as part of the schedule, they could probably look at, giving broad statements and giving generic responses in terms of the overall architecture. I personally feel, in terms of the Indian overall regulatory, framework, we look at the West without being judgmental. We've seen that, the framework here is obviously, is in safe hands. And there are experts now pointing out that there's lots to learn from the Indian regulatory framework, whether it's the RBI, the Finance Ministry, and the trinity of the SEBI. Obviously, there is room ever to improve, and the larger participation of the Indian citizenry in the financial ecosystem leads to a large-scale escalation of expectations in regard to how their money is dealt with, how the stock markets perform, capitalization, banks being open to private sector equity funds. And when it comes to corporate governance, I think on the overall corporate governance architecture, maybe SEBI will make some, summative statements, especially on the ESG framework. We've been making a lot of noises about corporate social responsibility, but I think all of us must be frank to admit that it's yet to actually translate into the larger vision of, shareholder capitalism and stakeholder capitalism meaning the same thing. there is a deficit in between, which I think SEBI must try and address when it comes to protecting investor interests.
Okay, an important board meeting there, likely to finish very, very soon. Rakesh, Srinath, thanks very much for joining us with all those details. We will cut across to that press conference whenever that happens. But shifting focus for now, a lot is happening in the tech policy sphere. The likes of Amazon, Flipkart, Meta, Google, Zomato and Swiggy are facing intense scrutiny of their practices, with the government looking closely at alleged anti-competitive practices of these firms. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, who is also in charge of Ministry of Corporate Affairs, informed Rajya Sabha that the Competition Commission of India, CCI, is conducting inquiries into operations of big tech and several big tech startups for flouting competition laws. And in another big development today, NCLAT has upheld CCI's order and fine of 1,337 crores on Google for anti-competitive practices in relation to Android mobile devices. But NCLAT has also modified CCI's order, striking down some portions related to permission for uninstalling Google Suite software. Meanwhile, the Lok Sabha passed the Competition Amendment Bill, a significant measure that introduces deal value threshold of 2,000 crore rupees. If a deal value exceeds 2,000 crore, then either party has substantial business operations in India. The CCI approval will be required. The proposal has its roots in the recommendation of Competition Law Review Committee report of 2019. Joining us at this point in time is my colleague Ashok Bagadia, who's the legal editor. Also joining me at this point is Shashi Shekhar, who's through with us. I want to come to you first, Ashok. Do the recent steps in the government indicate that days of getting around the law are over for big tech and startups?
Well, this has been an ongoing process that the Competition Commission of India has been cracking the whip, not just on foreign big tech companies, but even on domestic technology companies. Now, this has been happening since 2018, and since 2018, we have seen a number of orders have been passed by the Competition Commission of India, not just against local domestic companies like Make My Trip, Go Ibibo, Oyo. Besides that, we've also seen Google, Meta, Amazon, which have come under the scanner of this Competition Commission of India. Now, this was a foregone conclusion, considering that India is stepping into 2023 and trying to introduce some policy changes. And the idea behind those policy changes is not just to tighten the grip on these big tech companies, which are actually the big market players of the new age economy. What has really happened in the last few years is that there has been a shift from the traditional marketplace to the digital marketplace. What we are seeing in the digital marketplace is that these internet-based companies have become the place where consumers are trading and buying goods. So there has to be some sort of a regulation the government feels which has to be put in place, and especially at a time when the interests of the consumers have to be protected. So this seems to be a right step in the direction by the government of India, and especially the Competition Commission of India, that it's cracking the whip on these big technology companies.
Okay. Shashi Shekhar Vempati, who's the former CEO of Prasar Bharati, is also with us at this point in time. Shashi, I want to bring you in, especially on the standoff between Google and CCI. It's bitter. There are allegations of anti-competitive practices, but not just in India, everywhere, in Europe, in US, in the UK. Do these face off, especially in India, because India is a developing country, does it dent India's image as an investment destination, or are they necessary?
See, I think we are well past that stage where, is this about India being open as a market? I was just reading today in the Mint that digital advertising in 2023 is estimated to be as large as 80,000 crore plus, which is huge. And if you look at which are the big platforms where all this transaction around advertising, digital advertising is going to take place, it is these big tech platforms, right? So clearly we are well past the stage where it was about innovation, it was about growth. Now it is about, fair play, level playing field, because over the years, especially the last 2 decades, these tech companies have accumulated such a large base of users, which has given them disproportionate leverage in the market. So clearly in that sense, India is a test case for how digital platforms will be regulated going forward. As was mentioned by just now by your colleague, there is new laws that are being framed. There's a Digital India Act that is being envisaged.
So clearly, what happens in India will be a benchmark for many other markets, because we are one of the largest, democracy, one of the largest open markets for these technology platforms. So in that sense, India will be an important test case. Until now, it was largely regulations that were happening in Europe and the United States, of course, to some extent, that the rest of the world was, following. But now, there could be a different model, and that could be the Indian model, the Indian way of regulating big tech platforms.
Okay. Ashok, I want to bring you in here at this point in time. The standoff between Google and CCI, and that's become bigger and bigger. We are given to understand that various commissions, NCLAT has also upheld CCI's order. But Google has a problem. Google says that you're copying Europe's orders. You are not passing your own orders, but you're actually drawing inference from what is out there when it comes to anti-competitive allegations on Google. What do you make of how this is playing out?
Well, there's nothing wrong in following the European model as far as CCI or the NCLAT or the Supreme Court of India is concerned. In fact, this is one of the arguments which has been peddled by the Google in the Supreme Court of India, where they are challenging this 1,337 crore fine which has been imposed by the Competition Commission of India. Now, clearly here, what we are dealing with is a case where Google was indulging in anti-competitive practices, stifling competition by its dominant market position. So what the Competition Commission of India held was that by the virtue of their dominant market position, they have been able to stifle competition and they need to be fined, because it cannot happen that there can be a level playing field and at the expense of one dominant player, all the other players which are local players or which could be even smaller players, they are not given level playing field in the market. So for the abuse of that dominant market position, Google was fined 1,337 crore rupees. And in another case where they also misused their dominant position was with respect to the Google Play Store case, where they forced the app developers to use the Google Pay method for receiving or making payments for every purchase which was made by the consumer. So basically the whole idea here is that if the European Union or any other Western country follows a particular model, and if India is in its bid to protect the domestic market as well as the players and the consumers are the most important. If it is relying on European decisions or US decisions, there's nothing wrong in it, as long as the domestic consumers and the local players are protected. So there's nothing wrong. But yes, there is merit in the argument that Google is saying that what the Competition Commission of India did in its judgment while imposing the fine of 1,337 crore rupees was to cut, copy and paste the European Union's order.
Okay. Shashi, what's the big message going out to big corporations right now? They may be jittery. Some of them know they're flouting norms. Some of them know that they have different set of norms and operating strategies in different countries. They are more liberal here in India, but likely now can't cut corners. Government is tightening the noose. What is the big message out there for big corporations?
Clearly, the big message is that you can't take the world's largest democracy for granted, which is one of the biggest markets for digital services, goods, mobile phones, and apps around this entire digital ecosystem. So I think that is a big message. And with the new acts that are being drafted and framed, clearly the government is putting the big tech platforms on notice that you have to have a different approach in India. You just can't impose your norms on India and then expect that the biggest market will be available to you going forward.
A more generic question there: with the tech landscape now evolving, how can companies ensure that there is more transparency?
As you're seeing the pace at which technology is evolving, I think it is just incredible and mind-boggling. If you look at the last few weeks with all the announcements between Microsoft and Google around artificial intelligence, clearly there are newer facets of technology which demand greater transparency, greater accountability from the big tech platforms. The data protection bill draft that was circulated for consultation, I think is an important step towards India laying down certain norms for how transparency will be there, but that has to go beyond just data, especially the algorithms, the models, because as we are seeing with these AI platforms, is that there's a whole lot of bias that is built into these models, and that is a big area of concern. So we will have to take a close look at how the big tech platforms are rolling out new technology, new innovation, because they are creating a bandwagon effect. Large numbers of users are playing with these algorithms, these AI models, and in the process, we are making them even more intelligent, even more powerful. So it becomes extremely important that we have very clear norms for both transparency and accountability. And I'm hopeful that the Digital India Act that is being drafted will look at all of these aspects.
Okay. With the advancement in technology, there appears that law is playing catch up. Ashok, Shekhar, thanks very much for joining us with your inputs on that story. Shifting focus, the National Payments Corporation of India, NPCI, which is the umbrella organization for operating retail payments and settlement systems in India, has recommended an interchange fee of 1.1% on Unified Payment Interface, which is UPI, transactions of over 2,000 rupees made through prepaid payments instrument. Those are, of course, very complex terms. We're going to break them down for you. But remember, the move is aimed at increasing the revenue for banks and payment services provider who are reportedly have been struggling with the high cost of UPI transaction. The fee will be charged from 1st of April onward this year, and the interchange pricing will be reviewed by 30th of September 2023. Shashi Shekhar Vempati continues to be with us. We are about to get him back, but Suyash is here. Suyash, let's break down these jargons for our viewers. What does it mean?
So, Shweta, let's first talk about the interchange bank charges, right? So, these are the charges that the banks charge each other for the transactions, for the credit card and the debit card transactions you and I make. So these charges are usually a small percentage of the purchase amount. In this case, it's going to be 1.1%, and they cover the processing fees, the fees required to secure the network. And coming to the prepaid payment instruments. So prepaid payment instruments are nothing but physical or digital wallets. What you can do is you can load them up with money, and you can use them to go out shopping. So they are essentially an alternative to cash. Now they are different from debit cards is that they are not linked to your bank account, like debit cards.
Okay, so from the perspective of a consumer who's going out and paying today and buying something for maybe approximately 2,500 rupees this evening, will I have to pay extra?
No, you will not have to pay extra. So I understand, as we were talking right before the show, there has been a lot of misinformation, especially on social media networks, on the internet, whether UPI whether there will be extra charges for UPI. So NPCI has come out with a clarification saying that the interchange charges again are just for the credit cards that are linked to UPI, which only constitutes about 0.01% of all UPI transactions, right? So 99.99% of the UPI transactions are still free, and I repeat, they're still free. So what the bottom line basically, Shweta, is that UPI is still free for you, for me, for everyone, pretty much the merchants as well, and for the prepaid debt instruments as well. Only the only person who these charges will affect are the credit cards that are linked to the UPI interface.
Okay, so consumer to consumer and consumer to business, you can still pay. It's free.
Yes, absolutely. It's absolutely free.
Okay, let me repeat that for you. The National Payments Corporation of India, which is the umbrella organization, as I rightly mentioned, for UPI, has recommended an interchange fee of 1.1% on UPI transaction over 2,000. Which are made from prepaid payments instrument, which means that they do not apply for B2C or C2C consumers. The move is aimed at increasing revenue for banks and payment service providers who are reportedly having been struggling with the high cost of UPI. Who is this intended for? Could you repeat that for the benefit of our audience? Who is this intended for? Clearly not for you, me, the common person, or even businesses in general.
As I mentioned earlier, Shweta, these are just for the credit cards and debit cards that are linked to UPI. They are not for you, they are not for me, they are not for the merchants, they are not for even for the prepaid payment instruments. They are just for the credit cards and for the debit cards that are linked to them.
Okay, that of course is the very, very important story that we are tracking here. Remember, despite all the misinformation that you're seeing out there, this is not applicable. There is confusion among customers and merchants regarding the applicability of the interchange charge for UPI transaction. Now, the idea that this is applicable on, customer to customer UPI transaction or business to customer to business is false. It's only applicable where your credit card is linked to your UPI wallet. Those are of course clarifications that we're putting out there. But remember, the interchange fee will be applicable from 1st of April onward. They will be reviewed again in September. So don't fall for all the fake news items that you see out there. And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of Business Plus. Continue watching Newsline for our rolling coverage on Karnataka elections.
कांग्रेस पार्टी तो शुरू से कोशिश कर रही है, उनका जो करप्शन है वो करप्शन हाईलाइट करे और जो भी उनके काले करतूत है उसको तो हमारे सीएलपी लीडर, पीसीसी प्रेसिडेंट, हमारे सीनियर लीडर्स सभी पार्लियामेंट के अंदर, पार्लियामेंट के बाहर उनको एक्सपोज किया है और प्रजाध्वनि यात्रा भी निकाली है। तो हर जगह जाकर हमारे लोग पहुंचे हैं और बूथ वाइज भी हमारे लोग काम किए हैं। तो हमारे जीतने की संभावना पूरी है। इसीलिए तो मोदी जी अपने पूरे कैबिनेट के कलीग को वहाँ पर लगाया है और खुद ही प्राइम मिनिस्टर, होम मिनिस्टर सभी वहाँ पर दौरे कर रहे हैं। शायद ये पहली बार होगा कर्नाटक के असेंबली के इतिहास में कि इतने लोग वहाँ पर कांग्रेस को घेरे हुए हैं, लेकिन कांग्रेस वहाँ मजबूत है और कांग्रेस जीतेगी और राहुल गांधी जी भी उस एरिया में दौरा करेंगे, प्रियंका जी भी करेंगे और दूसरे हमारे पार्टी के भी जो वरिष्ठ नेता लोग हैं उनको भी मैं रिक्वेस्ट किया हूँ वो भी करेंगे। तो हम पूरी शिद्दत के साथ लड़ रहे हैं और जीतेंगे जरूर।
BJP is ever ready party with a strong organization right from booth level to the national level, and we have done a lot of abhiyans where the response of the people was tremendous, and both central government and state government, double engine government has done tremendous jobs in terms of infrastructure, in terms of benevolence to the farmers, workers, women, youths and SC/ST and OBCs. Therefore, the entire Karnataka, cutting across all sections of the people, have showed a great deal of support. For last 3 months, I visited more than 120 constituencies, and I am sure that on May 13th, BJP will have a handsome victory, will win a hands-down victory, and will get absolute majority. And we take the responsibility of taking Karnataka forward towards new Karnataka, where there will be place for the people who have abilities, poor people, where capabilities are to be done, women, youths, all these people will have ample opportunities, and we have taken path-breaking decisions as far as social structure is concerned. Therefore, the vote bank of Congress has been now broken down. They are in a tremendous disappointment. Therefore, they are making wild allegations and cheap allegations. But people will not appreciate, people of Karnataka will not appreciate this.
और हमने जो विकास के कार्य, डेवलपमेंट कार्यक्रम करके दिखाए हैं,
मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि कर्नाटक में फिर से एक बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूर्ण बहुमत से।
चेहरा कौन होगा?
लास्ट टाइम हमारा 5-6 सीट कम आए थे, बाद में हमारा सरकार हमको करना पड़ा, इसलिए मुझे पूरा विश्वास है जो माननीय येडियुरप्पा जी के नेतृत्व में और माननीय बोम्मई जी के नेतृत्व में अभी जो काम हुआ है यह ऐतिहासिक काम हुआ है। तो इसलिए मुझे पूरा विश्वास है डबल इंजन सरकार फिर से चुनने के लिए लोग उत्सुक है, क्योंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी का इतिहास भी देखा है, झूठे वादा करना, जो कुछ भी वादा करते हैं वो कभी भी पूरा नहीं करना। जो छत्तीसगढ़ में वादा की थी, राजस्थान में की थी, अभी हिमाचल प्रदेश में वादा की थी, उसमें अभी जो बजट हुआ एक भी उसका एक सेंटेंस भी हिमाचल प्रदेश के बजट में उल्लेख नहीं है। इसलिए कांग्रेस झूठा वादा करते हैं। ये 75 ईयर्स से अराउंड 50 ईयर्स कर्नाटक में उन्होंने राज किए हैं और देश में भी किए, ये देखा है। तो इसीलिए अगर विकास होना है तो मोदी जी का नेतृत्व का भारतीय जनता पार्टी को।
चुनाव आज अनाउंस हुआ है, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, क्योंकि नया सरकार नया फॉर्म में आएगा। कर्नाटका लोगों को डबल इंजन सरकार चाहिए। हर गांव में, हर नगर में लोग चाहते हैं मोदी जी का नेतृत्व में देश में ऐसे ही एक सरकार चाहिए, पूर्ण बहुमत का सरकार चाहिए, ऐसे मांग रहे हैं। कर्नाटक में भारतीय जनता पार्टी अभी तक पूर्ण बहुमत में नहीं जीते। 2008 में हम 110 जीते थे, 2018 में हम 104 जीते थे। उसके बाद बाकी लोग आए, हम सरकार तो बनाए हैं। अभी लोग चाहते हैं पूर्ण बहुमत में हमारा सरकार आना, एंड इसी से ज्यादा विकास हो सकती है, प्रगति हो सकती है, एंड डेवलपमेंट हो सकती है, ऐसा लोगों का मन में है। इसीलिए मैं उम्मीद रखती हूँ ये चुनाव में 2023 चुनाव में जरूर भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बहुमत आएगा। हम 130 से ज्यादा सीट हम जीतेंगे, ऐसा एक उम्मीद है, ऐसा माहौल भी है। एंड हमारा विजय संकल्प रथ यात्रा बहुत अच्छा तरीके से चला, बहुत यशस्वी हुआ। एंड प्रधानमंत्री जी नरेंद्र मोदी जी का, अमित शाह जी का, नड्डा जी का, हमारे सेंट्रल लीडरशिप का, स्टेट लीडरशिप का प्रवास बहुत अच्छा हो रहा है, ऐसा माहौल बना है। ये 2023 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी खुद पैर में खड़े होके सरकार रचना करना, ऐसा एक माहौल कर्नाटक में है। कर्नाटक का मुद्दा है विकास, एंड अभी हम रिजर्वेशन दिया है विकास के कारण ही दिया है। कौन तो पिछड़े वर्ग है, पिछड़े वर्ग को एजुकेशन में एंड ऑक्यूपेशन में रिजर्वेशन नहीं था, इसके लिए हम रिजर्वेशन दिया है। अभी वक्कलिगा को 2% बढ़ा है, लिंगायत को 2% बढ़ा है, SC/ST को हम 2.5% बढ़ा है। ये कारण है, इसीलिए पिछड़े वर्ग SC/ST एंड वक्कलिगा लिंगायत बीजेपी के साथ खड़ा हो जाएंगे, एंड वो रिजर्वेशन क्या है उसका फायदा भी उठाएंगे आने वाले दिन में।
कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत काम किया है। बूथ विजय अभियान, विजय संकल्प अभियान, विजय संकल्प यात्रा, कर्नाटक के कोने कोने में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता गए हैं, और केंद्र की जो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार की उपलब्धियां हैं वह जन जन तक पहुंचाने का काम किया है। बोम्मई जी के नेतृत्व में जो काम हुआ वह भी जनता तक पहुंचाने का काम किया है, और व्यापक जन समर्थन भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में है। बीजेपी फिर से प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ कर्नाटक में सरकार पुनः बनाने वाली है। देखिए, यह शुरू से स्पष्ट है। हमारे आदरणीय गृह मंत्री जी ने मंडिया में भी इस बात को बोला कि जेडीएस के खिलाफ भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जम करके प्रचंड रूप से उनके खिलाफ बिल्कुल आवाज उठानी चाहिए, क्योंकि जेडीएस के माध्यम से कभी भी कर्नाटक का भला नहीं हुआ, और जेडीएस की सरकार तो कहीं दूर दूर तक बन नहीं रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी बिल्कुल जेडीएस के खिलाफ उनके क्षेत्र में पूरी ताकत के साथ चुनाव लड़ रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ सरकार बनाएगी और 150 सीट हम आएंगे।
Well, we are happy that the date is fixed for the
a festival of democracy, and we welcome the date. And one of the most interesting thing is it is single-phase election. We welcome that too. And the gap between the polling and the counting is also less. We welcome it. And only apprehensions we have, the election commission or the people who are in the election process, they should be impartial, because in the recent past we have witnessed where the ruling dispensation using some of the institutions to browbeat the opposition, like ED, CBI and IT, and even the EVMs. All these issues should be addressed properly by the election commission. We are ahead of Bharatiya Janata Party. We have started our election exercise. It's already 3 years now. We started after Mr. D.K. Shivakumar took over as a new president, and after Mr. Siddaramaiah got appointed, re-elected as the CLP. The process has started, and continuously we have been working. It's already now 6 months we have doing this exercise of selecting the candidates. We started in September, October, and now we are in the final stage. Only 100 seats have been left. Almost in the 100 seat, the screening committee had cleared almost over 30, 34. And remaining, I think tomorrow there is a screening committee. We will finalize everything.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹೊಸ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡೋಣ as the Election Commission of India announces Karnataka Assembly polls on the pious day of Durga Ashtami, the Congress Party and people of Karnataka resolve to throw out the BJP's 40% Commission Sarkara, which has brazenly looted the state. Let us rebuild a Karnataka of people of Karnataka's dreams. Let us rebuild brand Karnataka. Let Kannada pride flourish. Let 6.5 crore brothers and sisters of Karnataka be the center point of the new Congress government. Let the Congress guarantees get implemented. As Karnataka will go to polls on 10th of May, we in the Congress party resolve to form the next government with the blessings of all brothers and sisters of Kannadiga. A Congress government that will be accountable to people. A Congress government that will work sincerely and honestly. A Congress government that will protect and ensure that the Kannada pride flourish. A Congress government that will rebuild brand Karnataka. And a Congress government that will transform Karnataka and place it at the forefront of all the states of the Indian Union. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
No, I think finally Modi ji's got tired of coming to Karnataka, and the Modi magic doesn't seem to be working, and they've finally decided to announce the elections in Karnataka. So we are well prepared. 124 candidates have already been announced, and probably in the next couple of days now the 100 candidates, the remaining 100 candidates list will be announced.
How hopeful is the Congress party?
We are winning this election. People of Karnataka are fed up of the 40% government. People of Karnataka are fed up of the BJP playing the caste politics. They're fed up of the caste cauldron being churned to suit only for the elections. Unemployment is at its highest. The cash for job scams have been hit. You know how it is in Karnataka. MLA के घर में तो 8-8 करोड़ मिल रहे हैं आजकल. So people are fed up. This time it's going to be Congress all the way. चेहरे बहुत है ना अभी. खरगे साहब है, AICC अध्यक्ष है, राहुल जी है, सोनिया जी है, प्रियंका गांधी जी है, DK शिवकुमार जी है, सिद्धरामैया जी है, आवाम है. मुख्यमंत्री के चेहरे की बात तो अभी डिस्कशन में नहीं ना. It's not relevant now. Already last time when Kharge Sahab was in Karnataka, he's been very specific. He wants 150 seats delivered from his home state. Rahul ji has been very clear in all his public speeches. He wants 150 seats delivered from Karnataka. First, winning is important. CM will be decided later by the High Command.
You have set the goal for 150 seats?
Absolutely. You have any doubts in that?
प्रधानमंत्री जी डिजिटल इंडिया की बात करते हैं, हमारे इलेक्शन कमीशन के लोग डिजिटल इंडिया की बात करते हैं. हर चुनाव में वो कहते हैं भाई हम नई टेक्नोलॉजी ला रहे हैं. नई 4 स्टेट के अंदर मोर देन 6% वोट मिला. 2 स्टेट्स में हमारी गवर्नमेंट है. गुजरात में हमें असेंबली में 5 सीटें मिली, 14% वोट शेयर आया। गोवा में हमारा 6% से ज़्यादा वोट शेयर है और 2 असेंबली में। क्या क्या रिव्यू कर रहे हैं आप? मतलब ये तो क्लास 10 के बच्चे को बिठा दो तो वो भी बता देगा भाई 4 स्टेट में मोर देन 6% है, नेशनल पार्टी बन गया। आल पार्टी मीटिंग हुआ था कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन क्लब में, इलेक्शन कमीशन के सामने मैंने खुद बोला कि भाई इसमें आपको क्या प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है, क्यों नहीं आपने अभी तक हमें नेशनल पार्टी का दर्जा दिया? तो कहने लगे बस बिल्कुल करने जा रहे हैं। और ये बात हो गई करीब 2-3 महीने के। तो मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा, कर्नाटका का चुनाव आपने अनाउंस कर दिया, एक पार्टी जो नेशनल पार्टी बन चुकी है सारे नियमों के आधार पर, उसको आपने राष्ट्रीय पार्टी का दर्जा दिए बगैर।
You are watching News 9 Live. I am Krishna Kumar, shifting focus away from the Karnataka elections to a new video which has surfaced, which shows Amritpal Singh mocking the Punjab police. Now, this video has been shot from an undisclosed location. Nobody knows where exactly he is still. And in this video, Amritpal is seen making an appeal to his supporters to mobilize. And sources tell us that Amritpal is still in Punjab and has been spotted in Hoshiarpur yesterday. Punjab police has issued a hue and cry notice asking the general public to help in finding and locating and arresting Amritpal Singh. I have with me my colleague and friend Aditya Raj Kaul joining us here in the studio for this latest. Aditya, one is this video which is mocking the police. Talk to us about that. And the second is the fact that we understand now that, he is still in Punjab, probably never left Punjab and could be surrendering soon. We're listening to two different things altogether. One is a video mocking the police and the other are reports that he could be surrendering.
Well, Krishna, for last 12 days, this person has been absconding. We know that 8 districts police were looking for Amritpal Singh, and now there were a lot of speculation. Some speculation said that he has already left the country to Nepal. Some said he could be in hiding either in Punjab or in New Delhi. But now it seems to be certain that Amritpal Singh never left Punjab, and he is very much in Punjab. Intelligence sources in Punjab have told News 9 that Amritpal Singh was spotted yesterday in Hoshiarpur district and he is still evading an arrest. There's massive security that has been put all across Amritsar, particularly around the Golden Temple and in the rural belt where he had left 12 days ago. And now a news video has surfaced in which Amritpal Singh himself comes out and in less than 2 minutes of this video appeals to the Sikh community globally, both in India and abroad, to come together for an event around Baisakhi in the month of April, 13th April this year. And he says that Sarbat Khalsa, a congregation of Sikhs globally, needs to be organized inside the Sri Harminder Sahib, that is the Golden Temple. Now, Krishna, I'll tell you, this Sarbat Khalsa has only taken place few times in the history. The last such congregation had happened during the rule of Ahmad Shah Abdali. That's what he also quotes. And this is an open dare to the Punjab police and the Punjab government led by Bhagwant Mann, who have been completely unable to arrest this Khalistani radical Amritpal Singh. So the latest developments also indicate, I'm learning from my intelligence sources, that Amritpal is getting a dictation from elements in Pakistan, both the Pakistan ISI and the Khalistani gangsters, including Harvinder Rinda, who are in Pakistan right now. So the big question is, why has the Punjab police and the Punjab government completely failed to arrest Amritpal Singh? And will they completely again surrender before him? Because he has openly now requested and appealed the Jathedar of the Akal Takht to in fact come out with a statement and organize Sarbat Khalsa on Baisakhi this year. We'll have to wait and watch what the Jathedar of Akal Takht will say. As of now, he hasn't said anything against Amritpal Singh till now. He's been supportive of the radical elements, saying that this is freedom of expression, and if they are protesting outside the parameters of Golden Temple in Harminder Sahib, then certainly this is their right. So as of now, the controversy only gets bigger. This is a new turn that the entire Amritpal saga has taken. Amritpal Singh daring the Punjab government, releasing a fresh video and stating that this is a moment of crisis in the history of Sikh community, and the Sikh community is being tortured, persecuted and arrested, and he will not be surrendering or be arrested. The entire arrest is in the hands of the Almighty. That's what he says in the video. But the big question certainly is, isn't this a failure of the Punjab police and the Punjab government, Krishna, where for last 2 weeks almost they have been unable to arrest him, and before that they completely surrendered before him. And now it seems that he is mocking Punjab police and Punjab government. Whether he'll be arrested or surrender, perhaps next few days will be very crucial.
Right, next few days are going to be very crucial. And Aditya, talk to us, from a police manhunt perspective. How long, the momentum can be kept going. It's been 2 weeks, as you've been telling us. It can't be going on forever. What is the kind of timeline that these kind of police hunts should be looking at?
Well, there has been a massive police hunt that has been launched. In fact, a hue and cry notice only today has been issued by the Punjab police from Amritsar rural to all the districts of Punjab, stating the details, including a photograph and other details of Amritpal Singh's family, age and his facial look to arrest him. But why such delay? There is no pace, there is no urgency that is being seen in the Punjab police to arrest him. And this is not a crisis, a political crisis. Certainly, Aam Aadmi Party and BJP have been at a political slugfest, going for each other's throat on Amritpal Singh and the Khalistani radical elements. But as of now, it seems that the Punjab police is completely unable to trace him. Yesterday, he was spotted in Hoshiarpur. That's what we've been told. And that amply makes it clear that Amritpal Singh never left Punjab. Now, if he is still hiding in Punjab, if he's still underground in Punjab, that clearly indicates how the entire system, the governance system, the security system has completely collapsed in Punjab, that a single person without much infrastructure, without much help or support or resources is mocking them, is hiding, and they are completely unable. For last 12 days, they've been saying that they are about to arrest him. They are very close, even before the Punjab and Haryana High Court. The Advocate General of Punjab had indicated they are very close to arrest Amritpal Singh. But till now, there is no status report, there is no indication that Punjab police or the Punjab intelligence system is anywhere close on arresting Amritpal Singh. So he is in hiding. He is almost, dictating terms to the Punjab government as to how, his reaction would be. And this morning only we had got intelligence inputs that Amritpal Singh is in touch with elements in Pakistan, and he has been told specifically to go to Akal Takht inside the Golden Temple and perhaps take the entire movement forward from there.
Right, Aditya Rajkol, they are getting us all the latest with the latest that he himself is hearing from all his sources across the world. Aditya, Pakistan is watching this happen. ISI is watching this happen, unfold in India. The central government is watching this unfold in Punjab. Are you looking at an intervention at some stage?
Well, we'll have to wait and watch, because if it's a moment of crisis, if Amritpal Singh continues to remain absconding and the law and order situation worsens, then certainly it will be a fit case for a president's rule. But at this moment, that stage hasn't really arrived. We saw unprecedented developments, perhaps for the first time in years, that internet was shut down all across. Police from 8 districts were looking for Amritpal Singh, and even though they were chasing him, they were unable to arrest him. Only about 80 to 100 of his supporters and activists and associates have been arrested till now. And, Punjab and Haryana High Court came out very strongly against the Punjab police and Punjab government, stating that you have a strong force of 80,000. Then why exactly are you not able to arrest, or why exactly are you clueless about the whereabouts of Amritpal Singh? We'll have to wait and watch whether the central government, the Ministry of Home Affairs, will intervene. Few days ago, we had seen that Home Minister Amit Shah had summoned Chief Minister of Punjab, Bhagwant Mann, clearly indicating to him that this is a matter of national security, and Punjab police and Punjab government will have to work closely with the central agencies and apprehend Amritpal Singh. But as of now, Punjab police seems to be completely clueless, and this is a national security disaster that is only continuing.
A national security disaster that's only continuing. Aditya, the issue for right now for the Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab is that this particular manhunt, never-ending manhunt alone could really make the political fortunes that they just earned go away very quickly.
Absolutely. One has to remember that Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab came on the plank of change. They wanted change in the system, in the governance. They wanted to end corruption. They wanted to end the menace of drug trafficking that is happening there, and the youth of Punjab that are completely embroiled in this menace of drugs. They also wanted to bring in a new change where the grassroots politics thrives in Punjab. They wanted to, in fact, target the two families or the two political parties, mainly the Akali Dal and the Congress party. But it seems that the same vicious circle, the political drama is continuing in Punjab, where Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann is certainly not in control of the situation. Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP are at loggerheads. They are continuing to debate, they are questioning each other, but nobody seems to realize the gravity of the situation if it goes out of hand, if it worsens. And if Amritpal Singh is able to enter the Golden Temple premises, this would be a nightmare situation for Punjab Police and the central agencies as well as the local police. The question certainly is that this is heading, this entire saga seems to be heading towards a Bhindranwale type of a situation, where Bhindranwale was constantly backed, propped up and supported by the Congress party, and then he became a nightmare. And there was an Operation Blue Star that was launched at the Golden Temple, and that upset the Sikh community. The conscience of the nation had also shaken at that time, and even today, after decades and years, people are unable to forget Operation Blue Star. So will this also lead to another that kind of a situation? Will Amritpal Singh take shelter inside Sri Harminder Sahib Golden Temple is something to be seen, but this is amply clear that Amritpal Singh is a Khalistani radical element. He's on the run. He's going to be a nightmare for the Punjab government and the central agencies, and he certainly is getting a dictation from the Pakistani ISI.
Right. Aditya, one more thing, what I'm also reading is that the Punjab state government earlier in the day had told the Punjab and Haryana High Court that they were indeed close to catching Amritpal Singh, especially after the raid that the Punjab police conducted in a village in Hoshiarpur. So from the message that has been sent out, at least officially, to the court by the state government is that they are indeed close to catching him.
Well, this seems to be a delaying tactic by the Punjab police and Punjab government. They are just buying more time, because as of now, they do not have any strong intelligence inputs. They do not have any indication of where exactly Amritpal Singh. They haven't pinpointed a particular location. Yes, they had some intelligence input that Amritpal Singh yesterday was spotted in Hoshiarpur, but Hoshiarpur is a large area. Where exactly in Hoshiarpur? And if it's been 24 hours already, then why exactly hasn't he been apprehended yet? So I think this is a political tactic of delaying the hearing inside the Punjab and Haryana High Court, because there can be a strong ruling against Punjab police and Punjab government by the court. The court has been already upset that there hasn't been any pace or urgency shown by the Punjab government to catch Amritpal Singh, and it seems that the entire state has completely been suffering for the last 2 weeks, in fact more, because Amritpal Singh was given a long rope and he has certainly evaded that. And it seems that Amritpal Singh seems to have some moles within the system who seem to be guiding him every now and then.
Right, certainly, and we've been talking about that since the day one of him going missing, that there are moles, not one, not too many moles within the Punjab police that is helping him evade arrest even as we speak, even now. And for all those who just tuned into this broadcast, we are taking up this story again because now, just a short while ago, a new video has surfaced showing Amritpal Singh mocking the Punjab police. That's the video on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. And that video has been shot from an undisclosed location. He hasn't told anybody as to where exactly he is. And in that video, he is all going all out. He's asking his supporters to mobilize. He's appealing to them to get together. And the sources are telling us that Amritpal is still in Punjab. That's what Aitiraj Kaul has been telling us, that he is still in Punjab. Probably he never left Punjab. That's what we understand at this point in time. In fact, there was a raid by Punjab police in a village in Hoshiarpur yesterday, but still no exact location has been identified. And even if they know he's in Hoshiarpur, they're not able to apprehend him at all. And the Punjab police, meanwhile, has issued a hue and cry notice asking the general public to help in finding Amritpal. That's the latest as far as the official movement is concerned. But the fact of the matter is that the manhunt has gone on for 12 days now. It's been nearly 12 days now. It's going to be 2 weeks of this manhunt, and still no clarity as to where exactly he is. Meanwhile, of course, the political slugfest over it continues, isn't it? And Aditya, in all of this, when the Akal Takht Jathedar yesterday issued that ultimatum that the supporters of Amritpal Singh who have been arrested as part of this operation to catch him should be released, and when that was released, it was clear that it came with the support of the Shiromani Akali Dal, and this is the Shiromani Akali Dal trying to find political relevance after the beating that they got in the last elections in Punjab, their worst performance in history.
Well, there are multiple scenes developing here. Instead of a slugfest or a political debate and war between Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, it is more now developing into a war between the Sikh community and the Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab, because it seems that all factions are coming together from the opposition and questioning the Bhagwant Mann government about what they are doing. There are elements within the system and in Punjab who are questioning the arrest, who are saying that this is not the way to go ahead against Amritpal Singh. But there is a larger community and society all across the country who are outraged, who are concerned about the national security and really want some action from the Punjab government and the Punjab police that isn't being seen really on ground. And that's why the Aam Aadmi Party government led by Bhagwant Mann are coming under severe criticism that there isn't enough action seen on ground. Yes, they are doing a lot of talking, but not much action on ground on arresting Amritpal Singh and ending this new era of Khalistani politics and Khalistani radicalization that has been initiated by Amritpal Singh. So one has to wait and watch how things develop. We'll have to wait and watch how Akal Takht and Jathedar of Akal Takht reacts to Amritpal Singh's statement, whether the Sarbat Khalsa event will be organized in Golden Temple on the 13th and 14th of April, because if it is organized, it will certainly be a new chapter in the history of Sikhs, in the history of Punjab, where a Khalistani radical has motivated and initiated this debate, and certainly this problem is far from over.
Problem is far from over is the word coming from Aditya Rajkul. Aditya, thank you so much for joining us for that big news update and helping putting things into perspective in every single which way. Thank you for being with us here on this particular edition of News 9 Live. And time now to shift focus away from Amritpal Singh and bring it back to the other big news of the day. The big news of the day we've been telling you all about all through the day. The dates for the state assembly elections in the southern Indian state of Karnataka have been announced, and with that, the political temperatures have soared. Surfacing now are the allegations of corruption, money being distributed, being just thrown around, in fact, to woo voters of Karnataka. The primary charge is against Karnataka's Congress chief, Mr. D.K. Shivakumar, who was seen throwing money at the public at a rally. And that video has been shared on Twitter by BJP's Amit Malviya. Now, joining me at this hour are a few of my colleagues, Mahesh Chitnis, Bhaskar Hegde as well. Let me first take this across to Mr. Bhaskar Hegde, who joins us. Mr. Bhaskar Hegde, this video is created quite the stir. Help put things into perspective. Is it a common occurrence in Karnataka for this to happen, or how much of an oddity is it in from the context of Karnataka?
I think if you see the history of Karnataka, particularly three states in South India, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka and Telangana, 4 states, election is a very, very costly process. These candidates splurge money on winning votes. So it's quite obvious that people are spending money. It's not legal because it's prohibited under Model Code of Conduct and IPC and various other laws. But people are indulging in this practice. It's quite common.
Right, but the fact that this is video of him literally physically throwing the money around at a rally. I mean, giving money, there are many ways of doing the same thing, but that's quite brazen.
Yeah, it could be possible because out of affection and at the spur of the moment, he might have done this. But I think it will certainly bring him a very big issue because BJP, I think, has already petitioned the Election Commission of India and complaining about this. This particular case is not in isolation. We have to see D.K. Shivkumar's case because D.K. Shivkumar is facing a lot of cases, money laundering case, income tax violation case, and so many other cases. And he was in jail for more than 50 days 2 years back. So this particular issue is an addition to the earlier cases. I think if it is taken very seriously by the Election Commission of India, I think the Income Tax Department and ED may step in.
Right. So it is definitely an offence where there could be action. Let me take this across to Mahesh Chitnis, who now joins us on this broadcast. We also have Kartikeya Sharma, our executive editor, joining us here in the studio as well. Let me, in fact, first take this across to Kartikeya Sharma, and then I'll bring this back to Mahesh Chitnis. Kartikeya, talk to us. Cash and corruption is what we're discussing with Karnataka elections. Corruption has been a big theme, and now this video has emerged. There was a BJP candidate who had a huge corruption case going on. So what is going on in Karnataka?
I think this politician has been caught on a back foot. I remember in 2011, LK Advani came out with a yatra. It started from Sitab Diara, where Jaiprakash Narayan is born. I was in Madhya Pradesh, and I think it was Satna, when we went for a press conference. And what had happened, Mr. Advani obviously was unaware. He was holding press conferences everywhere. And there were 500 rupees note in every envelope which was given to a journalist. And obviously BJP was very, very shocked, and they said that this shouldn't have happened. Some local guy functionary must have done it. So I have realized that this phenomena of putting cash in envelope, throwing it like this to public is part of a public culture, because if you cover elections in Northeast, then you would know that the votes are actually in all sincerity, I say, it's purchased. It's part and parcel. Right. Where an amount of money will go to a house, and then they will vote for you.
It's always cash and carry.
It's always cash and carry. Absolutely, Krishna. It's always cash and carry. So I think this is completely bad optics, because if we say that there is no cash in Indian politics, then that person is living in a fool's paradise.
Absolutely.
Cash is everywhere. The freebies are given. A day before the poll, liquor is distributed. But this is like completely bad optics. Civic Kumar shouldn't have done this.
Absolutely.
This is like plain Jane silly. This is like plain Jane silly. So he could have avoided this, because in Indian election, cash is distributed.
Okay.
And he's throwing it around. So I think he's created bad optics. But in Karnataka, I think BJP has to answer more. It was Yedurappa's home where money counting machines were discovered.
Exactly.
How can I forget that? So I think BJP has to answer more here.
Yeah. But the fact of the matter is that both parties are fiddling around with this cash and corruption issue side by side. We will come to you. We have Mahesh Chitnis also now joining us. Mahesh Chitnis, tell us, distributing cash is part of election culture, unsaid election culture in this country. And then, we have something like this happening. It obviously doesn't look good on camera when you see it as visuals, but do you think something like that will hurt the Congress party's chances?
Yeah, see, recently Congress had petitioned the Election Commission against Ramesh Jarkioli. During one of his speech, he had said that rupees 6,000 he will be giving per voters in Belagavi rural to defeat Shiv Kumar's, close aide Lakshmi Habbalkar. So Congress had taken it very forward and campaigned against Ramesh Jarkioli, and Randeep Singh Surjewala, who is the state in charge, made a press conference and tried to expose the money power that is being played by the BJP. But now this incident has definitely taken the Congress in a back foot, and this definitely might hurt in some way if BJP takes it forward and target the Congress.
BJP certainly taking this forward. Amit Malviya has shared this video on Twitter. So just hold on for a second. Let's quickly listen into now what DK Shivakumar today had to say, and then we'll continue the discussion.
ಮೇ 10ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಏನು ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಘೋಷಣೆ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಬಹಳ ಹಿಂದೆನೇ ಈ ಕೋಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಂಡಕ್ಟ್ ತರಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇಬ್ಬರೂ ಸೇರಿ ಎಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಧಿಕಾರವನ್ನು ದುರುಪಯೋಗ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯನೋ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಕೊನೆಗೂ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಅವರು ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟು ಇವತ್ತು ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಆದರೂ ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷದಿಂದ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಶುಭ ದಿನ, ಶುಭ ಮುಹೂರ್ತ, ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಂದೇಶವನ್ನು ಕೊಡುವಂತ ದಿನ. ನಾವು ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ.
Right, I'm going to take this across to Bhaskar Hegde for a reaction. Bhaskar, you just heard what DK Shivakumar had to say. He seems completely unperturbed by what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. But he has not mentioned this particular episode. He has only welcomed the Election Commission's move to hold elections, and he said that government has abused power during this term. So he very conveniently avoided this particular issue. But of course, BJP has tried to make it an issue, big issue, because considering the DK Shivkumar's past and particularly the cases he is facing. So in that context, this particular video and this petition to Election Commission may assume more significance. Of course, one can compare this with Madal Virupaksha, when in his house loads of money was discovered a few days back by Lokayukta. Now he's in Lokayukta custody. Lokayukta is ombudsman in Karnataka. So Madal Virupaksha's case is totally different I think from DK Shivkumar's case, because even though he's a very powerful, he comes from a very powerful Lingayat community, and he's very close to B.S. Yediyurappa, and discovering money and seizing money in his house is a kind of big embarrassment for B.S. Yediyurappa and his son D.Y. Vijayendra, no doubt. But that episode has already put a kind of on back burner, because after that, Karnataka government has introduced this big issue of this, this reservation. So as a result, people seems to have forgotten very conveniently.
Fair enough.
This particular issue of Madal Virupaksha is a very small fry in that sense.
All right.
A PCC president
distributing
money during the poll campaign, that becomes a big issue, I think, in days to come.
Fair enough. Fair point. I'm going to take this back to Kartikeya Sharma, who's with us in the studio. Kartikeya, that's the point, Bhaskar, that he makes, and I completely agree with. What happened with the BJP MLA is a different episode. BJP seems to have crossed that because it's busy doing other kinds of messaging at this stage. But again, that MLA is not the chief of the BJP in Karnataka, unlike DK Shivkumar is. And the fact that the Election Commission of India were to take note of this and take action on this, it could be big trouble for the Congress party in Karnataka.
I think it's going to be big trouble. I think Rahul Gandhi's example is someone for everyone to understand that even a small utterance or defamation would lead to his disqualification. Yep. And it was not a criminal case. You had people like Atiq Ahmed and Shahabuddin who got elected to our houses, and you have Rahul Gandhi who gets disqualified for a statement, and that too on a statement which the petitioner had held, stayed the proceeding for a year, and who was not directly related to Prime Minister's family. So in a way, I would say that he should take it very seriously, because somewhere the lower courts are being weaponized. If you ask me to write an opinion, I would say that the courts being used to legally punish a politician is something which everyone should be very, very wary of. And that is what has happened. Now, I have no sympathy for Mr. Gandhi because he keeps on making these random statements, and it doesn't work politically, and it doesn't show him in a good light either. But then the consequence of his statement is something which worries me as a citizen.
Right, but that's the similarity that you're drawing, the analogy you're drawing of what happened with him. But what is going to happen with the DK Shivkumar is a big question. Mahesh Chitnis, if you can answer that question. A Congress party, Karnataka state chief throwing money on camera is going to get the Congress party into trouble with the Election Commission.
Yeah, see, the Congress, has made the corruption issue a central theme of its campaigning throughout all these days.
And ironically, now they have their own state chief throwing money as part of a campaign rally.
Yeah, definitely. That is the point I was about to speak on. So now it's an embarrassing situation, maybe for the Congress currently. But the BJP might utilize this opportunity, as an anti-campaign against the Congress. See, when Congress was pointing corruption angle towards the BJP was quick to, rebuked the allegation, saying that it was the Congress government which took away the powers of Lokayukta and formed the ACB. And in August 2022, ACB was scrapped by the Karnataka High Court, which was again one more embarrassment for the Congress party. The same Lokayukta had recently raided the Madam Virpakshappa, the BJP MLA from Chennagiri. So when Congress was targeting the BJP said, look boss, you are the one who took away the powers. And we did not go for the appeal in Supreme Court against the High Court order. And now what you are doing?
Fair enough. Fair enough. That's the point that you're making. I'm going to bring this back to Kartikeya, who's quite amused by the point you just made there. It's like, it's going completely back and forth with cash and corruption, with the Congress party in particular in Karnataka.
I think it's more about perception. BJP has created the perception that every political party which sits in opposition is corrupt. BJP is not using electoral funds. Isn't BJP employing funds to fight a high decibel election? Is only Arvind Kejriwal spending money? Keeping aside the cases of corruption, it's not as if that every corrupt politician is part of the opposition party. No, it's not that. The fact of the matter today is that enforcement or agencies part of the central government have been directly aimed at the opposition figures. We can say that, this is not right, there is a lot of corruption in opposition, but then the fact of the matter is, when has the electoral reform taken place? The opinion on electoral bond is so divided, it is so opaque, people don't come to know who has voted, which party has gained how much fund, we can say, where the maximum routing of funds has happened. So I think the larger issue here is, and I'm not going to get into that silly thing of democracy khatre mein hai. I think it's not democracy khatre mein hai. I think important leaders have not emerged from the opposition's camp. That is the problem. Opposition khatre mein hai. Democracy is safe. Opposition khatre mein hai because somehow 80% of these opposition parties are family-run corporations.
Right.
And it becomes very easy for Prime Minister to attack them. One person asked me, Kartikeya, tell me, why don't mergers take place? So I thought, yes, in 60s and 70s, parties would merge, demerge. Our political opposition was like an amoeba. Merge, demerge, merge, demerge. So the gentleman told me, and I have no comment taking his name, K.C. Tyagi, former JDU MP, General Secretary, very close to Nitish Kumar. He said, the reason why we at that point of time would have 2 lakhs in our coffer, 5 lakhs in our coffer. We would arrange money during elections. Now political parties have 800 crores in our coffer, 5,000 crore in our coffer. Which political party is going to merge with other political party? And what happens to that fund? What happens to that fund? No one is going to share the fund. Samajwadi Party has got huge amount of money in its treasury. Congress still, despite being decimated, has a lot of coppers. Do you think that merger can take place? And who and how? And the merger of a political entity which is financially rich. It's not possible today.
Right. Fair point it is making. Talking about money and the party money. Mahesh, I had to ask you this. A lot of Congress party money right now is in Karnataka. Karnataka is the ATM of the Congress party, and it's been that way for a while. And the man who operates that ATM is incidentally Mr. D.K. Shivakumar, isn't it, Mahesh Chitnis?
That's what Union Home Minister Amit Shah said recently when he visited Karnataka during one of the speeches. He said definitely Congress is the ATM of Karnataka, and when he's speaking about JDS, he said it's a family politics, and they are treating Karnataka as a treasury. When we're speaking about the the corruption angle, I just like to point out here, according to the recent ADR data, out of sitting MLAs in the current assembly, 76 MLAs, that is 35% of the total sitting MLAs, have criminal cases. And 56 of them, that is 26%, have serious criminal cases. And there are around 95% of the sitting MLAs are crore-patis in Karnataka. Congress has the highest number with 65, and BJP has around 112, and rest of in JDS. So it makes it clear that these politicians are very rich. During one of my recent conversations with former local Justice Santosh Hegde, he questioned where these money come from. Definitely not from the agriculture or the businesses as they claim. And of course, it is up to the election commission or the expenditure officials to keep a track on these kind of expenditure during the elections and the money that is being thrown or given during the election day.
Right, Mahesh Chitnis is putting things into perspective as to how it works in Karnataka. We're continuing with our coverage, breaking this down, one issue after the other. And right now we are focusing on cash and corruption in Karnataka. We have Kartikeya Sharma still with us in the studio. The reason why this becomes a topic, Kartikeya, is because, in elections there's always a shrill pitch of the party which is not the incumbent party, that telling people that your government that is there of the day, that's corrupt. That is using money the wrong way.
आपने एक शब्द का इस्तेमाल किया था ATM. उसमें मैं एक कॉरियंडम लगाऊंगा. ATM है पर ATM कम हो रहे हैं.
Yeah, it's the last big ATM left.
So I don't want to belittle any state. It's and I would like to tell our viewers that it's a metaphor. ATM means that industrial states, where you have a sense of power. There is no small state.
Basically, it means that it's a state that is so doing so well. It's so productive. It does so well that it can support a political party which is on a downswing,
Absolutely.
which is getting decimated in the rest of the country.
Absolutely, it's like PELF and power when central province was being Gujarat and Maharashtra used to be one state. Both the politicians fought that no, Mumbai should be their capital. So what we meant in terms of ATM is that the strength of the state, Karnataka,
Absolutely.
Gujarat,
The great state
Maharashtra,
of Karnataka.
they are industrial states. So the Chief Minister has a lot of strength that way. It doesn't mean that the Chief Minister of Mizoram doesn't have strength, but then the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, where the 10 to 12% of India's more than that GDP is produced, obviously
the economic heft.
I think that's the word. The economic heft and influence is there. So these are the states which have economic influence and counts a lot in political parties. So when we talk about cash and corruption, I think it's going to be a continuation. And why do we forget the Bellary brothers? Bellary brothers, Bellary brother was the first such controversy which shocked everyone. And Bellary brother was a Karnataka controversy. Everyone knew that it embarrassed late Sushma Swaraj ji so much, though she had nothing to do because these guys would call her Didi publicly. But then she had to clarify it. So the cash is part of these rich states because they not only sustain their own political system, they sustain the political ecosystem of the party which they are in.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the brass tacks from a veteran journalist who's seen this happen for the last more than 2 decades. He's been tracking politics in this country. Let's now, at this stage, take a short breather and listen in to what Prime Minister Modi had to say on cash and corruption.
जो लोग भ्रष्टाचार में लिप्त हैं, उन पर जब एजेंसियां कार्रवाई करती हैं, तो एजेंसियों पर हमला किया जाता है। जब कोर्ट कोई फैसला सुनाता है, तो कोर्ट पर सवाल उठाए जाते हैं। न्यायिक प्रणाली पर हमले होते हैं। आप सब देख रहे हैं, कुछ दलों ने मिलकर भ्रष्टाचारी बचाओ अभियान छेड़ा हुआ है। आज भ्रष्टाचार में लिप्त जितने भी चेहरे हैं, वो सब एक साथ एक मंच पर आ रहे हैं। पूरा देश ये देख रहा है, देश समझ रहा है।
Prime Minister Modi there, using that podium of the inauguration of the residential complex outside the BJP headquarters in Delhi. That occasion where Prime Minister Modi was supposed to make a rather benign speech, talking about the way ahead for the party, etc., etc. There, he really surprised everybody, didn't he, Kartikeya? That was not meant to be a podium where he was going to take a huge pot shot attack on the opposition.
I would, absolutely, because now it's the test for Mr. Gandhi, Janta ke darbar mein, whether Rahul Gandhi will win, because he has taken the battle to the people's court. Yeah. He has turned the judicial battle into a political battle. And yesterday, Prime Minister Modi responded to that. They're saying, Prime Minister very categorically said that it's not the democracy or the constitutional offices which are in danger. Prime Minister said it is actually these opposition parties which are endangered
Correct.
because I am going after corruption. So Prime Minister, if I am not wrong, will continue to focus on dynasty and corruption as an issue. What he has done successfully is that he has fused the issue of dynasty with corruption, because he says that political dynasty means that you control a system, you control political privileges, you create a political economic guild in the modern sense of the word, and it continues to feed power to you, it continues to feed the lifestyle you have. Tell me, there are many third generation politicians, I don't want to take name, how do they afford their tickets when they go abroad? How do they travel in expensive cars? They have never worked. I have worked for 20 years. I know my bank account. Where do they earn that money? Where do they get that t-shirt which costs 20,000 bucks? Where do they get those Omega watches? How do they wear those shoes which cost you 20,000 bucks, you know? These are things which people in middle class think 50 times before they purchase. So Prime Minister has touched the raw nerve. But Rahul Gandhi, on the other hand, that credit should be given to him, that at least he's showing some nerve to make the battle political. I will give that to him. He wants to go back to Janta Ka Darbar. Now, if he wants to go back to Janta Ka Darbar, he will need to deliver Karnataka.
Absolutely.
If he cannot deliver Karnataka, it will be a death knell for Rahul Gandhi, because Janta Ki Darbar mein sunwai to ek baar hoti hai, baar nahi ho sakti.
Well, absolutely, and that's why we're calling this Rahul's big test, because it's all boils down to this, doesn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Now, after the disqualification from the parliament, that's where Rahul Gandhi is, and before he could even appeal against the case, that got him disqualified. Here he is with an election ahead of him. 1 month, roughly a month to go for a polling day. The date was announced today. May 10th is when there's going to be a single phase election in Karnataka, and May 13th is going to be counting and results. And May 13th, Kartikeya, is going to be the big test for Rahul Gandhi, as you're telling us already, that his everything, his political fortunes, his legacy, everything depends a lot on how May 13th goes, and he has to win Karnataka.
Priyanka said this. Rahul Gandhi's sister's words. She said this. She said, इनको lesson सिखाना पड़ेगा by winning Karnataka. I think Priyanka Gandhi showed political mettle by saying this. She said that we need to democratically give it back to Bharatiya Janata Party. I think that was a very brave thing to say. Not that let's sue them and let's make it even more personal. She said let's win Karnataka to send them a message. Actually, the problem with the Congress right now is it has failed to send the message that they can continue to win states. Even the states there, when people say, "Arey bhaiya, they won by default because our party, they withdrew from Himachal Pradesh. So the difference between both the political parties was some 3 lakhs. So people say, "Acha, default se jeet gaya." 3 or 4 stupid people must have made mistake. Modi ji worked very hard, but these local leaders didn't do it. So this is the image which Congress needs to break. Has BJP not lost states? Despite Prime Minister's huge campaign, BJP lost Delhi. It has lost West Bengal twice over. It has not done well in Kerala. But it does not impinge on the power of the Prime Minister to deliver mood, sentiment and votes to booth. Rahul Gandhi has not been able to do that. You can blame it's the political campaign of Bharatiya Janata Party. But Mr. Gandhi has been inconsistent. For example, when Bharat Jodo Yatra got over, he went to Cambridge for a 3-day seminar.
Right.
But he came back on the 17th day. 17th day. He left it on 26th. 26th. I was in Raipur. He flew from Raipur, took an evening flight. He landed in Delhi on 17th.
Right. Fair point.
Sorry, 17th or 15th? 17 days. 17 days.
Fair enough. I'm going to take this back across to Mahesh Chittis and Bhaskar Hegde, who continue to stay with us patiently on this broadcast. Bhaskar Hegde, I'm going to bring this back to you. Talk to us for Rahul Gandhi. This is going to be a huge test. People in Karnataka, the enlightened people of Karnataka, know what is happening at the national level. They've been watching the national headlines. How much of this, and how do you see this impacting the final vote that the people of Karnataka are going to cast?
I think this disqualification might not affect electorate in that way, in that sense. I think it's very difficult to convince voters on disqualification issue. Of course, Congress party is very strategically launching its second phase of campaign from Kolar, where Rahul Gandhi made a that particular controversial remarks about Modi, Chor, that was uttered in 2000, ahead of 2019 elections in Kolar. So just to beef it, so they are starting the campaign, second phase of campaign from Kolar. So that's very interesting, number one. Number two, if Rahul Gandhi comes to Karnataka and he wants to attack Modi on Adani issue, I doubt it may strike a chord with voters, because you have to speak local issues, you have to tackle many other issues like, DK Shivkumar, Siddaramaiah, caste combination, and so on things. So then I think it may touch. Otherwise, if he attacks Modi and Adani issue, I think it's difficult to convince and strike a chord with voters.
Right. Mahesh, would you concur with that view from Bhaskarji, in the fact that the Congress party and Rahul Gandhi, for him, it's a big test. What do you think he needs to do or from here on to make sure that the Congress party wins Karnataka?
I think I agree with what Bhaskar said. Rahul Gandhi factor might not affect much in Karnataka. See, there are three kind of voters. One is, party voters, party loyal voters, for maybe for the BJP or the Congress. And there are neutral voters. These voters might reflect somewhere towards the Rahul Gandhi or the Congress based on a sympathy. But that's very minimal as of now, because in Karnataka, local factors matter the most. That is the candidate level to the party. That is what matters in Karnataka, and the local issues more than the national politics, especially when it comes to Rahul Gandhi. And in Congress, when it comes to winning polls, I think it will be important for the Congress, especially Siddaramaiah's Ahinda vote bank, to be retained, because recently the BJP government has introduced increased reservation for SC/STs, and they have introduced internal reservation for SCs. So they are trying to gain into the Congress vote bank, especially in the Kalyan Karnataka region and parts of Central Karnataka region. So it will be important for the Congress to plan a strategy and to retain that Ahinda vote bank, which will be crucial in the upcoming assembly election.
Right. Bhaskarji, if I were to ask you the same question, that I asked him, what would be your, single point advice to Rahul Gandhi at this stage? If, because clearly he's going to start with a rally in Kolar on the 5th of April. That's what we understand at this stage. The same Kolar where he made that comment with the Prime Minister that got him that disqualification. Now tell us, if he's going to start that rally in Kolar, how do you think that's going to go for Rahul Gandhi?
On a lighter note, Krishna, it will be very difficult to give advice to politicians, because, other day when Rajiv tried to intervene, how Rahul butted and rebutted and gave a kind of reply. It will be a kind of risky factor to give any kind of advice to any politician. That said, but I think if he starts, of course, if he mixes national politics and local, then probably he can strike a chord. Of course, not necessarily. I would say he should not touch Hindenburg or Adani or whatever. See, as a politician, he has to bring national issues also, but at the same time, he should give focus and importance to local issues also. He should not ignore or dismiss local issues. So then I think Rahul Gandhi can certainly strike a chord with voters, and probably may help. Because see, one thing we have to
Bhaskarji, at this stage, before you go any further, I want to ask you, so at this stage, you're saying that if he sends out the right message, then the people of Karnataka will be willing to listen to him and vote for him. So it's also all going to depend upon what he says. You're saying that he's neither completely ignored by the people of Karnataka nor fully accepted. It all depends upon what he's going to say.
Now, because see, till now what happened, Congress party has very, very conveniently or strategically has kept Rahul Gandhi or Priyanka Gandhi away from local poll preparations or anything. Because since last 1.5 to 2 months, they have been doing a yatra across Karnataka. They are crisscrossing the state. They are doing yatra, Prajadhwani Yatra, what they call Prajadhwani Yatra. During the Prajadhwani Yatra, Rahul Gandhi has not come. He has come when it culminated in Belgavi a week back. So only that was the first time that Rahul Gandhi entered Karnataka to address a poll gathering in 2023. So basically, Karnataka Congress itself is a bit worried about Rahul's image, probably, and Rahul's ability to connect with Karnataka voters during 2023 assembly election. Whereas BJP has brought in Modi and Amit Shah several times. They have already connected with local voters. So there is a major contrast between BJP and Congress. BJP tried to shy away from highlighting the local issue because they don't have any highlight. I mean, the achievements so far, big achievements in Karnataka. That's why they went on tom-tomming the national achievements. I mean, the central government achievements. Whereas in Congress, they try to keep national leaders away and they only focused and showcased Siddaramaiah and D.K. Shivakumar. This major contrast tells a big story that Congress may shy away from highlighting or showcasing Rahul again and again in the poll campaign.
Right. That's a very important assessment you've made. I'm going to take this back to Mahesh Chittis and then bring this back to Kartikeya as well. Mahesh, quickly, Rahul Gandhi has stayed away so far, but he does have a rally now on the 5th of April in Kolar.
Yeah, actually, I would just like to tell a small story, It was a BJP leader who, BJP leader named PM Raghunath, who shot the video of Rahul Gandhi making a speech, the Modi surname speech. He actually contacted Pradesh Modi in Gujarat and provided all the evidences to him. And after that, a case was filed. And this particular BJP leader, PM Raghunath, was summoned to the court twice to identify Rahul Gandhi, whether he was the same person. And Raghunath identified him. Based on that, the conviction had happened. So of course, it will be Rahul Gandhi will be, remembering what he had mentioned in the 2019 Lok Sabha polls when he was campaigning for veteran Congress leader Muniyappa. So of course, he will be targeting the BJP government and the Modi government. And I think his mind is currently filled with the disqualification more than the Karnataka elections. So I think he will be focusing more on that level.
Yeah, fair enough. My only question to you was: Do you think it's a good strategy to start with Kolar? Do you think that's like taking the bull by the horns, as the cliche goes? Kolar is where the problem began, and Kolar is where he wants to go fix it.
Yeah, might be. Actually, Rahul Gandhi has already started a campaign first in Belagavi. So this will be the second visit to the state ahead of the assembly elections. So Kolar is a very important thing. One more important thing here is Siddaramaiah has decided to contest from Varuna and his seat has been announced. But he has hinted that he might contest from another seat. So it will be interesting in this rally whether Rahul Gandhi will make an announcement or he might deny it, because KPCC President D.K. Shivakumar, is against the second seat for Siddaramaiah. So it will be also interesting to see whether Rahul Gandhi will lean which way, either the Siddaramaiah way or D.K. Shivakumar.
Well, that's also something to be looked out for. Mahesh Chittis and Bhaskar Hegde joining us at the perspective. I'm going to bring this. Thank you so much for joining us, gentlemen, on this particular discussion. I'm going to bring this back to Kartikeya Sharma, who's with us in the studio, continues to be with us in the studio. Kartikeya, see what's going on with Rahul Gandhi and Karnataka. He has to focus on local issues. He's going to Kolar. That's a big statement, isn't it? Him now, after the disqualification, saying that, okay, now I'm going to go to Karnataka, hold a rally in Kolar, and take the bull by the horns, as of that's what it looks like, or it sounds like.
Because it's a do and die situation for the Congress party, and Congress, by stopping Bharatiya Janata Party, can also do itself a favor. And I've been saying this again and again, and the reason why I'm saying this is that BJP needs to go outside Karnataka, expand its space. Its Kannur model of politics failed in Kerala. We discussed a story how they are trying to make inroads in the Christian community in Kerala. Now, that is not working as of now. In Tamil Nadu, their president tried to work out a model, and if you would recall that there was an issue of the laborers, which ultimately proved to be wrong. And secondly, his style of functioning is being questioned by the older BJP, RSS politicians. The only place where BJP has done slightly well by importing Congress leaders is Telangana. They have not done anything in Andhra Pradesh. I can say it's a dead state for them. But Telangana is where there are some green fields, you know, where they can, where they see some green pastures. But for that, they need to win Karnataka. So if they don't do well in Karnataka, they have no chance in hell that they will do well in Telangana. It is for this reason they are working so hard. And secondly, if they don't do well, if they don't retain Karnataka, if they don't do well in Telangana, so what will be BJP? Nothing in Kerala, nothing in Karnataka, nothing in Telangana, nothing in Andhra, nothing in Tamil Nadu. Only place they have this position is in Pondicherry. But Pondicherry can move anyways. It's a small state. So which means that in southern India, they don't have space. And if you connect the eastern corridor, you know, because we are very so North India and West focused, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, and West Bengal. They're not in the eastern coast. So it's not as if for BJP there are no roadblocks. उनकी भी दिक्कतें बहुत है पर उस पर बात बहुत कम होती है.
Exactly, true. And you know, and it's correct. When we have those conversations which are not had you know, enough often. And we're not going to be the only ones talking. We have a lot of political reactions that we have lined up for you, that we just strung together for you. So we're going to let you listen to that, and then we will continue our discussion here on News 9 Live.
कांग्रेस पार्टी तो शुरू से कोशिश कर रही है, उनका जो करप्शन है वो करप्शन हाईलाइट करे, और जो भी उनके काले करतूत है उसको तो हमारे सीएलपी लीडर, पीसीसी प्रेसिडेंट, हमारे सीनियर लीडर्स सभी पार्लियामेंट के अंदर, पार्लियामेंट के बाहर उनको एक्सपोज किया है, और प्रजाध्वनि यात्रा भी निकाली है. तो हर जगह जाकर हमारे लोग पहुंचे हैं, और बूथ वाइज भी हमारे लोग काम किए हैं. तो हमारी जीतने की संभावना पूरी है. इसीलिए तो मोदी जी अपने पूरे कैबिनेट के कलीग को वहाँ पर लगाया है, और खुद ही प्राइम मिनिस्टर, होम मिनिस्टर सभी वहाँ पर दौरे कर रहे हैं. शायद ये पहली बार होगा कर्नाटक के असेंबली के इतिहास में कि इतने लोग वहाँ पर कांग्रेस को घेरे हुए हैं. लेकिन कांग्रेस वहाँ मजबूत है और कांग्रेस जीतेगी. और राहुल गांधी जी भी उस एरिया में दौरा करेंगे, प्रियंका जी भी करेंगे, और दूसरे हमारे पार्टी के भी जो वरिष्ठ नेता लोग हैं उनको भी मैं रिक्वेस्ट किया हूँ, वो भी करेंगे. तो हम पूरी शिद्दत के साथ लड़ रहे हैं और जीतेंगे जरूर.
BJP is ever ready party with a strong organization right from booth level to the national level, and we have done a lot of abhiyans where the response of the people was tremendous, and both central government and state government, double engine government has done tremendous jobs in terms of infrastructure, in terms of benevolent to the farmers, workers, women, youths and SC, ST and OBCs. Therefore, the entire Karnataka, cutting across all sections of the people, have showed a great deal of support. For last 3 months, I visited more than 120 constituencies, and I am sure that on May 13th, BJP will have a handsome victory, will win a hands-down victory, and will get absolute majority. And we take the responsibility of taking Karnataka forward towards new Karnataka, where there will be place for the people who have abilities, poor people where capabilities are to be done, women, youths, all these people will have ample opportunities, and we have taken path-breaking decisions as far as social structure is concerned. Therefore, the vote bank of Congress has been now broken down. They are in a tremendous disappointment. Therefore, they are making wild allegations and cheap allegations. But people will not appreciate, people of Karnataka will not appreciate this.
और हमने जो विकास के कार्य, डेवलपमेंट कार्यक्रम करके दिखाया है, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि कर्नाटक में फिर से एक बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूर्ण बहुमत से।
चेहरा कौन होगा?
लास्ट टाइम हमारा 5-6 सीट कम आए थे, बाद में हमारा सरकार हमको करना पड़ा, इसलिए मुझे पूरा विश्वास है जो माननीय येडियुरप्पा जी के नेतृत्व में और माननीय बोम्मई जी के नेतृत्व में अभी जो काम हुआ है, यह ऐतिहासिक काम हुआ है। तो इसलिए मुझे पूरा विश्वास है डबल इंजन सरकार फिर से चुनने के लिए लोग उत्सुक है, क्योंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी का इतिहास भी देखा है, झूठे वादा करना, जो कुछ भी वादा करते हैं वो कभी भी पूरा नहीं करना। जो छत्तीसगढ़ में वादा की थी, राजस्थान में की थी, अभी हिमाचल प्रदेश में वादा की थी, उसमें अभी जो बजट हुआ एक भी उसका एक सेंटेंस भी हिमाचल प्रदेश के बजट में उल्लेख नहीं है। इसलिए कांग्रेस झूठा वादा करते हैं। ये 75 ईयर्स से अराउंड 50 ईयर्स कर्नाटक में उन्होंने राज किए हैं और देश में भी किए, ये देखा है। तो इसीलिए अगर विकास होना है तो मोदी जी का नेतृत्व का भारतीय जनता पार्टी को।
प्रधानमंत्री जी डिजिटल इंडिया की बात करते हैं, हमारे इलेक्शन कमीशन के लोग डिजिटल इंडिया की बात करते हैं। हर चुनाव में वो कहते हैं भाई हम नई टेक्नोलॉजी ला रहे हैं, नई। 4 स्टेट के अंदर मोर देन 6% वोट मिला। 2 स्टेट्स में हमारी गवर्नमेंट है। गुजरात में हमें असेंबली में 5 सीटें मिली, 14% वोट शेयर आया। गोवा में हमारा 6% से ज्यादा वोट शेयर है और 2 असेंबली में है। क्या रिव्यू कर रहे हैं आप? मतलब ये तो क्लास 10 के बच्चे को बिठा दो तो वो भी बता देगा भाई 4 स्टेट में मोर देन 6% है, नेशनल पार्टी बन गया। ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग हुआ था कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन क्लब में। इलेक्शन कमीशन के सामने मैंने खुद बोला कि भाई इसमें आपको क्या प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है, क्यों नहीं आपने अभी तक हमें नेशनल पार्टी का दर्जा दिया? तो कहने लगे
You're watching News 9 Live. I am Krishna Kumar and we are continuing to build up to the all-important Karnataka State Assembly elections, for which the dates were announced by the Election Commission of India. May 10th is the polling date in Karnataka. It's a single-phase, single-day elections. And May 13th is the counting and the results. And ahead of the elections, the key issues in the state are definitely the roles of caste and religion between the Muslims and the Hindus, and even there between the Vokkaligas and the Lingayats. Will the religion and caste cauldron outweigh the talks of development and other important issues in Karnataka? What does Karnataka need the most? To understand that, I have with me a couple of special colleagues joining me in the studio. One is our political editor Brijesh Pandey, and the other is our editor of News 9. We have Mr. Ajit Vijay Kumar joining us on this broadcast. Thank you both, gentlemen, for taking time out to be with us over here. So much has been discussed about the Karnataka politics. I'm going to begin from top down, because you talk about Rahul Gandhi, Modi, making that speech yesterday, and then Ajit, I'll get to more Karnataka specific stuff with you. Sure. Brijesh, talk to us. For Rahul Gandhi, it's a litmus test. It's the Congress party has to win the elections over there. But for the BJP too, it's extremely important to hold on to Karnataka.
Well, yes, it is a very important election for the BJP, because, for the last year and a half, they have been trying to push maximum for the southern surge. We see the kind of impetus which was given to Telangana. Then they held their national executive there. They tried to go for Bandi Sanjay, which is making a very, very aggressive push, completely backed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well as Home Minister Amit Shah. So the BJP is going for a massive southern push, and they feel that if they are able to, retain Karnataka, that will be a feather in their cap as far as their southern surge narrative is concerned. For the Congress, this election is not very important. It's a do or die election, Krishna, because if the Congress is not able to win, the gauntlet which was picked up by Rahul Gandhi when he was, the lower court handed him a 2-year sentence in the criminal defamation case, the Congress party hasn't approached any court to seek relief. So it's a clear thing that they have picked up the gauntlet. If they are not able to win the state of Karnataka, I think it might well be the curtains as far as the Congress party is concerned. It may seem harsh, but given the fact that right now the entire opposition is rallying up behind Rahul Gandhi, and this is a place where Congress seems to be in a much better position than other states combined. So if the Congress is not able to win or is able to form government, in coalition with JDS if the need be, I think the Congress will be perhaps pushed back to their marginal political best as far as I can remember, or in my time.
In all of our collective memory, Brijesh, in all of our collective memory, that's the case. Thank you for putting into perspective, Ajit. Let me bring this to you now. Ajit, tell us, clearly high stakes election for both the Congress party and the BJP. And the question is it going to be caste or religion or Vikas, which is development? What do you think is going to sway the vote in Karnataka? When it comes to the vote, that voter in Karnataka, what is that, how is that going to go?
Right. If you were to look at it purely from BJP's perspective, they would want Vikas to be, at the center of the narrative. But sadly, that's not going to be the case in Karnataka. It was never the case in Karnataka, and that's for a reason as well. That when we talk of Vikas and progress, it works in the Hindi heartland because here people need Vikas, right? There, Karnataka, as per the 2021 GDP figures, state GDP figures, it is at 9.5%, right? So that state is already well developed. Of course, there are certain issues, and particularly urban areas like Bengaluru and all, there are issues. But more than that, and more than not just Vikas or religion, but at the core of how Karnataka operates in terms of political standing is the caste equation there. And that's for a reason as well. And why caste matters there is because of the great role that the mutts play there. And the mutts in Karnataka are way more stronger than what we can perceive here in Noida. They kind of control a lot of political space and of course a lot of money. So I think the manner in which the mutts will play their cards would end up deciding who will eventually win Karnataka.
Right, that's why we have you have so many seers making headlines. We've seen Nirmala Nanda make headlines, isn't it, Ajit? Yeah. Because there's so many political leaders going to meet that particular pontiff.
Of course, not just one side, right? So what happened is that this mutts of the Vokuligas and of Lingayas have been there for a while now, at least 40-50 years, if not more, if not hundreds of years. But then it so happened around 2000, roughly around that time, when the other communities also kind of understood that they would have to, organize themselves within this whole setup of mutts and then ask for their share of pie. So that's why, it's quite evident, like, whenever Modi goes or say Amit Shah goes, everyone first try and goes to a powerful mutt and seek their support.
Right. And Brijesh, when you go seek the support of a pontiff, a powerful pontiff or a seer, people sitting in Delhi would be looking at it as a Hindu religion, Hindutva, push or whatever. Fact of the matter is that that's a caste vote. You've got to see it from that perspective when it comes to the state of Karnataka.
Well, absolutely, and I think we have to be very clear about the fact that it is always about any appeasement of anybody is always driven by the desire of the particular party to get as many votes as possible. So if they are appeasing to say a particular religious leader in North India, it is only to get votes, and this exact same applies for as well as the state of Karnataka or any other southern politics. The BJP has been very clear about which caste has the dominant role, and this is the reason. This was in full display when Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited Karnataka. The holding of hands of B.S. Yedurappa, the kind of honor which was accorded to Yedurappa on stage. I don't see from 2013 till this date as we speak, this kind of respect was even accorded to, say, an L.K. Advani or a Murli Manohar Joshi, barring yesterday's photo op. So one thing is very clear, that this display of respect towards B.S. Yedurappa was only aimed at two things: to make sure that the Lingayat community doesn't feel offended if B.S. Yedurappa is not the key player if the BJP wins, and B, to ensure that B.S. Yedurappa doesn't play spoil sport. So these two are major factor in consideration, and this is the reason why in election, all these pontiffs who control a certain section of votes in their society, in their caste, will be the most sought after, most wooed after. As Ajit very aptly pointed out, now every community has realized that if they want to garner or get a pie, a major pie, chunk of the whole pie, they will have to form mud, they have to solidify behind that mud to ensure that if you want vote of our particular caste, you will have to give us that kind of due, and this is exactly what is happening.
Right. That said, so clearly, that question gets answered very clearly. Is it really caste or religion or Vikas? Clearly, the caste equations matter, and that's the reason why we've been discussing it threadbare, Ajit, over here. What I want to ask you is that when it comes to the caste equation, we've seen the BJP want to introduce a new reservation matrix. They have made that huge call to take away the 4% reservation for the Muslims and then split that and put them into the economically weaker section category and put that 4% in the hands of both the Lingayats and the Vokaligas equally. Do you think a move like this is going to seal the deal for the BJP, or do you think these moves could end up benefiting the Congress more?
Right. So, if you were to look at the numbers in terms of that 4% that you talked about and the division that happened, so it was 2% east to Lingayats and Vokaligas.
Right.
And that's exactly where the story lies, right? So for the BJP in Karnataka, of course, Lingayats have been their strong support base and they want the Vokaligas to come and join the party, so to say. But because of the sway that JDS and the Gowda family has over Vokaligas, it has been quite an uphill task for them. And if you were to also look at in terms of what happened in 2018 also, BJP did fairly well in the north and in central parts of the state where the Lingayats are dominant community, but not really in the Vokaliga strongholds. So what the whole idea here is in terms of the BJP's game plan is possibly that, hey, we have taken out the 4% from Muslims and we are giving it to you equally. So they are trying to play both cards at one go. One is that they are trying to play that region wala angle, but also trying to also suggest that both Vokaligas and Lingayats are equal to us.
Right. At this stage, I want to just bring this back to this question of Vikas. Ajit, you very rightly pointed out that there's a lot of Vikas already happening in Karnataka, but the fact of the matter is that Vikas doesn't reach out to all sections of the population equally. And the question is always, which political party is able to do that, and which political party is able to handle the discontent. And then clearly there is discontent in Karnataka. The development has to reach more people. In that sense, do you think the Congress party is, clearly they are criticizing the way the Mumbai government has been operating. They're also they're giving the social sops. They're doing in fact, it's the Congress party that's singing the development song, whereas the BJP is talking about hijab and Tipu Sultan and other stuff.
Right. So the whole issue here is like, even if the BJP is wanting to kind of play the religion card, they know, and they would, as I started with by saying that they would want the narrative to be on Vikas. But the problem there is that the BJP nationally has kind of projected Modi as a Vikas Purush, right? So now what happens of Bombay, right? So and it has been amply proven over multiple elections that while people will continue to have great sway in terms of Modi's power, but then they vote differently when it comes to local elections, right? So that's what exactly the thing is. Yeah, so that's what exactly the thing is, and that's why this whole Vikas thing and coming back to the mud thing in Karnataka and in region and in rural areas, if you go in, these muds actually operate a lot of schools, a lot of things, a lot of orphanages. They have their own support structure built in. It's not like what you see in UP or Madhya Pradesh or say in Rajasthan, where people are actually dependent on the government for all of this.
Right.
Yeah.
Fair enough. It's a different ball game in Karnataka when it comes to the question of Vikas and development. Brijesh, I want to bring that question back to you as well. When you talk about Vikas and development in Karnataka, it's a different kind of issue that we're talking about over here. There are civic issues in Bengaluru that people want relief from. There are other issues in the rural parts of Karnataka that they need relief from. And the question always is which political party can find solutions to those issues, isn't it?
Well, absolutely. And I would just like to add what Ajit was saying, if I may digress for a minute. This division of percentage of vote also works for the BJP. Because the Vokalinga and Lingayats get 2% extra, but also the fact that it has been removed from a Muslim community. So what has happened is we already seen DK Shivakumar saying that if Congress comes back to power, we will restore all that reservation back to Muslims, and that has already created a furor in Karnataka, where the BJP saying that all they want to do is a politics of appeasement, and this is one narrative which BJP would love to see unfold in Karnataka, because that will help them, further solidify the Lingayat communities behind them, and also, potentially make an inroad, chances of which is not that exciting right now as we speak, but there's a possibility of that. And as far as this Vikas issue is concerned, Krishna, let me tell you one thing very clearly, that, this Vikas and all, we love to talk about it even in the state of Uttar Pradesh or Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and all of North India. The fact is that, in the state of Bihar, when you go fight an election, you have only 2 or 3 narratives working majorly for the BJP, A, getting your caste equations right, in the state of Uttar Pradesh, how beautifully BJP has managed to stitch a caste cauldron which works decisively in this favor has to be seen to be believed, the Yadav minus OBC, the Dalits luring and ensuring that even a decent section of Yadavs also voting for them. That is what drives the BJP's election game plan. Vikas is a separate sideshow, right before the election and immediately after winning the election. It's a perfect sugar coating, like, oh, we won it on Vikas, double engine ki sarkar and this and that. But trust me, when it comes to election, it is Bhaijans, it is the Maulana Mulayams, it is the all kind of, making sure that, that there is a massive polarization of their caste behind the voting line. So Vikas is basically just a pre-poll, post-poll fitting in which blunts your blatant communal narrative as you drive. I mean, in Bihar you go and you see if you don't settle the caste issue, Bihar may be the most backward state if you, as per the common perception goes. But please try talking Vikas all the day and night and you may end up winning only 1 seat. If you don't have your caste calculation right to the T. So that calculation has to be there. I mean, this is as plain speak and realistic as I can be if we really want to analyze or go deep into this entire caste cauldron. BJP knows it. Every party knows about it. And this is the reason why, if I may take 30 seconds more, like how we see, the Muslims, how they have, gone away from the Congress party. Because they realize that Congress is not standing just for them. And the fact is that they realized also that in Uttar Pradesh, which sends 80 people, 80 Lok Sabha seats, the Congress is not going to be a player. So, who is the player, who is the party other than the BJP who can look after their interests? They immediately align their interests to Samajwadi Party. And this is the reason why, see, the Samajwadi Party became the whole sole, dealer as far as the MY combination in the state of Uttar Pradesh is concerned. The same theory is back in Bihar. So right. Vikas, I personally feel that, all the talk of Vikas is just for the audience, You feel happy about it, but reality is caste and you cannot do away with that.
And coming back to Karnataka, I think the only region in Karnataka where religion even today plays a role is the coastal belt. There you have, that's the original,
where you have the fringe Hindu, right-wing parties, dominating over there.
Yeah, that's where the whole RSS.
Or the people who first went to Ram temple agitation and all.
Correct, yeah. So the coastal belt where we have 3 districts primarily, Udupi, North and South, Kannada districts. That's where the RSS had first entered Karnataka in 1970s, and there's where they have a kind of a strong presence in terms of the at the ground level, and that's where people will still vote in terms of the Hindu-Muslim or the that kind of an equation. Rest of the state, it's all ruled by these powerful mutts and these communities who want and who are getting assertive by the day to get their share of the power and money.
Right. So clearly, and also when you talk about caste, religion, or Vikas, then you got to say, is it North Karnataka, South Karnataka, or coastal Karnataka? Isn't it, Brijesh? Because the complexity of the state ensures that it doesn't vote on any one particular of these parameters. That's what is at least emerging. If it comes to coastal Karnataka, religion is still a factor. If it is southern Karnataka, definitely caste is a factor. Northern Karnataka, caste is a factor. Whereas development is a factor that is a perception factor or a campaign factor, isn't it, Brijesh?
Yes, absolutely. See, there are two ways of describing it. One is there's no one-stop shop for everything.
Yeah.
In any state. Like in Uttar Pradesh, you have a different theory which is working in the western Uttar Pradesh. But as you go to gravitate towards the eastern UP, the entire factors change. The same is with the state of Karnataka. And let me be also very clear about one thing, that we can talk of Vikas or the development issues like we when it comes to Bengaluru, which has 30 plus assembly constituency. See, basic infrastructure a good infrastructure, making your city #1 in the country or like abroad, that has never won you votes. And it is very clear, if it was winning you votes, the situation, we would have been America. Bangalore is, Karnataka is a place which is, of all the states, perhaps the most recognized apart from Hyderabad. All the top shots, you think of Infosys, you think of any big industry, all the big startups, they all are from Karnataka. But when it comes to, when it comes to monsoon, you see a truckload of memes being, about the pathetic conditions of road, the potholes and everything. The infrastructure or the traffic delays, it acquires more prominence, during the course of, the popular meme goes like, from your house to airport and from airport to your house, you spend rest of your life in the state of Bengaluru. So had that been important, had development being that important, elections would be really fought on that issue. Unfortunately, it is not. It's just how to sugarcoat the entire thing. And every area of the state has their own regional identity which is being played. They have their own intricacies, their own caste and social equations, and every single party, they have, like the BJP, as Ajit was saying, they started, the RSS started pretty early, and the RSS provides the BJP the kind of catalyst they need, to spring from 1 to 6 as far as their getting their more and more electoral success is concerned. And right. This is the reason why, despite a majority in the BJP saying that, we don't like, it's time to get ahead of Yedurappa, the BJP has not been able to do that. And this is the reason all this, which is there on the screen, the kind of rockstar reception which...
what happened, as it's evident that, in 2013 when he had formed his own party, yes, right? So the BJP is wiped out, right? So I think they lost 10% of
10%, yeah,
10% of Lingayat votes. That's why this guy will continue to be at the core of BJP's plan for Karnataka, because, and adding to what he just said, while the BJP has aspirations to kind of reach out to all communities, but then the fact is that they have only Lingayats as their strong support base. Rest, all they have to build, right? Because the former Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah, he has kind of attracted all the Ahinda votes, what is called as the OBCs and STs and Muslims and his own community Kuruba. And Vocaligas are firmly with the JDS. So what can BJP do eventually? And that's why they're trying to bring in that narrative of religion. But sadly, I don't think so that it will work out in Karnataka.
Oh, all right, fair enough. We have Anurag Naidu, political analyst, now joining us on this broadcast. Anurag Naidu, talk to us. BJP is trying to tinker with the reservation matrix. It's also, upping the, ante when it comes to the religion aspect of it all. And we know that coastal Karnataka, there is the religion aspect, plays a very important role. How do you think, the Karnataka voter is going to react to all of this?
Yeah, I think, let's understand this. The analyst who spoke before me, I think he pointed a very pertinent point. And yes, BJP this time around is trying to make an independent strategy. Before this, BJP never formed a government on its own without Mr. Yedurappa. So Mr. Yedurappa was the fulcrum of all the strategy that BJP used to, do in Karnataka. And of course, Lingayats formed the majority of the vote share for the BJP. But having said that, this time around, the BJP is very clear in aiming at a religious polarization. And it's not something that they've started now. If you actually see some of the incidents happening where the gathering of people or making a movement out of, deaths of the Karyakartas of BJP in some places, of course, there was some religious angle that was they were trying to promote and propagate in the media, trying to build a narrative around religion. And let me tell you this, it actually looks like it was selling. Otherwise, they would not continue with this strategy, whether it is a Savarkar Yatra that was flagged off by none other than Mr. Yedurappa from Mysore, whether it is, taking the Ganesh Pandal matter, taking the Ganesh procession matter. When I spoke to some people of this area, what I surprisingly got to know is people had connect with these issues. Whether this will translate into the votes or not, that time will tell. But BJP wants to do away from the shadow of, Yediyurappa and the heavy dependence, one-sided dependence on the Lingayat vote bank. That's what BJP is trying to do away. So all the optics that you see Mr. Yediyurappa getting prominence, or at least in the frame and in the media, is being given that kind of prominence. But, I know for the fact that BJP wants to do away from the shadow of Mr. Yediyurappa and wants to build an independent party. And that's where I believe lies the silver lining for the opposition. That's where the opposition might really gain something, because let's understand, entire politics of Karnataka revolves around the mutts. And the majority of the mutts are from the Lingayat and the Vokalinga community. Vokalinga, of course, they're very strongly with the JDS, but let's not forget, there is a split in the Vokalinga as well. They have started moving towards the Congress. And we have Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, who comes from that Vokalinga background, and he's been very vocal. He and his brother, Mr. Suresh, both of them have been very vocal and very dominating by their discourse. So they're also trying to create some kind of inroads. And let's also not forget, Congress has started doing well in South Karnataka, which predominantly was a Vokalinga strong belt. But in my opinion, there's going to be a clear split in the Vokalinga votes. And that we have seen it in the last election itself, when for the first time they got a family lost elections, which never happened before. So Vokalinga will not consolidate strongly 100% with the JDS. We have to see how much they would split. Of course, the minorities are with the Congress, but if the Lingayats don't stand again with the BJP, it's going to be trouble for the BJP. And let's not forget, although we see in the pictures Yediyurappa ji is smiling, but the Lingayats and the mutts, the powerful mutts of Lingayat, they know what BJP is up to, and they know the losing prominence of Mr. Yediyurappa. And I don't think, not everything is all good with the mutts. If you actually talk to the shares of the mutt and the people who control these votes from the mutt, they are not happy with the kind of discourse Mr. Yediyurappa, or the kind of prominence Mr. Yediyurappa is getting, particularly when they don't do really good with Mr. B.L. Santosh. They have a clear split and the rift with B.L.
Right.
Santosh. So the Lingayats don't do good with Mr. Santosh. Mr. Santosh is seen to be, giving favorism towards the Brahmins here. So there is a split within the party, which probably the opposition will try to exploit this time.
Right. Opposition will try to exploit what's going on in the BJP. Is the word coming on. Naidu, stay with us. We're also talking about the campaign strategy so far. BJP, is using culture wars. Congress using social sops. BJP talking about 4% quota for Muslims being taken away and given to Vokalingas and Lingayats. The issue of who killed Tipu Sultan. Did a couple of chieftains from the Vokalinga community kill Nanjegowda and Urigowda? Did they kill Tipu Sultan? That's the kind of issues that the BJP has been going on with. Congress party, on the other hand, Yuva Nidhi scheme for graduates and diploma holders, other kinds of SOPs. So if you see a very clear demarcated strategy between these two parties, for both these parties, this is a huge, high-stakes election battle. And, in that sense, we've been discussing here how much of a factor is development or Vikas, Anurag, when it comes to the state of Karnataka, a fairly developed state, contributes a significant percentage of India's GDP. How much of, because for the BJP, the Vikas pitch, has been a poll pitch across North India and the Hindi heartland. Talk to us about how it changes when it comes to Karnataka.
Unfortunately, the scenario is no different. Even in Karnataka, the Vikas has already taken the back seat. Nothing is there apart from Bengaluru. And if you see even the Bengaluru, the situation is pathetic. And what can be the more sorry state of affair when you have most 21 MLAs out of the whole Bengaluru region coming from the real estate background. They control the whole entire development around Bangalore, where you don't have roads, you just have tall buildings and apartments and tech park. But they dominate the state politics. And people coming from North Karnataka, people coming from not so developed Karnataka, they don't have any vision. And the leaders coming from their area, they don't get prominence in the assembly, they don't get prominence in the cabinet. And because they don't come with that kind of a might, or the corporate or the business backing that people in and around Bangalore comes. The tall, big names that we are talking about, Mr. Shivkumar or Mr. George or Mr. Sudhakar, they're all from the Bangalore city, the developed part, which is heavily backed by the real estate industry here. So, the development has already taken a backseat. But what Congress is also trying to back here is, one of the selling points for Mr. Mr. Yediyurappa, Mr. Siddaramaiah. You know what? Let's not forget, although when people celebrate Mr. Siddaramaiah, but I would like to, probably be a devil's advocate and be a critic here, is because Mr. Siddaramaiah, for the last election and even now, he's been searching for a safe seat. If you really want to have a CM face, and if you really feel that you're going to win elections on his face, your candidate need not look out for a safe seat. He's lost from a safe seat last time, and he won from Badami with a very narrow margin. Even now, he said he will be contesting from Kolar, now shifted to Varuna, and his son, I don't know from where he'll be contesting now. So, you actually see his popularity was majorly dependent on his populist schemes like Annabhagya, his pro-poor policies, right? So Congress trying to use the policies connected to Mr. Siddaramaiah, telling that we're going to repeat it again, we're going to start, Indira Canteen, and we're going to roll out a lot of good welfare measures. But how much it is penetrating into the people, it will be very difficult to tell now, because the politics have changed in the last 1 decade, and a lot of it has moved to the money power and the muscle power, and really this schemes and development have kind of taken a backseat. That's where I see that the influential leader, even now you see the Janardhan Reddy, the Gali Janardhan Reddy, where was he? I mean, if you actually look at his profile and what he has been doing to the state in the capacity of a public, leader or a public servant, I don't know, but he has started his own party and he's going to field candidates. But on what basis he's claiming his victory is purely on the basis of his muscle that he has in some of the constituencies. So I think the Vikas and the development has already taken the backseat, like in most parts of India, and an unfortunate state for Karnataka that people have to suffer in most of the areas.
See, I would like to ask you one question. Is this, the Congress is banking majorly on two issues. One is the doles, it's like it worked wonderfully for them in Himachal, promising the OPS thing. And Priyanka Gandhi also started the election campaign, like, a couple of months back by promising 2,000 rupees to every woman in the state of Karnataka if Congress comes to power. Do you think that by concentrating majorly on SOPs for the electorate and also the OPS factor combined in, and corruption also, because they have been going on majorly for this 40% government majorly. Do you think that it has the bandwidth to dent the powerful parallel narrative, which is riding on the shoulders of Tipu Sultan, hijab, and the latest being the 4% narrative? Do you think it will be able to dent, or somehow the BJP will circumvent and short circuit the entire process and, win the election?
See, more than winning the election, I think everything is now going to drill down to the arithmetics and the poll management after the numbers are out. So that is something that everyone agrees in Karnataka. Nobody is willing to give a clear mandate to either BJP or Congress. Now, coming to the SOPs or coming to the social promises that Congress has done, it will have definitely some impact when it comes to the central and the north Karnataka, because people do talk. There are people from the constituencies like Hanial, constituencies like Raichur. The people they come from a very deprived background. They do talk and depend a lot on the government schemes. So for them, it matters a lot, and they are a bit disenchanted because of the policies of the BJP, which clearly revolved around not making any key decisions when it comes to giving some kind of a packages for the last 2-3 years for the people, which is pro people. So that's the gap where, and not to forget, the North Karnataka has been an extremely strong belt for the Congress, which Congress would like to retain again. But coming to the Hindu, Muslim, or the religious thing that is being that BJP is banking on, that will have its implications in the coastal and the South Karnataka, and that BJP would like to retain. And I think that has already set in. My information is, yes, the motion is prevailing and the campaign is prevailing, and I think it is going to do some good for the BJP there, and their strategy is also right. So, if you actually look at the arithmetics, it is pretty much 60-40 kind of a stuff where, and I've been telling people, of late, the modern day BJP, there is no hung. Either it is BJP or in or BJP out. So, if 10-15 seats here and there, of course, it's going to be BJP. So anything 10 to 15 seats, it is going to be BJP, make no mistake. Because RSS is also very emotional about Karnataka.
Right, fair enough, Anurag. In fact, there is a question from my colleague Ajit Vijay Kumar as well. Ajit, please go ahead.
Right, hi Anurag. So my question to you would be that while you have spoken about the North Karnataka region and how it is underdeveloped, but the manner in which the BJP has been trying to project is that, the direct benefit schemes from the center is kind of reaching and has that kind of an impact at the ground level. What is your assessment in terms of the central schemes and how are they perceived across Karnataka, particularly in the backward regions?
Yeah, so the problem with the central scheme is, it doesn't get that kind of attraction that it is supposed to get, unless and until it is not localized with the state policies and state incentivizes more and makes it a more localized flavor, it doesn't sell, let's also understand, particularly this backward class or backward area, even Mr. Kharge's constituency, Kalaburgi and all, they are absolutely not concerned about Mr. Modi or brand Modi or, let's be very honest about it. For them, the national schemes don't matter. For them, the local leaders matter. Leaders like Mr. Kharge or Mr. R.V. Deshpande from Hariyal, people call them Saibru. That means for them, they are everything, So because they have been rolling local schemes, they are running local canteens from their own NGOs or from their own pockets. They've been kind of guardians of this area. Modi's fever or the Modi's charm is more towards the urban voters, and that has prevailed even in Bangalore, the adjoining Bangalore or even Mysore, of course, predominantly with JDS. But if you see, all the urban or the semi-urban developed, Modi has a good charisma. But we need to see now, because the business community in Karnataka, the contractors, the people who have been dependent on government for their projects and the business, they are not happy, and they somehow feel that it is Congress that keeps them more comfortable than the BJP. And there is kind of a bit of a wave which is probably against the BJP when it comes to people who have been politically supporting the backroom politics guys. They kind of feel that there should be a Congress or some JDS kind of a mixture, which is more progressive towards the business community. And of course, this 40% thing, it is actually selling in the urban areas. How much it will get? So there'll be a contest of Modi. So when Modi comes in, he's going to come with a narrative that actually sweeps through this allegation of 40% or PTM or PCM narrative that the opposition are trying to build. And it will be very interesting to see, because what I have seen is, in general, there is a perception that corruption is more.
But Anurag, the fact is that Modi, Prime Minister Modi, during all his roadshows in Karnataka, he has been drawing massive crowds. And if you were to also go back to 2019, the BJP won 25 of the 28 seats, right? So and these 25 seats are not urban seats, right? So in terms of that perception and how people look at Lok Sabha election and and an assembly election, I think the story lies there when it comes to Modi and what he's doing to the masses.
Yeah, it's totally different. I mean, I would not relate to 2014 with any other. 2014 was a totally different election altogether, and people desperately wanted change, and it was a wave. So
2019,
people
Anurag,
call it Modi
2019.
And Modi, but 2019 also. I mean, of course, 2019 also was pretty much the same, because the Congress was not in a position to give a fight, and BJP was all in that best swing mood. But I think 2024 will be a very interesting election. If you see 2024, it will be a very interesting election, because also let's not forget, there is a lot of people who shifted from Congress to BJP who have a good might and who have good winnability. If you actually see these candidates, they are now with BJP, who were earlier with Congress. So, so things will change in 2024. It is not going to be all good for BJP, particularly in South India and also Karnataka. So it will be very interesting to see.
Right. It'll be very interesting to see what's going to happen. Just quickly also asking you, we got news a short while ago, about an hour ago, that Rahul Gandhi is going to begin do his rally on the 5th of April in Kolar, the same place where his criminal defamation remark came from. Interesting, isn't it?
Very interesting. I was speaking to some Congress leaders, not so senior, but the people who have been very active, and they have been telling, Rahul should probably stay away, like, like people are making him do in Rajasthan. But on a lighter note, Rahul Gandhi's charisma or his charm has to be, yet to be tested in Karnataka. Let's be very honest. If you actually map him or see the seats wherever he campaigns, or the winnability, it is not very inspiring. So if you actually, Karnataka, if Congress has to win, my best assessment would be to leave it to the local leaders in the pockets where they are strong and strengthen them organizationally, give them power, give them autonomy, and I think they will get you the seats from all the respective areas. But Rahul getting in deep, I don't think it is going to serve. Of course, Kolar will serve as a sentimental thing because Congress feels that they've got a good wave and everything. But, seats, constituency in and around Kolar, they are pretty much with the BJP because of a good divide of share between the JDS and Congress. If JDS and Congress would come together, of course, it's not going to happen from a pre-poll alliance. Then, of course, Congress would have a good dent. But these seats, if you actually see adjoining areas like Chikbalapur and everywhere, they are heavily dominated by BJP. They don't have, and that's exactly one of the reasons why Mr. Siddaramaiah decided not to contest from Kolar and move to his home seat of Varuna. So I don't think it will draw a lot of, create a lot of impact. I think Congress should leave more to the local leaders to decide and empower the regional leaders here.
Right, I'm going to take this back to my colleagues in the studio over here. We have Ajit Vijay Kumar and Rajesh Pandey, a political editor and editor of News9, being with us. Now, Anurag Naidu has thrown up some really fascinating things for us to chew upon. The fact that the Kolar rally, of Rahul Gandhi could not be a factor in the final outcome, isn't it, Ajit?
Yeah, but then I would, like to go back to what Rajesh mentioned earlier, is that eventually, while this is all about Karnataka, but then this is super critical for Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party.
Right, and that's the reason why I asked the question on that.
Yeah, of course, right. So let's not, deny the fact that Congress has to win, and as he put it, as he said, Rajesh said that it's a do or die. It's not about win or lose; it's do or die. and more than the impact of it in terms of the party itself, I think the larger impact in terms of what will happen in 2024 is also dependent on what happens now. Because if the Congress wants to be the natural leader of the of the opposition alliance, then it will have to do well in Karnataka.
Right, and Anurag, at that stage, I wanted to ask you. We began this discussion talking about what's going to happen. You have even a Priyanka Gandhi coming out and saying that Rahul Gandhi has to win. That's the way of answering. Rahul Gandhi has not approached a court to overturn the conviction. They've clearly, they are saying the answer to all that's been going on of late will be the results of the Karnataka elections on the 13th of May.
That's. I would actually call it a bit of overconfidence because, Karnataka can spin surprises because, it depends a lot. It depends a lot on post-poll management, where Congress is extremely weak today because they don't have the bargaining power. They might just try to come in. They might have an intention or a dream to come in, but it all depends on how they manage in the post-poll scenario. They don't have the pockets deep enough to buy even a couple of MLAs from the other side. I mean, let me be very straight and candid. So I think the post-poll management Congress is weak. They probably feel that they have a one-sided victory in Karnataka, which I think is a bit of overconfidence, and statements like this should not be made because, if you put everything, look what it's going to do to Rahul Gandhi. That's the whole mistake. If you are putting everything, vindicating everything and putting it on the Karnataka election, which is probably, in my view, a triangular contest, not even a bipolar contest. So if it is very risky, and if God forbid Congress, even if Congress be the single largest party and ends up not forming the government, and they're going to say, look, Rahul Gandhi, we have taken his house, we have taken his candidature, but yet people are very happy about it. And the Rahul story ends there. So I think it's very risky to put all the eggs in one basket when it comes to Karnataka. It's very risky to put Rahul in this situation. I would have felt more happy if Mr. Gandhi would have taken out as a national campaign, would have probably taken a shelter at a house of a Dalit and stayed there, and probably created a movement which is taking into some backward communities or building its own aura nationally. Because nationally, what happens is you cannot quantify whether a person has won or not. You always have gaps to cover up. But if you're actually pushing him in Karnataka and it's a triangular contest, anything can happen. God forbid Congress doesn't form an election. I think the whole story ends there. So it's very risky. I think it's as good as throwing him into the well.
Throwing him into the well is what Anurag Naidu is calling it, Brijesh. We were talking about here as to how Congress has a chance in this election. Anurag, and that's the reason why I think it's even built up that way. If Congress ever had a chance to win an election in a big state, in a state with economic heft, as we've been talking about, in a state where it still has a very strong presence, and strangely has a chance of winning at this stage. It's one of the few states where BJP workers are leaving BJP to join the Congress party, where in the rest of the country it works the other way around. And that's probably the reason why it's being built up as a referendum on Rahul Gandhi, the politician.
But Krishna, there's one catch in there, because if you lose the state election, there'll be no national narrative to fall back on. If you think that you can lose the state election and still live to survive, to tell the tale in 2024, trust me, you are overstretching imagination to another level. The point is, as I've been saying for a very long time, Krishna, is that regional is the flavor, be it regional parties or be it the regional leadership in a national party. In Congress, whichever state they have won, be it Chhattisgarh, be it Rajasthan, or be it Karnataka, they have done, despite Rahul Gandhi going there, rather than Rahul Gandhi aiding and driving the narrative. It is the regional leaders who are driving the narrative. And I think if you look at the kind of conversations Congress leaders have, at least I have with the Congress leaders in Gujarat, I have with Congress leaders in Rajasthan, all of them say, once you're without mic and they develop that level of trust, they all say that, boss, let Rahul Gandhi be in Delhi, let us fight this thing, let him come and claim whatever you want to claim. But if you enter into narration, you will say one or two things which BJP will pick, and with their war machinery, they can turn any election upside down in a matter of 24 hours. And this is something which they do not want to risk as far as this state election is concerned. So I think the election fighting should be left to the regional leaders. Let DK Shivkumar, let Siddha Ramaiah, do it. You be the big brother. The symbolism of, starting from Kolar is definitely not lost, is that you want to portray yourself as a martyr, but there should be limit to the national ambition right now, because it's a do or die battle in Karnataka. You lose Karnataka, there's no national narrative left for you to fall back to.
Right, and I'm afraid I don't have to ask Anurag for a quick reaction on that. It's very clear from his face. He's clearly concurring with what Brijesh Pandey is saying. Or Anurag, if you want to have a last comment before we wrap up.
So I think what Brijesh said is absolutely right. I think Mr. Gandhi should actually give a moral support and be more of a conflict resolver sitting in Delhi. If Mr. Shivkumar and Mr. Siddaramaiah fights, probably he can actually mediate and do some photos like he did with Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot and Jyotiradittya Scindia and Mr. Kamala, something like that. He should leave it to the regional, but let's also understand, one more interesting thing I'll tell you. The last two visits that Priyanka Gandhi has made in Karnataka, that made the media buzzing. And there is a kind of, in my view, personal view, Karnataka still, South India in general, they are a bit towards the Gandhi family. They still have some kind of a respect or love left for the Gandhi family. So, but they don't eventually have the same thing for Mr. Gandhi. Right. But for Priyanka Gandhi, I have seen that connect particularly with the wherever urban areas or semi-urban areas. She gets a good traction. She got a good follow-up. It will be very interesting if she can probably step up and Mr. Gandhi can take a backseat for now. I think that can be a good strategy.
Oh, absolutely. We have some very interesting times to look forward to. We have a month to go. Anurag, let's see what happens. I'm sure you'll be with us in that journey all the way up to May 13th to understand what's going to happen in Karnataka. But for now, thank you so much for joining us on this particular News 9 Live, Anurag. Thank you so much for being with us. And thank you, gentlemen, Brijesh Pandey and Ajit Vijay Kumar, for being with me in the studio and helping put things into perspective. I'm afraid we are running out of time here on this particular discussion, but we're going to leave you with some political reactions coming in on a big political news day like this today. Listen to that and keep it with News 9.
कांग्रेस पार्टी तो शुरू से कोशिश कर रही है, उनका जो करप्शन है वो करप्शन हाईलाइट करे और जो भी उनके काले करतूत है उसको तो हमारे CLP लीडर, PCC प्रेसिडेंट, हमारे सीनियर लीडर्स सभी पार्लियामेंट के अंदर, पार्लियामेंट के बाहर उनको एक्सपोज किया है और प्रजाध्वनि यात्रा भी निकाली है। तो हर जगह जाकर हमारे लोग पहुंचे हैं और बूथ वाइज भी हमारे लोग काम किए हैं। तो हमारी जीतने की संभावना पूरी है। इसीलिए तो मोदी जी अपने पूरे कैबिनेट के कलीग को वहाँ पर लगाया है और खुद ही प्राइम मिनिस्टर, होम मिनिस्टर सभी वहाँ पर दौरे कर रहे हैं। शायद ये पहली बार होगा कर्नाटक के असेंबली के इतिहास में कि इतने लोग वहाँ पर कांग्रेस को घेरे हुए हैं, लेकिन कांग्रेस वहाँ मजबूत है और कांग्रेस जीतेगी। और राहुल गांधी जी भी उस एरिया में दौरा करेंगे, प्रियंका जी भी करेंगे और दूसरे हमारे पार्टी के भी जो वरिष्ठ नेता लोग हैं उनको भी मैं रिक्वेस्ट किया हूँ, वो भी करेंगे। तो हम पूरी शिद्दत के साथ लड़ रहे हैं और जीतेंगे जरूर।
BJP is ever ready party with a strong organization right from booth level to the national level, and we have done a lot of abhiyans where the response of the people was tremendous, and both central government and state government, double engine government has done tremendous jobs in terms of infrastructure, in terms of benevolence to the farmers, workers, women, youths and SC, ST and OBCs. Therefore, the entire Karnataka, cutting across all sections of the people, have showed a great deal of support. For last 3 months, I visited more than 120 constituencies, and I am sure that on May 13th, BJP will have a handsome victory, will win a hands-down victory, and will get absolute majority. And we take the responsibility of taking Karnataka forward towards new Karnataka, where there will be place for the people who have abilities, poor people, where capabilities are to be done, women, youths, all these people will have ample opportunities, and we have taken path-breaking decisions as far as social structure is concerned. Therefore, the vote bank of Congress has been now broken down. They are in a tremendous disappointment. Therefore, they are making wild allegations and cheap allegations. But people will not appreciate, people of Karnataka will not appreciate this.
और हमने जो विकास के कार्य, डेवलपमेंट कार्यक्रम करके दिखाए हैं, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि कर्नाटक में फिर से एक बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूर्ण बहुमत से।
चेहरा कौन होगा?
लास्ट टाइम हमारा 5-6 सीट कम आए थे, बाद में हमारा सरकार हमको करना पड़ा, इसलिए मुझे पूरा विश्वास है जो माननीय येडियुरप्पा जी के नेतृत्व में और माननीय बोम्मई जी के नेतृत्व में अभी जो काम हुआ है, यह ऐतिहासिक काम हुआ है। तो इसलिए मुझे पूरा विश्वास है डबल इंजन सरकार फिर से चुनने के लिए लोग उत्सुक है, क्योंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी का इतिहास भी देखा है, झूठे वादा करना, जो कुछ भी वादा करते हैं वो कभी भी पूरा नहीं करना। जो छत्तीसगढ़ में वादा की थी, राजस्थान में की थी, अभी हिमाचल प्रदेश में वादा की थी, उसमें अभी जो बजट हुआ एक भी उसका एक सेंटेंस भी हिमाचल प्रदेश के बजट में उल्लेख नहीं है। इसलिए कांग्रेस झूठा वादा करते हैं। ये 75 ईयर्स से अराउंड 45-50 ईयर्स कर्नाटक में उन्होंने राज किए हैं और देश में भी किए, ये देखा है। तो इसीलिए अगर विकास होना है तो मोदी जी का नेतृत्व का भारतीय जनता पार्टी को।
प्रधानमंत्री जी डिजिटल इंडिया की बात करते हैं, हमारे इलेक्शन कमीशन के लोग डिजिटल इंडिया की बात करते हैं। हर चुनाव में वो कहते हैं भाई हम नई टेक्नोलॉजी ला रहे हैं। नई 4 स्टेट के अंदर मोर देन 6% वोट मिला। 2 स्टेट्स में हमारी गवर्नमेंट है। गुजरात में हमें असेंबली में 5 सीटें मिली, 14% वोट शेयर आया। गोवा में हमारा 6% से ज़्यादा वोट शेयर है और 2 असेंबली में। क्या रिव्यू कर रहे हैं आप? मतलब ये तो क्लास 10 के बच्चे को बिठा दो तो वो भी बता देगा भाई 4 स्टेट में मोर देन 6% है, नेशनल पार्टी बन गया। आल पार्टी मीटिंग हुआ था कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन क्लब में। इलेक्शन कमीशन के सामने मैंने खुद बोला कि भाई इसमें आपको क्या प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है, क्यों नहीं आपने अभी तक हमें नेशनल पार्टी का दर्जा दिया, तो कहने लगे बस बिल्कुल करने जा रहे हैं। और ये बात हो गई करीब 2-3 महीने के। तो मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा, कर्नाटका का चुनाव आपने अनाउंस कर दिया, एक पार्टी जो नेशनल पार्टी बन चुकी है सारे नियमों के आधार पर, उसको आपने राष्ट्रीय पार्टी का दर्जा दिए बगैर कर्नाटक का चुनाव डिक्लेयर कैसे कर दिया? ये तो अन्याय है हमारी पार्टी के साथ, घोर अन्याय है। कर्नाटक में चुनाव आम आदमी पार्टी को राष्ट्रीय दर्जा दिए बगैर कैसे हो सकता है? ये बिल्कुल गलत है और चुनाव आयोग को तत्काल इस पे फैसला लेना चाहिए और तुरंत हमारा जो राष्ट्रीय पार्टी का दर्जा पेंडिंग है उनके पास, कोई हम उनसे एहसान नहीं कर रहे हैं करने को, हम कह रहे हैं आपके पास जो पेंडिंग है उसको तुरंत आप फैसला लीजिए और कर्नाटक के चुनाव में जो भी एक नेशनल पार्टी का स्टेटस और फैसिलिटीज जो आम आदमी पार्टी को मिलनी चाहिए वो हमें प्रोवाइड कीजिए।
Well, we are happy that the date is fixed for the festival of democracy, and we welcome the date. And one of the most interesting thing is it is single-phase election. We welcome that too, and the gap between the polling and the counting is also less. That's we welcome it. And only apprehensions we have, the election commission or the people who are in the election process, they should be impartial, because in the recent past we have witnessed where the ruling dispensation using some of the institutions to browbeat the opposition, like ED, CBI and IT, and even the EVMs. All these issues should be addressed properly by the election commission. We are ahead of Bharatiya Janata Party. We have started our election exercise. It's already 3 years now. We started after Mr. D.K. Shivakumar took over as a new president, and after Mr. Siddaramaiah got appointed, re-elected as the CLP. The process has started, and continuously we have been working. It's already now 6 months we have doing this exercise of selecting the candidates. We started.
चुनाव आज अनाउंस हुआ है, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है क्योंकि नया सरकार नया फॉर्म में आएगा। कर्नाटका लोगों को डबल इंजन सरकार चाहिए। हर गांव में, हर नगर में लोग चाहते हैं मोदी जी का नेतृत्व में देश में ऐसे ही एक सरकार चाहिए, पूर्ण बहुमत का सरकार चाहिए, ऐसे मांग रहे हैं। कर्नाटक में भारतीय जनता पार्टी अभी तक पूर्ण बहुमत में नहीं जीते। 2008 में हम 110 जीते थे, 2018 में हम 104 जीते थे। उसके बाद बाकी लोग आए, हम सरकार तो बनाए हैं। अभी लोग चाहते हैं पूर्ण बहुमत में हमारा सरकार आना, एंड इसी से ज्यादा विकास हो सकती है, प्रगति हो सकती है एंड डेवलपमेंट हो सकती है, ऐसा लोगों का मन में है। इसीलिए मैं उम्मीद रखती हूँ ये चुनाव में 2023 चुनाव में जरूर भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बहुमत आएगा। हम 130 से ज्यादा सीट हम जीतेंगे, ऐसा एक उम्मीद है, ऐसा माहौल भी है। एंड हमारा विजय संकल्प रथ यात्रा बहुत अच्छा तरीके से चला, बहुत यशस्वी हुआ। एंड प्रधानमंत्री जी नरेंद्र मोदी जी का, अमित शाह जी का, नड्डा जी का, हमारे सेंट्रल लीडरशिप का, स्टेट लीडरशिप का प्रवास बहुत अच्छा हो रहा है, ऐसा माहौल बना है। ये 2023 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी खुद पैर में खड़े होकर सरकार रचना करना, ऐसा एक माहौल कर्नाटक में है। कर्नाटक का
कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत काम किया है। बूथ विजय अभियान, विजय संकल्प अभियान, विजय संकल्प यात्रा, कर्नाटक के कोने कोने में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता गए हैं और केंद्र की जो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार की उपलब्धियां हैं वह जन जन तक पहुंचाने का काम किया है। बोमई जी के नेतृत्व में जो काम है वह भी जनता तक पहुंचाने का काम किया है और व्यापक जन समर्थन भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में है। बीजेपी फिर से प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ कर्नाटक में सरकार पुनः बनाने वाली है। देखिए,
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹೊಸ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡೋಣ as the Election Commission of India announces Karnataka Assembly polls on the pious day of Durga Ashtami, the Congress Party and people of Karnataka resolve to throw out the BJP's 40% commission Sarkara, which has brazenly looted the state. Let us rebuild a Karnataka of people of Karnataka's dreams. Let us rebuild brand Karnataka. Let Kannada pride flourish. Let 6.5 crore brothers and sisters of Karnataka be the center point of the new Congress government. Let the Congress guarantees get implemented. As Karnataka will go to polls on 10th of May, we in the Congress party resolve to form the next government with the blessings of all brothers and sisters of Kannadiga. A Congress government that will be accountable to people. A Congress government that will work sincerely and honestly. A Congress government that will protect and ensure that the Kannada pride flourish. A Congress government that will rebuild brand Karnataka. And a Congress government that will transform Karnataka and place it at the forefront of all the states of the Indian Union. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
कर्नाटक में चुनाव की घोषणा हो चुकी है। हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए कांग्रेस के वो नेता है जिनकी प्रभारी रहते कांग्रेस ने हिमाचल जीता था। जी हाँ, राजीव शुक्ला जी। राजीव जी, कितना महत्वपूर्ण है कर्नाटक, क्योंकि कहा जा रहा है कांग्रेस में जो
कर्नाटक हमारे लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। हिमाचल के बाद कर्नाटक के चुनाव है जिसे हम जीतना चाहते हैं। कांग्रेस की बहुत वहाँ पे अच्छी पकड़ है, अच्छा माहौल है। जनता
दिखनाव है, कहते हैं डीके शिवकुमार और सिद्धरामैया के बीच।
जनता भाजपा कराना चाहती है, कोई सब चीजें नहीं देती। जनता भाजपा कराना चाहती है। जनता त्रस्त, जनता वोट कांग्रेस को देने के लिए बैठी है। और अगर डीके शिवकुमार और उनका झगड़ा होता तो 125 कैंडिडेट घोषणा के पहले हमने कैसे कर दिया? तो कोई झगड़ा नहीं। खड़गे जी के नेतृत्व में वहाँ पे पूरा अध्यक्ष है। कर्नाटक का चुनाव प्रचंड बहुमत से हम जीतेंगे।
एक चीज और चलते हुए सब, जिस तरीके से प्रधानमंत्री ने ठीक पहले कर्नाटक चुनाव के पहले कहा कि सारे जो भ्रष्टाचारी हैं वो एक जगह इकट्ठा हो रहे हैं, तो ये कितना असर डालेगा?
ये जो मुझे लगता है कि इस तरह के बयान जो मंत्रालय वैष्णो जी ने भी बयान दिया, इस तरह का बयान उचित नहीं है, क्योंकि पूरे विपक्ष को आप भ्रष्ट कहना उचित। डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह भ्रष्ट है, ममता बनर्जी प्रस्तुति भ्रष्ट है क्या? इसी तरह से क्या वो भ्रष्ट है? नवीन पटनायक तो बीजेपी से उनका भी मुकाबला रहता है उड़ीसा में, तो सारे विपक्ष भ्रष्ट है। इस तरह का आरोप लगाना गांधी परिवार के खिलाफ कौन सा भ्रष्टाचार साबित होगा? इसमें कुछ नहीं। तो ये इस तरह का आरोप लगाना
कर्नाटक में सरकार बनेगी,
इससे हाँ विपक्षी एकता जरूर मजबूत होगी।
कर्नाटक में सरकार बना पाएंगे?
कर्नाटक में प्रचंड बहुमत की सरकार।